right, free servers. 7 minutes. 7 minutes remaining. All right, coming up on 5 minutes, free surfers. So 5 minutes to start. We're looking to start right at 8 a.m. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. You are tuned into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro and the Live Like Zander Junior Pro, presented by Diamonds International, brought to you by Surf Promotion Barbados. Today is day number 3. We are on at 8 a.m. start, coming up in about 5 minutes. Coming up for you today, we're going to have the women's QS round of 32 heats 1 through 8. Followed by the men's QS, a round of 96, heats 1 through 12. All heats today will be 25 minutes. We do have a slight bump up in the swell this morning. We have about 3 to 4 feet east-northeast swell. We have an east wind, anywhere between 10 to 15 miles an hour. High tide is about 9:30. So we have some good action for you on store today. Stay tuned. We're going to get this thing started in about 4 minutes. We'll be right back. All right, free surfers, you got about 4 minutes, 3 minutes, so you want to definitely look for that last wave. Either that or paddle to shore. Surfers in the first heat, Eden Walla, Story Martinez, Avery McDonald, and Mia McLeish. You ladies should be checked in and paddled out. When you get to the lineup, please hold your positions. We got a lot of surfing going on today, and we want to maximize the optimum conditions. All right, free servers, 2 minutes. All right, free servers, you got 2 minutes. Start to make your way in the beach, please. Free surfers, I know you can hear me. All right, 1 minute to start, ladies. Hold your positions. Free servers, paddle in. We're within inside a minute. There's no waves coming. Y'all are going to get caught out there. Guys that are paddling back out, turn around and paddle in.
Bing, bang, bong, action, action, action. Continue today on day 2 of the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro and the Live Like Zander Junior Pro, which is presented by Diamonds International. The women's QS contenders, them girls set the standard in their debuts with electric showings before the men's Live Like Zander Junior Pro. Top seeds clash with early standouts to determine who's going to make it to the quarterfinals. Just getting cooking here at the Super Bowl. Watch live through March 1st at worldsurfleague.com. Check us out in Barbados, bro!
Thirty seconds. All right, here we go, ladies. 10 seconds. Counting this one in. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we are live and direct. The BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. This is the women's round of 32. Coming up in this first heat in red, Eden Walla. In blue, Story Martinez. In white, Avery McDonald. And in green, Mia McLeish. We We do have a slight bump up in the swell today, somewhere in the 3 to 4 foot range. Have a rising tide. High tide will be at 9:30. Here we go. Drawing first blood. Mia McLeish up and riding. These ladies are accustomed to this east swell. There is a lot of northeast in this today, so the lineup will shift a little bit to the left side of your screen. I am Zander Venezia, paired up here with Nick Donowa, giving you play-by-play action today. What do you think of the waves so far today, Nick?
Oh, I was coming over the hill, coming down the back hill from Atlantis side, and I could see some huge peaks out there in Parlor. All right, so I know that we're going to have good action, especially when we get that tide dropping off. There's no sense of the reef there right now, but when that tide starts dropping off, the walls will start lining up.
Yeah, that's right. Here we go. Both girls letting that one go, but that wave's going to hit the reef and line up. Stand straight up on that north section. So the surfer in green just managing a 0.50. She got caught a little bit behind that peak. And look in the rip. There it is. That's the first sign that I'm seeing so far right there. That is the north swell. So white goes to third priority as we watch blue. Story Martinez up and riding. Got some chunky waves coming in out there right now, ladies. Priority order, red, white, green. As we watch Story Martinez hit that last section on the north peak. This is it. This is the beginning of the swell. It comes in that quick. As we watch green on a double overhead wave. That's Mia McLeish. So just some small scores in this. We're waiting on that last score from Story. Story surfing with a broken wrist. She sustained snowboarding. What does that tell you, Nick?
Stick to the water. Stick to the water. Don't stick with the ice.
Don't go snowboarding in surfing season. As you watch the rip, that is the conveyor belt that we were talking about. That was a full-on, full north swell set. So you're going to be seeing them trickling in all day long. And there is still that east-northeast underlying, well, I shouldn't say underlying. That is the main swell today. But you're going to get those north swells trickling in. Look how hard that rip is pulling out right off to the left of our screen. As this beach faces directly northeast. So what you're looking at on your screen is directly northeast. And maybe 10 degrees halfway to the edge of your screen is where those north swells come in. And it hits the reef directly square. Even the rip up and side pulling already. All right, last of blue. Story, your last wave come in at a 3.0. So blue is in first. White and green just have some insignificant scores. And surfer in red holding priority on the outside, waiting to open your account. All right, white, Avery McDonald up and riding. Racing off this north section, cutting it back, and she goes out the back. So just to give you a little indication of what we're seeing in the water today, this little underlying north swell is 0.7 meters at 12, 13 seconds. And tomorrow is going to bump up to 2.3 meters at 16 seconds. Here we go, green. Mia McLeish stepping right in. Coming off the bottom, driving it up in the lip. Out onto the open face, cutting it back, sticking with the power source. She is the current heat leader. Pushing out the fins, so she completes the maneuver.
Yeah, that was looking good. That's one of the first ones, a nice, decent ride. It got red back on the outside. Just nice deep bottom turns. Snaps it off the top. It's nice walls looking there, guys. And we're going to have some nice walls for the day. Full wrap round cut back. I think she might bring this one to the inside. Might connect to that magical highway for the last maneuver. Here we go. Speed up. Bam, bam. It's complete. All right. 2 great rides there for green and red. We'll see what the judges think.
So, yeah, Eden Walla in red. She is the current points leader. So she has a second place. She has a first place in the slow cloud. First place in Pismo. So she has some good results as we watch this replay of green. Nice little top turn. It sets this up. Kind of gets hung up a little bit, but no harm, no foul. And she just goes out onto the open face, eyeing up this inside section. Coming off the bottom and finishing strong, so that'll definitely go into her scoreline. She's just sitting on a 1.0. And we can take this one, Nick.
All right, this is red. She has really good flow going from the top of the wave and just sinking that rail in and bringing it right back into the power section in that pocket. So, yeah, we're going to see what the judges give them. Looks like some nice ones coming in through the pipe here in Alu.
Yep. Okay, last of green, 483. Last of red, 633. So red first, green second. Blue, you are third. You now require a 2.9. And white, you are fourth. You require a 4.2. 17 minutes remaining in this first heat. So ladies, in the next heat, you should be checking in, ready to go. Diane McCart, Chelsea Twack, Chelsea Ruitt, and Remy Todd. So 2 girls from Barbados taking on the 2 North American surfers. See Chelsea there getting in her game, getting in her zone. She is a former CT surfer, multiple Barbados champion, had a long, illustrious career. I actually had the pleasure of taking her on a trip with me when she won her first ever professional surfing event at Cocoa Beach. We see white going up and out the back. Red, your first wave was a 6.33. You are in first position. Green second, white third. White requires a 4.1, and blue is fourth, requiring a 2.9. All right, so coming up on 12 minutes and 50 seconds. Last of green, Mia McLeish, your sword coming in at a 2.0, so that pumps you up to the lead. Red, you are currently in second position, requiring just a 0.60 to move back into first. White is in third, requiring a 4.5, and blue is in fourth, requiring a 3.3, as we watch green up and right and going up in that first section, nice and vertical. So that little first turn was definitely going to help her situation. She's trying to replace a 2-1-0. That was a pretty substantial maneuver. She was up vertical, and she finished the wave strong. She is the current leader, sitting on a 4.83 and a 2.1. As surfer in red, she's in second priority. So blue putting herself in position on this one. It's a bigger wave. She's going to let it go. So no takers on that bigger wave. Kind of rolled off all the way. As we watch this replay, you want to break it down for us, Simon?
Lovely first hit on the outside. She redirects the right water. She's just eyeing down the lane. She's just doing some fill-in work here. She sees the inside is doubling up again. She's sticking with it, eyeing the end section, and gets one lovely hit on a closeout re-entry. So that's a two major maneuvers.
So that two-turn combo earned her a 5.6. So that makes the situation a little harder for Red to move back up into that first position. Red, you now require a 4.1 if you want to regain the lead. White, you're still looking for that 4.5, and blue, you are still looking for that 3.3.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We're getting into some reports on the incoming swell. I think it just hit St. Martin, and it's looking like about 8 to 10 foot. I have the official forecast. I'm going to try to play it over the mic.
Good morning, everyone. So we see in the water a little bit of a mix of some small, kind of mid-period north swell coming in.
So blue with priority. She's going to go on this one up and riding. Story Martinez out onto the open face. A little check turn. So she is currently in that third position.
What happened to him?
So we watch this replay here of blue. It was a nice top turn, nice first turn.
Lovely first carve, and another open face carve. She elected to get out, but she could have done. She could have maybe done a bit more that way. But that was two major maneuvers on the outside. I'm actually seeing some better look.
All right, last of blue, 383. You go to second. Red, you drop to third. Red, you require a 0.50, and white, you require a 5.0. 8 minutes, 25 seconds remaining.
Super Bowl definitely has a little different character this morning. We're beginning to see a little different north swell starting to arrive here.
This is a long line. This line stretching all the way from Parlor all the way down to past the rip. As we watch Red, Edenwater up and right, and we all know what she can do when she gets a good canvas to work on. Here we go, off the bottom. Throws it up in the lip, out onto the open face, cutting it back, sticking with the power source. As she works her way to the inside, looking to finish strong, throws it up, pushes out the fins, finishes strong. So we're going to catch up with White, Avery McDonald. She also requiring a score. She doesn't like how the inside of that looks, so she's going to kick out and hope to get back out before Red. She is about 20 feet ahead of her, so she will do that. But this is a big, important score for Red. She is sitting on just a single wave of a 6.3 with 7 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. Red is your current rankings leader.
Red definitely getting the better of that last exchange. That was a good quality wave. Breaking out the replay here. Takes off deep in the peak. Gets one lovely open face carve there. Sets up that north section. Connects with the lip. Does a nice roundhouse cut back. Redirects all the way to white water. Eyes the inside. He gets one finishing hit. Green out the back live action.
Back to live action. This is Green, Mia McLeish. She don't like the looks of that, so she's going to kick out. But the ocean is coming alive. We are still about an hour away from a full high tide. We don't have very much difference in the tidal change here, maybe 3 or 4 feet. Soup Bowl does like the incoming tide for a new building swell. But when the tide gets low and it has swell in the water, oh my, my.
Well, Lou,
So last of Red, 6.5 Red. You go to first. Green, you drop to second. Blue, you are in third. You now require a 6.6. And White, you are fourth. You now require an 8.7. 6 minutes straight up. Yeah, Simon, me and Nick were reminiscing about the old days of not having a surf forecast and having to look at the sky and figure out the waves and waking up the next morning and not knowing what's going on. And yeah, it was a lot of fun back in those days, you know?
You have to be very careful reminiscing with Nick, you know?
Yeah. Remember those days of driving through St. George Valley and seeing the fog and just getting nervous because you know the waves are going to be bombing.
I have that little butterfly feeling in my stomach, and I'm not even out there because I'm expecting to see this change towards the midday and the afternoon. We'll definitely see an increase today in the swell, the intensity of the swell. But really and truly, I think tomorrow we're looking at a different beast here.
Yes, Soup Bowl is going to show her teeth tomorrow, that's for sure.
I think that's the exact word I would use. There will be teeth showing.
There are going to be teeth, yep. So here we go, Red. And the thing with Soup Bowl is we all know when it gets big like that, it don't hold you down long, but Lord have mercy, does it shake you up.
I think it's been a long time since we've seen 8 to 10 foot Soup Bowl
Yeah,
for this event.
yep.
This is probably going to be one of the most substantial swells we're going to be seeing here.
So we were getting a report from our local meteorologist that that new north swell was hitting the buoy off of Martinique, St. Martin.
St. Martin.
And it's usually about 20 hours. It hit there sometime around midnight last night, the 16-second period, but that is the full swell. So there does have waves coming in before that, which I think what we're seeing now is we watch Red up and right in, and she goes up and out the back. So the report was 8 to 10 foot at 16 seconds. And he reckons that should be here sometime around this evening.
We will see some of this swell show up this evening, and a lot more energy during the middle of the day in terms of consistency. But the full brunt of this swell will hit midnight tonight.
The next high tide.
Okay.
Green, you are currently in second position. Blue, you are in third, requiring a 6.6. White, you are in fourth, requiring an 8.0. 3 minutes remaining.
Lovely waves. Well, despite how much wind is out there today, the faces are very groomed and still clean.
White, you are in fourth position. You require an 8.0. 2 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. White, up and out. That wave not offering much, just a peak. So ladies, in the next heat, you should be paddling out. Please stay down in the channel. Thank you very much. Blue holding priority. She goes up under the lip on that takeoff. She's gonna have to grow some legs. That north section coming at her. Floats the section. So she's trying to cut down her requirement, just sitting on a couple of threes.
There was still 2 major maneuvers on a set wave. Got to see how the judges look at that.
Red's gonna pull on this one.
But there's a red in that wave.
The wave kind of split in two there, Simon. As the two different swells competing against each other right now.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely want to see a little nugget pop up that has a clean canvas looking down the line, maybe just an end section. Now, off you 2 outside maneuvers, those are going to be the quality scores. Looking at a replay of Blue, this was a set wave. She was able to get 2 outside maneuvers done. I think the insiders today will be probably what the sets will be yesterday. Okay, looking at White. I don't know if this is only 12 seconds remaining. Maybe she's just trying to get inside. Smaller wave here. All right, counting it down.
In 3, 2, 1. All right, ladies, in the next heat, hold your positions. We are going to be on a short hold, so with no waves waiting at the end of that heat. Last of Blue coming in at a 4.17. That's not enough. So closing out that heat, server in red, Edenwaller taking the win, followed closely by Mia McLeish in second position. So those two servers will be advancing coming up a little later on in the week. All right, counting this one in, ladies. 5 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. All right, this is heat number 2 in this round of 32. Coming up in this heat. In red, Diane McCart. In white, in blue, Chelsea Twack. In white, Chelsea Ruitt. And in green, Remy Todd. So 2 girls, the 2 Chelseas are from Barbados. They have been doing battle with one another for a very long time. No stranger to this wave. Yeah, Simon now looks at me and says, we're talking about pre-swell. It's already 6 foot. Here we go, Chelsea Twack up and right in. She's no stranger to soup bowl or to big waves. She is out there every time the waves get solid, working it all the way to this north section, coming out onto the open face, throwing it up, pushing out the fins. And she completes the maneuver.
Chelsea actually picked a good set wave there. There was a little more meat on the bones there.
Yeah, that's the way you want to start a heat, Simon, with a good score.
That was definitely a very functional wave for her. She was able to get 2 outside turns done and a finish. Want to see how the judges look at that, but that was a quality set wave. She picked it up quite deep. Here she is replaying. There's a lovely open face carve there. She gets to North Peak, and she just has to snap it back to the pocket. She eyes the inside. She hits the lip and actually gets a little fin release there in terms of a little drift on the board. So that's 3 major maneuvers on a quality set wave.
All right, first of blue, 5.0. 5.0 for blue. Yes, I mean, that wave really lined up for a nice. It was those 2 outside turns that were a little bit flat. She was just making her way to the inside. As we watch red up and right in, Diane McCart. This wave's going to give her another opportunity. Throws it up in the lip. Completes the maneuver.
That was a lovely end hit there. The outside was not as clean. She had to eye that inside for her major maneuver. But nonetheless, that'll be a score and something to start her building her house. So the situation is 22 minutes remaining, with 1 score of consequence from blue, and score of red no drops in at a 4.0.
All right, so Dia McCart dropping a 4.0. So 4.0 for that first of red. She's currently sitting at number 10 on the rankings. Chelsea Twack sitting there at number 11. So mid-range rankings for both of these girls as we watch green up and right and Remy Todd. That wave not offering much as she goes out the back.
Yeah, patience is key here.
So these girls.
Go ahead. There will be world-class rides here today. There will be some duds. There'll be some crossed-up waves. You really have to pick them out. There are excellent scoring waves out there.
Oh, that's for sure. There's definitely more than ample scoring potential. So these girls are vying for their bid onto the Challenger Series. And there's a lot that can change in this event, that's for sure. So situation in the water is Chelsea Twack currently in first position, followed by red, Diane McCart, Remy Todd dropping a 2.0 on that last exchange. That will hand priority to the surfer in white, Chelsea Ruitt. So she's out there with opportunity to catch whatever wave she wants over all the other girls. All right, we're going to take a little break in the action, cut to the glass for the winner of the last heat. Eden Walla, she's standing by with Amaya. Take it away, Amaya.
Good morning, everybody. We're here for the first interview of the day, and nonetheless, Eden Walla, first in the QS ranking, who also just won the first heat in the second round of the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm just happy to get this day started with a win, and yeah, I'm happy.
Well, I mean, not easy conditions over there, quite tricky, but you managed to get 2 good 6 points. That's must be a little confidence booster over there.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like the first heat of the day is always kind of tricky, no matter what the conditions are. So I just wanted to surf smart and get a couple, and I'm happy I did that.
serve smart, you did for sure. 2 first waves, the 2 best scoring ones, and then you just had to finish up and hope that the other ones wouldn't find the good waves you found.
Yeah.
All right, well, you want to say a little something for friends and family, maybe? And let them know that you'll be on again?
Yeah, I think my whole family's here, but hi to my grandparents back home, and then just thank you to all my sponsors for supporting me, and yeah, let's keep it going.
Let's keep it going. Congratulations once again, and good luck for the next round.
Thank you. Thank you.
Surfer in white and now red. Getting a little exchange, so we'll wait for those scores to drop, and then I will update the situation.
All right, the replay here, last of red. In a lovely outside carve. Just does a little wrap back to the pocket to redirect. She's sticking with it. Wave has a few little ribs in it. Doesn't quite get the connection on the inside she wanted. So she just has to kind of do a little check snap there to finish with something. So that's 3 maneuvers, but 2 real outside quality maneuvers. Maybe a mid-range score or so. That'd be at least a backup score for her. She'll be looking for a set now.
All right, last of red, 383. First of white, 1.0. So red goes to first, blue second, green is third, requiring a 3.0, and white is fourth, requiring a 4.0. Oh, look at that barrel rolling across the reef. It's coming, guys and girls. It's coming. Here we go. Chelsea Twat put herself in position. She sat there like a cat waiting to pounce on a mouse. And here she goes up and right. And she's going to get back out onto the open face.
Yeah.
Setting up that first turn. Driving hard off the bottom. Pushing out the fins. Finishing strong.
3 major maneuvers.
3 major maneuvers on a big size wave, good size wave.
I was so impressed watching her go deeper than all the girls. She saw this out the back. She started paddling in.
Yeah.
That is some composure. And she's rewarded, although she had to, all right, look at her first drop was quite steep. She's way behind here. She has to come from behind. She's setting it up. She gets one lovely open face snap here. Deep bottom turn, gets a lovely snap in the pocket there at the North Peak, and she has to quickly do a foam climb here to finish on a major set wave. So I'm thinking that I'll probably get the best of the exchange. Maybe one of the...
All right, last up, blue, 583. So blue, you go with the first. Red, you drop the second. Green, you are in third. You require a 583. And white, you are fourth. You require a 683. So server in green up and right in. She's going to get something on the inside. And she goes out the back with no major maneuvers on the outside. She's looking for that 5.83. She needed something more than that. As we watch red, she's going to stick with this one, or she's going to, yes, she is sticking with it. She's trying to up that requirement for the surfer in green and white. 14 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. This is heat number 2 in this round of 32.
Thanks. Yeah.
So priority is with the surfer in white sitting on the outside. Last of red, 327, so that does not factor in. Green, you still require a 5.5, and white, you still require a 6.8. So coming up in this next heat, Leilani McGonigal. She's a former champion. Talia Swindell, she is the reigning champion. Zoe and Olivia Storer. White, she's going to use her priority. Coming off the bottom. Nice little top turn out onto the open face. Setting up this inside. Pushes out the fins and completes the maneuver. So that's local girl Chelsea Ruitt with 13 minutes remaining. Green, you're in third position. You need a 5.5. 12 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
All right. Priority sits with surfer in blue. In a commanding position in this heat at this point in time with 12 minutes remaining. Sitting on a 5 and a 5.83 with priority.
"12 minutes remaining, ladies, 12 minutes. So situation in the water remains the same. Blue first, red second, white is third. White, your last wave coming in at a 3.6. You now require a 4.2. And green, you drop to fourth. You now require a 5.5.
Well, we're talking about afternoon, but this is the pre-swell.
Yep, that's it. Look, right there, that North Peak. Chelsea's going under it.
These waves have power today. We're going to see excellent surfing, you know.
Red eyeing up this one. She lets it go.
You're actually seeing kind of two competing swells here. There's an east swell. This is, I think, the predominant swell, and a secondary north. That will change overnight.
Coming up on the 10-minute mark. So 10 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. This round of 32, heat number 2. Ladies, in the next heat, you should be checked in and ready to go. We have the current champion and a former champion competing in this next heat. (8:42) in the morning local time. We do have a high tide coming up in about 45 minutes. Here we go, blue up and right, and she is the current heat leader, Chelsea Tuak. She's looking to replace a 5.0. Got a nice looking inside racetrack. Nice wrapping turn. She's gonna look to finish this one. This wave actually got a little bigger as it went, and she finishes strong, pushing out the fins. That's local girl Chelsea Tuak. She is a champion. of this event when it was back at a 3,000 or 1,000, I can't remember, but she did win this event once. At a lower rating, she is a multiple national champion, multiple international champion, former CT server. Her accolades go on and on and on and on. 8 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, so we're going to see what this last score of blue comes in at. She's currently sitting 10th on the rankings. As we watch this replay, you see she eyes this one up. She knows what's coming because she's such a good surfer and she knows where it is. And here it goes. It lines up, first turn, pushing out the fins, out onto the open face. Another nice wrapping cut back to the power source, but this is the finishing maneuver. She goes up in the lip, pushes out the fins, completes the maneuver. 7.67, Chelsea, 7.67. So red, you are currently still in second position. White, you are in third, requiring a 4.2. And green, you are in fourth, requiring that 5.5. So priority sits with the surfer in green, followed by red, then white. 7 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that was excellent surfing there by Chelsea Twat. She sat on 2 mid-ridge scores. She built her house. She waited patiently, and the comfort was there, the confidence was there. You could see a difference in the surfing there, opening up, major turns, keeping on rail, and the judges are rewarding.
Yeah, so Chelsea had some decent results this year. She had third in La Marginal and a fifth at Jack's Pro. Another fifth at Pismo Beach. And it didn't do so well at the Supergirls, but she's looking to do well here at Barbados. She's currently sitting in the 11th position on her quest to regain that Challenger Series qualification. This event has been dubbed Heartbreak and Happiness for years. There's a lot of kids that are brokenhearted when this event is over, and there's a lot of that are very, very happy. So this is the final event of the year. It will all be decided at Soup Bowl. We couldn't ask for a better stage. Swell coming tomorrow, and it should last right through the weekend into the finals. So also coming up a little later on in the week, we've always done a specialty event. It usually is a 12 and under event. That's where it all started for Zander. This event is in memory of Zander Venezia. Not many under 12s this year, so we've increased it to 14 and under. That will be taking place over the weekend. It is my favorite event of this, well, it's my favorite division of this event. It's really encouraging for the kids at that young age, especially our local kids, to be able to compete in front of a stage, in front of all of these people, being judged by these international judges. As we watch the water, Chelsea's moving around, everybody's moving around. She's sitting at fourth priority. She's gonna go up, distance herself from the crowd. That puts her in first priority, so to say.
Yeah, Chelsea is in a different headspace right now. She got engaged recently. I think she's in a great place. Amazing that you can actually see Chelsea driving herself, pushing herself deeper than all the other girls, showing her confidence.
Priority change, priority red, white, green, red, white, blue. Priority red, white, blue.
So I want to say congratulations to Chelsea and her fiance, Tom. She's been putting in the hard reps this year. Chelsea is out here when it is big. She does not shy away from big waves. And you can see the confidence in her today. She wants the biggest waves out there. And she's taken off probably 20 feet deeper than all her competitors. Judges take note of all these little things, and it's reflective in her score line, along with the quality surfing she's doing. It's the positioning. Definitely seeing that the ocean is changing. We're seeing what would be softer waves turning into more powerful waves. I think around the middle of the day, you will definitely start to see it on the inside. We have green taking off. That's up and out. She took off the end section of that wave. Right, so the situation currently is blue in first with a 13.50 total. Second is red with a 7.83 heat total. Priority sits with red. Second priority sits with white. Third priority with blue. Yeah, here we see blue up and right and Chelsea to out. Look at the first turn there. That's a major turn. Second opening carve, lovely holding her rails clean. Nice roundhouse cut back. And a third maneuver. And she hit a fourth end hit. I think that will probably even might replace her second scoring wave. That was
Definitely.
excellent
That
surfing
could-
there
yeah.
by Chelsea.
Yeah, and she picked that one off under priority.
With third
And
priority.
that is total local knowledge. Look at this. This doesn't even look like a wave when she first takes off. Guess what? First turn. Look what stands up in front of me. She knows this wave so well. She knew that wave was going to line up for her on the inside. So major maneuver on the outside. Just filling in the wave on the outside and throws it up, pushes out the fins, completes the maneuver.
For me, it was all done in that first maneuver. That first opening carve was a major turn.
Yep.
We look out the back.
6.67 for blue, 6.67. As we watch red up and riding, she is currently in second position with 1 minute, 40 seconds remaining. Next heat, stay where you are. Blue, stay where you are, please. Thank you.
Surfer ending that wave. Currently in second. I think she would just improve her position there as well. It was a mid-sized inside wave, but she got a lot of quality maneuvers done. That's Dea McCart. Let's cue out the replay here. Mid-sized wave. Starts off with a lovely opening snap, throwing some water. The wave grows underneath her. She gets a lovely hit on the north section. There's a little redirect snap there. Eyes the inside. And gets one finishing crack there. That's actually 3 quality maneuvers. Size of wave might hold it a point down, but that was good surfing.
All right, scores trickling in. That's going to improve her situation. So last I've read 5.1. White, you now require a 5.5. And green, you require a 6.8. So with 30 seconds remaining, surfer in red up the ante a little bit for the surfer in white and green. Surfers in the next heat, hold your positions. All we can see up here are 8 surfers. We don't know who's in what heat. We are looking at it a completely different angle than everybody else. So it's very confusing. As we're going to count this one in. In 3, 2, 1. All right, so closing out that heat, server in blue, Chelsea Twack taking the win, followed closely by the server in red, Dea McCart. So those 2 ladies will be advancing into the next round. Servers in the next heat, hold your positions. We are on a short hold. All right, we're counting this one in, ladies. 10 seconds. Live action. This is a quick word from our sponsor, Diamonds International. Thank you very much for being part of this event year after year. I also want to send a big shout out to Enco Rentos, my good buddy Philip Kemper. Thank you very much for your assistance. Every year he helps us out more and more and more. Here we go, red. Leilani McGonigal, she knows this wave well, and as this wave stretches out ahead of her, she's got a north section coming at her. She throws it up in the lip, gets down before the convergence of the two waves, which is very smart because when those two waves converge, it is very, very, very difficult to stay on your feet. 20. Leilani currently ranked 6th on the rankings, taking the win at the Supergirls. Coming in 9th at La Marginale and 9th at Jax. So a couple of good results for her. She's sitting just outside that qualification space.
Scores dropped in here already. Leilani's dropping a 5. It's looking like she's dropping a 5.50 to open this heat. She wasted no time. Not even 2 minutes, and she's got a mid-range score on the board.
Yeah, that's the way you start a 25-minute heat. Put a good score on the board, and then you just get patient, wait for another good one, and then back up that first score. As we watch this replay, as soon as she stood up, the wave just lined up all the way to the inside, and the north section was coming at her, and the wave just shot down in front of her.
Yeah, a lot of points should be garnished on that last snap in the North Peak. She really connected well there, throwing some water. Judges didn't deliberate without too long. That score popped out within. Yeah, so Leilani be feeling confident, trying to get back out there and back that up quickly. Seeing some girls opting to go a lot deeper and a lot further out this heat. I think actually some of them are a bit too deep, but I'm not a coach.
Here we go on the inside, Leilani. Scratching, she gets in. Nice vertical top turn. She's just looking to back up that 5. Working it all the way to the inside, another little top turn. So that'll be a decent little backup for her to begin the heat. 21 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Still plenty of time, but she can now get a little patient.
So within 5 minutes, Leilani's put 2 scores on the board. Don't expect that one to be as high as the first wave, but that's a backup score. Queuing up the replay. She gets a very quick outside hit there. Has to do a little snap and redirect to the white water. Doing a lot of little fill-in work here. She's ready on the inside. She picked this wave up on the paddle back out. Leilani's a good competitor. She knows the value of putting 2 scores on the board quickly. So now she's in a comfortable lead. Surfing the outside, taking a deep one. A little bit too far behind the section. That was Talia. Yeah, she was our champion here last year. Showing some confidence. She was going deeper than the usual takeoff point. Flurry of waves here approaching. Surfer on the outside has picked up a lovely looking wave here. Lovely opening curve. Wave is going back a bit out to sea. Gets a second curve. It's a little bit more of an easterly looking wave here. I hope she sticks with it and connect. But she can't hold on. That was still 2 outside opening maneuvers. A surfer in green. Let's see the replay.
Oh, yeah, Simon. So that was a nice wave. Kind of did a real funky maneuver there. Just managing a couple of the top turns, and we're really not offering too much.
That wave was a little bit easty.
Yeah, it's kind of bending off the reef.
But opened her campaign with 2 outside maneuvers, 2 opening carves. She kept her rails clean. It'll be probably like a mid-range score.
Red, your last wave was a 4.0. So your first wave, 5.5. Your last wave, 4.0. You are in first position. Blue, your first wave was a 1.0. Green, your last wave was a 4.1. You are currently in second. Blue, you require a 3.1. And white, you require a 4.1.
Ocean's a little quiet here, but as soon as you say that, I can see some mid-sized swells approaching. We really got to hunt around here today. There is non-stop opportunity. I think a little current has turned up here today. I'm seeing that there's a little bit more paddling going on. The girls can't quite sit. You got to keep paddling into the peak. With the incoming swell, there'll be an incoming current with it as well.
Simon, any idea when low tide is?
I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure it's around 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Okay, that's when I'm going to put
So
on my
the
action
tide
glasses.
is dropping out now. At the bottom of that low tide, you'll probably start to see some waves start to peak up a bit better. Subo does like a lower tide or a mid tide.
All right, just in 17 minutes remaining in this heat. This is heat number 3. In red, we have Lalani McGonigal. She's sitting in first position. She got a 5.5 and a 4.0. Second position is green, Olivia. She has a score in her account of 4.1. Olivia, you need a 5.41 to go to first. In third is blue. Blue has a very minimal score of 1. So blue needs a small score of 3.1. We're still in the beginning rounds of this heat, so there's a lot more action to come. Right now, we're going to switch to Amaya on the glass. She's with us with the winner of Heat 2. Let those home drums beat. Let those home drums beat. Go, Amaya.
And we're here with our lovely local hero, Chelsea Tua, who just won heat number 2 in the second round of the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. How are you?
I'm doing better now.
Better now? I overheard you were feeling a little stressed and anxious.
Yeah, I feel like first heat, you just want to get on the board and get some turns in. So the first wave, I actually felt a little shaky. I'm like, come on, Chelsea, you're at home. The waves are good. Let's just go surfing and have fun. So I kind of warmed up after that and then got a few better waves and happy to have the first one out of the way. It was a good heat. I was hoping Chelsea, the other Chelsea Ruitt from Barbados, would make it through with me, but Day is an awesome surfer. So it's hard from the first round, and I'm excited to be in another Barbados Surf Pro.
Another Barbados Surf Pro for sure. I mean, you did get to pick the right waves over there. Great readings. You got all the waves that connected to the shore, so a little paddle back up.
Yeah, I was happy with my waves, and yeah, definitely I was getting them to the inside, so the paddle back out was a little long, but only one heat today, so I could kind of just push it and leave it all out there and know that I can rest for the rest of the day and then see what happens tomorrow.
Sweet. I mean, we love to see you over there. We're so happy to have a Bajan, going through the heat, but for Chelsea we're wet, but next time maybe. So yay, we continue on with the local girls and local boys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she just got off a flight like late yesterday, so it's always good to compete with her. And now I get to watch the guys. We've got Lewis, we've got a lot of Barbadians in the next round of the men, so now I can just play cheerleader and cheer them on.
We will for sure. All right, thank you so much. Anything else you want to say, friends and family? Anybody watching you from work down south?
Yeah, I feel like most people will be watching from work, so thanks for tuning in and watching. And thanks everyone for supporting the Surf Pro, and let's just have a good day.
Let's have a good day. Thank you so much.
All right, priority change, red, green, blue. Priority red, green, blue. Welcome back to live action. While we were on that short break, we saw the surfer in white surfing a wave, but a solid set just pushed through the reef as we watch blue. Talia up and right, and she's going to give way to red. Red with a free fall drop. This is an indication of what we're going to see later on. And tomorrow, Leilani McGonigal goes down on the north section, but that was a full-on free fall drop.
Yeah, she got hung up for a second, and she pretty much had a airdrop out the top of that one.
And on the outside, Talia Swindell on a big wave. She's going to give way to green. Green goes around it. She's not going to get past it. But there we go. Here we go. This is it, guys. This is the beginning of the waves. Like I said before, this is 0.7 meters at 8 seconds. And tomorrow is 2.2 meters at 16 seconds. We're seeing some solid 6-foot-plus waves out there already. And it's right on that high tide as we watch blue up and right in Talia. Driving hard off the bottom, going up in the lip, floats the section, coming out onto the north section, throws it up, and gets gobbled.
That was a major wave and a major opening maneuver. Talia was going for it. That second section just gobbled her up. But to be honest with you, I think there's some serious points to be considered in that first maneuver.
So I know they got some people that have just watched this as we watch this replay. Solid wave. 6 foot plus. Gets a little bobbled on that.
Bottom turn for the second maneuver that made her a little bit late.
Yeah, and then she just got gobbled up by it. So we got scores for all 4 girls. All 4 ladies are coming. If we can get that replay of red to just show that was the first wave of the set. Full-on free fall drop. So first of red was just a 1, last of red was a 1.9.
Yeah, this is the first showings of what this swell is going to be.
We're seeing the rip between here and Powder start to pull to the north. We're seeing the rip pull to the south.
What's that? Okay, situation. Last of blue, a 5.40. That's Talia. Puts you in second place. Priority sits with green. Second priority is with white.
All right, here we go. I'm going to give you a full rundown. Last of red was a 1.9. That does not factor in. You are currently in first position. Last of blue was a 5.4. You are in second position. Last of green was a 0.80. Paired up with a 4.1. You are in third. You require a 2.3. And white, you are in fourth with a single wave. You have a 3.17. You are requiring a 3.2. 9 minutes, 45 seconds remaining.
Oh, I'm seeing surf.
All right, this is heat number 3 of this BTMI Barbados Surf Pro presented by Diamonds International, Women's QS 6000. As we watch the water, who is in priority? White is going to pull it with second priority. Goes up into the lip, out onto the open face, cutting back to the power source. So she just has a single wave of a 317. So priority is on the outside with green. Blue is paddling, gives way to red with a higher priority. So Leilani, nice top turn. Another nice top turn. So that's 2 major maneuvers on the outside. She's going to try and get back down this. It's going to reform and give her another opportunity. Comes around the section. She's not finished yet. Working it all the way to the inside.
Very smart surfing there by surfer in red. Picked that wave up quite deeply. Came from behind and it allowed her to give her 2 outside maneuvers, major maneuvers. Throwing lots of water. Thinking red is going to actually improve her situation with that.
So last of white, 317.
Quick up and down there.
So waiting on that last of red to drop as we watch this replay. Go ahead and break it down for us, Simon.
She picks it up way up the point, and she gets 2 outside maneuvers. First one was a carve, second one was a snap underneath the lip, actually connecting with the lip. She sticks with it. She sees there's a little reform. She can try and squeeze a little more juice out of it, gets another snap, and just a redirect to the white water. So just showing the judges she was in control. So that's like 4 maneuvers, but 2 majors.
All right, last of red coming in at a 6.83. So blue, you are in second position. If you want to take the lead, you need a 6.9. White, you require a 3.24. You are currently in third. And green, you are fourth. You require a 2.3. 7 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. All right, coming up in this next heat, Bailey Turner, Maddie Stanton, Ava Wagester, and Auburn Haley. You should be checked in and ready to go. Ladies, you're paddling out a little bit early. You only got 6 minutes. You're going to have to stay way down in the channel, ladies, please.
All right, I'm going to do a sponsorship run. All right, guys, welcome to the beach. Welcome to Bathsheba. Welcome to Barbados. This event is the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro Live Like Zander Pro Junior. This is presented by Diamonds International and Surf Promotions Barbados. All right, and we have a lot of help, a lot of support that goes way down the line. Our roots run deep with support, and we're very thankful for all the companies that assist us in putting on this show. We have All right, this is White dropping in on a screamer. So we're now starting to see as the tide starts to change out, we're getting a little bit more face for the surfers to play with, but it is running fast. So they need to put on the gas tank. This is Red. This is your heat leader, and she decides not to drop in. So our playing field, okay, Blue situation, Red is in first. Red's taking a right now. Blue, you are in second. Talia, you need a 6.93 to go to first. In White is third. White needs a 3.24 to go into second. Green is in fourth position. Olivia, you need a 2.31 to go to second.
All right, Blue, you are currently in second position. You require a 6.9 to regain the lead. White is in White is in third position, requiring a 3.2, and Green is in fourth position, requiring a 2.3. 2 minutes, 10 seconds remaining.
All right, hitting the 2-minute warning. Red, your last ride came in at a 4.57. Doesn't go into your score line. You're still in first. This looks like Blue setting. She is in second position. She's looking to get a 6.93 to take first place.
There you go, Surfer in Blue, reigning champion, getting it done. One minute, 15 seconds remaining. All right, last of Blue, 8.67. Blue goes to first, Red drops to second. White, you are third. White requires a 9.1. And Green, you are fourth, requiring an 8.2. 45 seconds remaining as we watch this replay. Coming hard off the bottom and just throwing it up in the lip for all it's worth, but that was the money turn. So the single highest wave of the event so far, Talia Swindoll, 8.67 with 30 seconds remaining. Ladies, in the next heat, you can come forward about 10 feet. You can keep paddling, ladies. All right, we're going to count this one in 3, 2, 1. All right, so that brings this heat number 3 to a close. Taking the win, advancing into the next round, Talia Swindoll, followed closely by Leilani McGonigal. So ladies, in the next heat, you can put yourself in position. We're on a short hold. All right, counting this one in. All right, we are back to live action. Coming up in this heat in red, Bailey Turner. In blue, Maddie Stanton. In white, Ava Wagester. And in green, Auburn Hilly. So this is heat number 4 in this round of 32 in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. Presented by Diamonds International as we watch Surfer in white, Ava. She's been coming here for a couple of years out onto the open face, and she can't quite manage that cut back re-entry, and she goes down. So getting her count started early, not necessarily how you want to start, but nonetheless it is a start. So she will go into that fourth priority order. As Surfer in red, closest to the curl, has right away. She's going to pull the trigger, up and riding. Bailey Turner going vertical up in the lip. Big money turn right there as she was going to work this to the inside. Another nice slashing turn. Can she hang on to the finishing maneuver? Yes, she does. So that first turn is where all the juice was, and she maximized it by working it all the way to the inside and finishing strong. If you watch this replay, she comes hard off the bottom and goes vertical up in the lip, turns upside down.
Always looks so good in slow-mo, huh? Man, that first turn was what we would call the money turn. Just bringing the board straight from the bottom of the wave, vertical, and then making the snap and coming down.
Oh, boy. 7.83 red, 7.83. So there you have it. Big first turn right in the most critical spot in the wave, under full control. Earned her a 7.83. All right, so Surfer in red dropping that 7.83, getting things done early. 21 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. She's currently ranked 5th in the North America rankings, placing 3rd in Supergirls, 3rd at Jax Pro, and a 5th at La Marginal. So we are going to qualify 4 surfers and 1 wild card at this event right here as we watch blue not able to hang on to that north peak, and green putting herself in position with priority. So priority order is green, white, red. Green scratching hard to get into this one. This little inside, kind of trying to catch up to the wave in front of it. So that's where you're going to see those 2 different swells. One trying to catch up with the next as we watch red. And she just goes up and out the back. She's trying to back up that 7.83. So White's going to get some more opportunity on the inside. Kind of misread that cutback and gets caught behind the whitewater. So just a couple of down carves on the outside. She currently is in 2nd position. So Bailey was here last year, placing 5th, losing out to Leilani McGonigal. She's going to try and better that situation this year. So blue up and right in. She's working it to the inside, getting a nice little turn right in the pocket. So that was a quality maneuver. She is currently in 4th position, just sitting on an insignificant wave. So last of white was a 3.3. So green and blue are currently in 3rd and 4th, but blue has a wave coming as we watch this replay. Setting up this inside section. She sees what the wave is doing ahead of her. She gets this little bonus peak right there. 2 waves come together, and she throws the board up in full control. All right, last of blue, 517 blue. You go to 2nd. White, you drop to 3rd. White needs a 2.8. And green is 4th. You require a 4.6. All right, we're going to cut to the glass with the winner of the last heat, Talia Swindell. She's standing by with Amaya. Let's hear what Talia has to say. Take it away, Amaya.
And we got our double event champ back at the glass, Talia Swindell from Malibu, who just won heat number 3 in the 2nd round of the QS 6000 for women. How are you?
I'm great. That was a sketchy one. I got my heart pumping, but yeah, stoked to be making it through, and just happy we have waves.
Happy we got waves for sure. I mean, you waited until the 2 last minute to finally drop the hammer and score 8.67.
Yeah, that was a great wave. Had like a tough start to the heat, but stoked I was able to keep calm and just surf and, yeah, keep it going.
I didn't want to be malicious, but I did see you having a little chat with a special coach over there.
Yeah, shout out to my coach. We got the local energy in the Barbados. Like, I love this place. I'm just happy to be here and keep surfing my heats.
Keep surfing the heats. I mean, we're very welcoming down here in Barbados, and obviously having Joshua Burt giving you some tips and guidance. It must feel great and very welcoming for sure.
Yeah, so thankful for Josh helping me out. It means the world. And yeah, let's keep it going. Shout out to I don't know if my parents are awake. It's like 4 in the morning, but I miss and love you guys. And my sister's in Berlin, I think. Yeah, love you too.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the next one. Can't wait to see you drop some more buckets and hammers over there.
Cheers. I like it.
All right, back to live action. As you see red, your current heat leader. She's looking to back up that 7.83.
Just looking out to sea here, I can see the whole horizon is changing. Often you kind of get a very nice calm period before a major swell hits. I think what we're going to see here today is a gradual growing all through the afternoon. Expecting probably to see another 2 feet on this wave this evening. The swell will hit tonight around midnight, full force. What we're going to wake up to see tomorrow morning is not going to resemble today at all. call this 5 to 6 foot soup bowl. Definitely got some push and some energy here. Okay, let's see. It's got good quality, small inside wave. Surfer elects to get out of that, picking it up a little low down. Okay, got a paddle on the outside, a little late. She hangs on, but that's all she wrote. The timing has to be correct today. Timing is everything in soup bowl. A little too late, you're chasing the swell from behind. Can offer opportunities. A little too early, you're out on the open face, only giving you curves. But I'm definitely seeing some energy here filling in. We've just passed the high tide mark. So the situation is 11 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Situation. Okay.
All right, Blue, White you are currently in second position. Blue, White is in third, requiring a 2.8, and Green is in fourth, requiring a 4.6. 10 minutes, 15 seconds remaining.
Green is up. Picking a little wide one, a little bumpy wide one. Surfer knows she needs to get a score on the board. Not sure if that's going to do it. There are big waves out there. There are set waves out there. Judges will be critical on the wave size and the positioning of your takeoff if you're down the point. We're seeing surfers taking good quality set waves from deep. Even if they don't make the whole wave, 2 outside maneuvers have been the best score of the day. White is up and down, and Green with a paddle. The best wave is that right here. Red is actually in position.
All right, Red up and right, and is your heat leader, Bailey Turner, showing some flair on that first turn. This is a very talented young surfer. She's 16 years old and can't quite hang on to that finishing maneuver. So she's trying to back up that 273, but she is sitting on a 7.83.
Little cross rib in that wave affected her, but she's still got one lovely outside maneuver done. And judges will probably be looking at that closely to see what that really looked like. Looking at the bottom turn, deep bottom turn. She hooks it up underneath there and gets her board right up in the lip. A little redirect. Wave gets a little chattery. She tries to hit one more and goes down. Still 2 quality maneuvers. That is your heat leader. She has a backup score of a 2.73. I think she might improve her position. A paddle on the outside. Blue gets up. Gets one outside hit. Can't make that. That's still going to probably improve her situation. Her backup score is a 1.0, and she does. Score comes in at 2.4, 2.63. White.
White, you now require a 4.4, and green requires a 5.5. As green had a lovely outside turn. She's sticking with it, watching this section. Coming at her, throws it up, pushes out the fins. Oh, that might flip-flop a few things here.
Yeah, green coming up with a clutch performance there.
That was Aubrey Hilly.
And she is scratching to get back out. Time is 6 minutes remaining. We're going to have to wait for that score to come in. That might change the situation. Looking to back it. Green gets a lovely outside opening carve. Gets a big snap in the pocket there. Gets around that. Look, irons the inside section and gets a finishing hit. So that's 3 major maneuvers. On a mid-size wave, she is motoring out the back. Currently in 4th position. So the situation will be updated in a minute.
All right, so still waiting for that score to drop. Auburn Hilly is 14 years old from New Smyrna Beach, Florida. So last of green, 5.43. So green, you are still in that 3rd position. You require a 2.37. White, you dropped the 4th, you require a 4.4.
Green definitely has improved her situation. She went from 4th to 3rd, only requiring a high 2 to actually get into 2nd position. So this heat is still up for grabs. All right, 4 minutes and 47 seconds remaining. And she's swinging again.
The technique for a 14-year-old is unbelievable. Working it to the open face, sticking with it. She's going to get another maneuver and throws it up.
Well, I think she heard and calculated everything in her head, knowing she only needed a high 2. All right, we will update you when that score comes in.
So 4 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Blue up and riding. She is currently in 2nd position, trying
Nice carve there. Only offering her one outside maneuver, but she's connecting the dots on the low road. Blue knows she needs to improve her situation here. I guess an end hit there. So that's 2 quality maneuvers.
Okay, green, your last wave coming in at a 3.5. That momentarily puts you in 2nd position. However, blue drops to 3rd, but she does have a score coming. So as soon as that score does drop, if it changes back the situation, I will let you know. 3 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. All right, blue, you drop a 4.23. You go back to 2nd. Green, you dropped to third. You now require a 3.9. White, you are fourth. You require a 6.0. 3 minutes, 5 seconds remaining.
All right, surfer on the outside.
Here we go, White. Big airdrop.
Wave didn't offer much. 2 minutes and 21 seconds remaining. Situation remains unchanged. Priority sits with red. Second priority with green.
All right, 1 minute, 40 seconds remaining. So Surfer and Green looking for that 3.9, and Surfer and White looking for a 6.07. So the heat winding down. Ladies in the next heat, you could probably come forward about 10 feet. If you're come forward a little bit, ladies in the next heat, otherwise that current is going to start to pull you back down. I can see the sweet spot, and I'll tell you exactly where to stop. Thank you. As we look at Green, she needs a score. Coming off the bottom, going up, nice little down carve. Checks it. Waiting for this inside section. She's going to get one more turn, one more maneuver, throws it up vertical. Completes the maneuver. She likes it. 14 years old. Auburn Hilly from New Smyrna Beach, Florida.
She's selling it. She threw up a little claim there, so she likes it. 43 seconds remaining, and there are waves approaching.
All right, ladies, in the next heat, you're good right there. You're good right there. With 30 seconds remaining, I'm going to try and keep you competitors in the sweet spot where there's no current. Where you are right now, you're not in our way, and you're not in the current. So you're good right there.
Surfers in next heat, hold your position.
As we watch red. So last of Green. That's still dropping. Counting it down, 5 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. So that ends heat number 4. Ladies in the next heat, hold your positions. We are on a short hold, waiting for a score for Green to drop. This is an important score. So we have a score for red, but red is safe. And we also have a score for White, which is just going to be a small score. She was literally up and down. But the judges are going to work on this last of Green.
Red, wanna hear about this new super feed stain?
From the fields where hard work meets hope. Born from the heartbeat of every farmer. Forged in dedication, strengthened by purpose, and fueled by the power of superior nutrition. It's a bird! It's a grain! No! It's super feed! Superior nutrition!
All right, counting this one in. 10 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. All right, the heat is live. We are in heat number 5 of this BTMI Barbados Surf Pro presented by Diamonds International QS 6000. We are going to heat number 8 of this women's round of 32. Then we're going to shift gears and go into the men round of 96. We're going to be judging heat 1 through 12. That will round out the day. So as you see that flag there, one of our main sponsors, Diamonds International, thank you very much for your support. As we're watching surfer in blue, Vela Mativ. Coming up in this heat, we're going to be seeing the likes of Sanoa Olin, Vela Mativ, Caden Parsendock, and Havana Cabrero as we watch. Here we go, Havana. Surfer in white, up and riding on her backhand, going up in the lip. Daughter of the great Carlos Cabrera. You hear him before you see him. As she works her way all the way down to the inside. Throws it up and goes down. She qualified for the Challenger Series a couple of years ago on this beach right here, coming from way back in the rankings. So she's going to get herself on the board.
Carlos was a wicked performer out here at Super Bowl. Right up and riding. Kind of a weird looking wide peak here, but it's actually doubling up on the inside. She gets a nice little snap there, and she gets a nice finishing hit there. Good way to start building her score line. Expect a mid-range score there, but that was one really quality end maneuver.
Sanoa currently ranked 2nd on the North America rankings. Coming in 1st at Jax Pro, taking the win down there. She's 5th at the Supergirls and a 3rd at Morro Bay. So she's got some good results under her belt.
Blues
Right.
up and out.
All right, we're going to take a break in the action. Send it to the glass for the winner of the last heat, Bailey Turner. She's standing by with Amaya. Take it away, Amaya.
And we're here with Bailey Turner from Huntington Beach, who just won heat number 4 in the 2nd round of the Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000, and continuing her campaign to the top.
Yeah, the waves are really fun, so.
Waves are fun, getting a little bigger by the day. How are you feeling over there in those conditions?
Yeah, I'm excited for it to get bigger because there'll be like so much more waves, and it's like, it's a really fun wave. So when it's bigger, I'm super excited.
Well, it seems to be suiting you because another strong heat total with another 7 under your belt, confidence boost for the next day.
Yeah, I'm just excited for it to get bigger and better.
Excited for it to get bigger and better. Love it. Love to hear it. You want to say something for friends and family maybe? Are they awake? You think they're awake?
Yeah, everybody's awake. Thanks for watching. And my brothers and my mom and everybody at home watching. Thank you. My grandparents too.
All right. Thank you so much. Good luck for the next round.
Thank you.
So the first of red, 417. Blue, 6.0. And first of green, 3.5, as we see green up and riding.
Yeah, green really picked off a quality wave there. That's a set wave. It was a little chattery. She was managed able to get a good outside maneuver done. She connected all the dots and she finished strongly. I think that's their first major score in this heat. She waited a while for that. Took nearly 5 minutes. That was well worth the wait.
All right, with 20 minutes remaining, we're going to call the next heat. Linnea Mons, Lily Culber, Barnley Beckham, and Amaya Moore. You should be checking in, getting ready to go. You got about 20 minutes remaining. As we watch the water with Blue, she's going to use her priority, Velamatif, and she goes up and out the back. So just a short ride there for White. Green, you are currently in third position. Your last wave was a 4:03. You require a .15 to move up into second. 17 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. All right, full situation, ladies. Red, you're first. Sorry, Blue, you are first with a 6 and a .47. Red, you're second with a 4:17. Green, you are third with a 4:03. You require a .15. White, you are fourth with a 3.5 and a .30. You require a .68. 17 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
All right. Situation is 17 minutes remaining. We do see some swell lines out the back. Definitely think you need to be looking towards the horizon now. Sets will be growing. And there's a major wave turning up on the outside, and everyone is going to be scrambling to get under this. I can't kind of warn you what's going on, but we have a growing swell today. Sitting on the inside, you will be swatted. I expect to see 2 feet more on this wave by this afternoon or by the middle of the day.
So Surfer in red with priority. She's taking off. Here we go. This wave not cooperating with her. She is currently ranked number 2 on the North America ratings.
Looking at the back.
Average heat score of 11.03. As we look on the outside, surfers see it. That is fairly substantial east swell right there. That really don't have any north in it. If that was north on it, it would be barreling. It would be still barreling. So Sanoa is a 2024 Olympian, age of 20 years old, placing 13th here last year, losing out to Talia. Has 12 heat wins. So with 14 minutes, 50 seconds, Simon, this heat is wide open. The surfer in third and fourth just needed two small scores. We have just about reached that high tide mark, so the tide has just finished moving. I guess in about another hour, the tide will start to be pulling back out. We don't have very much of a tidal swing here in Barbados, about three feet or so. As we watch Red, she is in fourth priority, taking this one under everybody. She's currently in second position. She's going to try and get back down the face. She does. This wave reforms for her a little bit. Nice top turn.
Ballsy maneuver. Finishing hit there. There's a little small mid-sized wave that she saw some opportunity down the lane. Yeah, she has only 0.47 counting second score. Green's up and riding. A nice open face carve. And another snap here in the pocket. This wave has a clean, smooth face to it. Another mid-sized wave. She really needed another score. So let's see how this situation plays out. Priority sits with white. Second priority with blue. We will update you when those scores come in. We're awaiting score of red and a score of green. I do think this will change the situation.
Havana, 26 years old, from Puerto Rico, currently ranked 45th. On the rankings, she managed a 5th place finish here last year, losing out to Ella McCaffrey.
Judges really deliberating over these last scores. We have a deliberate panel out there by...
Last of red, 4-3-3. Red goes to first. Blue, you dropped to second, but I am waiting for a score for green, so as soon as I get that score, I will update it. As white is up and riding. As we watch blue. Kind of got hung up a little bit on that little bottom turn. Waves kind of got a little wonkiness to it. She's going to kick out, try and get back out before the surfer in white.
Girls took that a bit wide. There is an opportunity to go a bit deeper here today, but it's a fine line.
Okay, last of blue, 2.8. So blue goes to first. Red drops to second. Green, your last was a 3.2. So green, you are in third. You require a 4.4. And white, you are fourth. You require a 5.0. 11 minutes, 35 seconds remaining.
Okay, guys, just a quick little update to let you guys know anyone here visiting us or needing some food and beverages. We have the hospitality area is serving drinks and food right now. Anyone need an early lunch? Please check out the hospitality area. They're grilling food there.
All right, priority is with green. White is going to pull the trigger. White up and riding. She was in fourth priority already, so she really had nothing to lose. As surfer in green putting herself in position on a solid looking wave. She's up and riding. Here it goes. Havana Cabrera coming off the bottom up into the pocket. The wave kind of flattens out a little bit, but it is definitely going to reform on the inside. And the whole wave just seems to skid out from underneath her. All the energy got drained out of that wave. That was very uncharacteristic. So she was just able to manage that one outside maneuver, but when she stood up on that wave,
it looked fantastic.
It looked like it was going to be the best wave of the heat.
Kind of laid down. She would be a bit disappointed that wave didn't offer up a steeper face for her.
There we go, Blue, Velamative up and right, and nice carve off the top, throws it up in the lip, and bangs it off the whitewater. And can she hang on? Yes, she does.
3 outside maneuvers.
She is the current heat leader.
It is non-stop right now. Definitely going to see the period, the swell increasing. So it'll get more and more consistent as the swell starts to fill in. This is just pre-swell.
So red with the higher priority, but neither of the two ladies opted for that wave. So last of green, 387. So green, you remain in third. You still remain at 4.4 as we watch this replay of blue.
That's a lovely outside carve. And another hit. And she smacks the North Peak. Nearly lost it for a second, but hangs on to show the judges she rode out. Out the back, live action, white is up. One dynamic hit in the pocket. And she can't get around that.
Well, that's going to get her in the mix, Simon. That was a one turn, but it was a pretty critical turn. As his score for blue drops in at a 5.5. So blue is sitting comfortably in the lead. Surfer in red requiring a 717 if you would like to go back to first. So last of white, 4.43. So white goes to third. You now require a 4.0. And green, you are fourth, requiring a 4.4. 7 minutes, 40 seconds remaining.
So 4 points for that one maneuver. Okay, everyone here on the beach, good morning. Just let you know we do have food on the grill at the hospitality area. Drinks on sale.
Red, you're currently in second position. White is in third, requiring a 4.0. Green is in fourth, requiring a 4.4. Blue, your last wave was a 5.5. You were currently in first.
Change.
All right, 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. All right, red. She was holding priority. Nice quality turn up in the pocket. Working it out onto the open face. She wants to regain that top spot. Third turn. So that's going to be a decent score for her. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. She is sitting on just a couple of fours. That will definitely be her best. All right, last of red, 6.4. 6.4 for red. So red, you remain in second. White, you are in third. You now require a 6.3. And green, you are in fourth. You now require a 6.7. 3 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. Just want to let everybody know on the beach, everybody is welcome into the hospitality tents located up on the yard. We have some specials going on at the bar. Carib beer, 3 for 15, 6 for 20. Heineken's, 3 for 20. Can't beat those deals, folks. Also have food. They got breakfast sandwiches, coffee, tea. Lunch starts at 11:30. So everybody on the beach, you can make your way into the hospitality tent. It is free of charge. Come and get out of the sun. For those of you who want to just get some drinks or food and bring it out on the beach, you're more than welcome. But please leave nothing on the beach but footprints. If you see garbage on the beach, pick it up, bring it up. There are plenty of cans located throughout the beach. We want to keep as much out of the sea as we can. As we see White on a rare left, working it, nice top turn, going vertical. She's going to look to cut down that requirement. She kicks out. So you're going to see how the current at Soup Bowl works. She is going to get swept all the way down to the left. It's a conveyor belt. Servers in the next heat. Hold your positions there, ladies. Thank you very much. So she most certainly will end up all the way to the left where those girls are. I don't go left at Soup Bowl. I never go left at Soup Bowl. Every time I go left, the biggest set of the day comes in, and I wear every single one on the head. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. So priority is on the outside with the Puerto Rican surfer, Havana Cabrero. She is in desperate need of a score, looking for a 6.70. She has more than enough talent to drop that score. All right, we're at that 1 minute mark, 60 seconds remaining. Blue with a higher priority. She's going to hold off Sanoa. Smashes that first and only maneuver. With 40 seconds remaining, she is the heat leader. All right, green. She's in that priority order. Here we go. Green, Havana Cabrera. She's going to pull the trigger. Goes around the barrel, up in the lip, vertical, out onto the open face. Is this wave going to line up for her? She's setting up this inside section. Here we go. She sees this North Peak, throws it up, pushes out the fins, and finishes strong. Havana Cabrero. Well, with 5 seconds remaining. Counting this one in 3, 2, 1. So we are on hold. We are on hold.
So
I told you would hear Carlos before you see him. As we look at this replay, Simon.
Wow, breaking this down. Huge ball turn. Big snap in the pocket. Belting spray to the sky. She's on the north peak. She's doing a little roundhouse. Well, actually turn it into a snap. She gets a lovely end hit and a foam climb. This is going to be a score. I am seeing this going, if not good, excellent. I'm not a judge, but this could change the situation substantially. She's sitting in fourth.
All right, here we go. Surfer in green requiring a 6.7, drops to 7.5. She goes to first, dropping blue to second, putting the surfer in red in third position, followed by white in fourth. So surfer in green and blue will move on into the next round.
Wait, no.
Surfers in the next heat. Hold your positions. We are on a short hold.
Not counting it down.
All right, here we go. Counting it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As you see Havana coming up the beach, all smiles up to Dottie there. Well done, Havana. High fives by Poppy. We catch up later, Carlos. Well done, Havana. Well done, well done. All right, we back to live action as we saw Havana Cabrera going from fourth to first on the buzzer. So well done, Havana. You're going to move on into the next round. That will be coming up either tomorrow or Friday. All right, coming up in this heat in red, Linnea Mons. In blue, Lily Culber. In white, Brian Lee Beckham. And in green, Mari Moore. So this heat, early going, no rides, no priority established yet. All right, blue, drawing first blood, up and right in.
Shattering takeoff. Lovely turn there. I think surfer got knocked off her feet. I had to go back down and get back up. Still got one quality turn there. So that opens this heat up, the first ride. Gosh, the ocean and the horizon are looking busy now. Definitely seeing a little energy and a little pace to the swell now. There are no long lulls. They're pretty much waves every 5 minutes. Where have you been? Have you been behaving? White up and riding. Lovely carving turn, outside turn here. I hope she'll. That's a little redirect to the white water here. Trying to stick with it. Wave is a little flatter on the inside. So she's redirecting, hoping for something to set up. I don't know.
Okay, while we wait for that score to drop, we're going to check in with Havana Cabero. She went from 4th to 1st in that last heat. She's standing by with Amaya. Let's hear what she has to say about that experience. Take it away, Amaya.
We are back at the glass with Havana Cabrero from Puerto Rico, who just won heat number 5 in the second round of the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro with another buzzer beater.
Yeah, it was tricky. I got to stop doing that. But I heard Lewis at the end saying that I did it yesterday. So I was like, okay, I still have 40 seconds, so a wave will come. And then I'm just really glad it did come, and I was able to capitalize on it.
A wave did come for you, for sure. And you threw a major maneuver on the outside, which is what the judges love to see here. And then it opened up for you all the way to the inside. So you must feel so grateful.
Yeah, for sure. I love this wave, and that wave, like you said, it just opened up all the way through, and I was lucky to have one of those.
Sweet. I mean, it worked out. So what's the game plan for the next one? Are you going to do another buzzer beater?
Well, I don't mind as long as I keep making the heats, but I'd rather not, just for my parents' health. But yeah, I'm just happy to be here and be with my family and rooting on for the next Puerto Ricans.
For sure. Love to see all of you all cheering up everybody. So good crew, good vibes, good waves. It's increasing. So good luck for the next round. Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias a todos por estar viendo. Chao.
Thanks.
Surfer in blue dropping at 3.5 and server in red dropping at 3.67. So early going, 18 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. White first, blue second. So priority order has not been established yet between the surfer in green or red. They will be surfing surfer closest to the peak, which looks to be green. So she is up and riding. That will give priority to surfer in red. That wave was racing across the reef. And Amaya did not really read that wave too well as we watch red. As this swell starts to turn more to the north, it's going to start getting steeper and faster. Definitely seeing the rip off to the right out of your screen starting to work as we watch blue, Lily Culber. It's going to get an opportunity here on the inside. Coming off the bottom, going up in the lip, completing the maneuver. 21 years old. She has 8 heat wins. Currently ranked number 12 on the North America rankings. Placing 25th last year in this very event. Losing out last year to Talia, who eventually took the win. So I know what happened there.
Double ups. Starting.
Yeah, you watch this replay of red.
Yeah, red gets a lovely wave here on the outside. Deep arcing turn carve. Comes back to the north peak. Really keeps her lines clean. Does a down carve here. That's all she wrote, but that's keeping her rails clean. Last of blue. Solid set wave. Little chattery, gets a redirecting first carve, gets to the north peak. There's another little carving turn back to the white water. Eyes the end section and one hit. That was a well put together wave. I'll be looking for maybe blue to get the best of that exchange. That's 3 major maneuvers.
So we wait for that score of blue to drop and also red. So everybody will be on the board. Red trickling in 3.83 for Linnea, server in red. As we watch white up and riding with a free fall drop. So last of white was a 1.1. Still waiting on the last of blue. So last of blue, 4.5. Blue goes to first, white drops to second. As we watch green up and right in.
Nice carve there in the pocket. That's a lovely roundhouse there. End section. Nice hit. That's 3 major maneuvers. Mid-sized wave, but give her all the opportunities you want. Kept her rails clean. Love that first maneuver, actually. She redirected a critical turn.
Lovely maneuver.
Brought it
Amari
all the
Moore
way
from
around.
Puerto Rico, age 14 years old. As we watch this replay, she's eyeing that first section, tight in the pocket. Said, Red, just give me a second. Your first wave was a 3.83. You're currently in fourth, but I'm waiting for this score for green. So green now comes in at a 5.33. So blue first, green second. White is third. White requires a 2.6, and red requires a 2.5. 14 minutes, 35 seconds remaining.
That was an impressive raid. Last raid there of green.
All right, once again, folks, everybody is welcome up on the beach in the hospitality tent. Have some specials, 3 Carib beers for $15, 6 for $20, or 3 Heinekens for $20. We also have breakfast sandwiches, coffee, tea. Lunch starts at 11:30. All are welcome under the hospitality tent. It is free of charge. You don't need to be curled up under a rock. You could be in a lovely tent. We watch all the moms and dads filming. Just want to send a big shout out to my lovely daughter watching all the way from Florida. Hello to all of our students. Thank you for tuning in. You are tuned in to the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000, presented by Diamonds International, brought to you by Surf Promotions Barbados.
A green situation. You are in second with a 5.33 and a 1.0. You need a 2.67 to go into first. Time is 12 minutes.
So blue up and riding, and she goes down. That was a little bit of a very east wave. That wave totally bent off the reef, but we're seeing something here on the outside. 2 girls are scratching to get in. Who's going to take it? Nobody. Green, you are currently in second position. Your last wave was a 5.33. White is third. Right requires a 2.67. Red is fourth, requiring a 2.5. 11 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
All right, 9 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. Priority sits with surfer in red, second priority with white. Third priority is green. Automatically blue. You're in fourth priority. Yep. And that was a strong sniff. No taker. All right, so we just passed the high tide mark around 9:15. This is kind of as the mid tide approaching. We probably start seeing some improvements in the swell today and improving through the evening. I think our next high tide is at 6 o'clock. No. Ocean's a little quiet. This first lull we've seen in quite some time in this heat. Seven minutes remaining. Green is up and riding here. Oh, she got some nice little snap there in the pocket. One redirected turn and she's out of there. Six minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Priority sits with red, second priority with white, third priority is blue. Blue, your two waves are, you're sitting on a 5.33 and a 1. You're
Blue, you're currently, all right, so the last of green coming in at a 267. Green goes to first. Blue, you dropped to second. White, you are third, requiring a 4.3. And red, you are fourth, requiring a 4.1. All right, coming up to the 5-minute mark. So surfer in green first. Surfer in blue second. White is third, requiring a 4.3. And red is fourth, requiring a 4.1.
Oh, a little inside corner here. This is going to run down the reef so quickly. Surfer gets one hit. This is definitely one of the slower heats wave-wise. Four minutes, 17 seconds remaining.
All right, after this heat. All right, coming up in this next heat, we're going to see Reed Vaughn Wagner. She is the runner-up in this event last year. Alana Lopez, Zoe Chait, and Rachel Aguirre. That's coming up next. So, ladies, when you paddle out, I will pull you out of the current and just ask you to stay outside, but I will make sure you're out of the current. As we watch Blue up and riding.
All right, situation is we got 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Green, white, you need a 4.34 and you're in third place. And you're holding down third priority. We got 2 minutes, 5 seconds remaining.
Right, so situation, priority is with red. Second priority was with green. Third priority is with white. The winner is surfer in green with an 8-point total. Second place currently is surfer in blue. Looking out the box, and swell is approaching a minute and 30 seconds remaining. Let's see if we're going to get a little action at the end of this heat. Oh, inside double up.
All right, live in action, it's blue. Nice bottom to top turn. She makes that one. She wants to try to get in the inside. No, no connection, just a one tit. We still are within the final minute. Waiting for that score from blue to drop. There it is, it's dropped, 4.2. Blue, you have moved to first. Blue is in first, green is second. You need a 3.37. White, you're third, needing a 4.34. And red, you have a requirement of 4.18. We're down to 30 seconds. Twenty seconds. 15. All right, in 10 now. It's red taking off, and we're closing out this heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All All right, we can finish now. Focus on reds, finishing up her right on the inside. Oh, just comes unstuck. Okay, that was heat 6. So we still waiting for one score to give you the official result. Next girls in the heat, you can paddle into position. And we'll get you guys started as soon as possible. Here we go. We're going to quick return. Countdown in 5, 4. This is heat number 7 of the BTMI Surf Pro Women's QS event. This also is a 6,000 event. We have a paddle. Here we go. It's red. Just having a look. Bottom turns, kind of on the inside. So you got getting her toes in the wax. Small score for red. That toes in the wax drop gave you a 0.5. So not much needed from the rest of the field. All right, somebody's looking like they want it. Okay, this looks like it. Blue pulls the trigger. Boom, out the back. Also, a toes in the wax wave. Feeling out the wave. Well, since I came this morning, you know, it was a little bit more wilder, windier. Now the tide is pulling off the reef a little bit. Some nice walls are starting to hang up. This is white. Oh, nice deep bottom turns. Cracks it off the top. Oh, man. Will she hold on? No. Oh, that was great. I love it. This is green. Yeah, takes an elevator drop. Oh, look at this. Oh, just under the lip. I don't know if she was trying to make that maneuver cut out because the competitor was right in front. As I was saying, these walls are lining up, Simon. These walls are lining up. Tell me, this is like a Cave Shepherd on a Christmas.
Yeah, it's pretty fun wall right now. I'm seeing some good waves. I think I would be tracking the white water line right there. Maybe sitting a little further out, waiting on those sets. I wouldn't have been deep today. I'd maybe sit a bit wide, and I'd be hunting between the wide ones and the deep ones.
I'm looking to see if these ones can connect all the way through. When that starts to happen, that lip's going to throw over, and we'll get some shade. We want to see guys getting shade out there. It's coming. It's coming.
Girls have elected to sit so far, they're almost in the channel. They really need to move towards the peak where the waves are. Yeah, everyone's in the North Peak.
Okay, guys, we're getting ready to go over to Amaya and the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Amaya.
And we're here with the winner of heat number 6 in the second round of the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000, Lily Colbert from LA. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm good, thank you. You want to walk us through that heat? It was a little tight until the end?
Yeah, definitely. First wave, I got too excited, I think, and my back foot slipped off. And then I didn't want to lose the wave, so I ended up riding out on my stomach. And I was like, no, I can't mess this one up. Stood back up, did 2 turns, had the biggest smile on my face. Definitely not the way you want to start a heat, but something I learned from my sensei, Brad, is to, shake it off and keep going. And yeah, another thing that Brad told me was, would you be okay with winning a heat knowing that you didn't surf your best? And obviously, not my best heat, but still stoked to make it through and super happy to be here. So, yeah.
Well, super happy for sure. And I mean, you can only build on top of this and push your surfing on the next heat, not surf on your stomach.
Yeah, definitely for sure. And huge shout out to Brad and Wave Key and the whole team. I'm really grateful to have their support and to have them in my corner.
Well, congratulations. I mean, you're a well-rounded young woman. You were just telling me last year in UCLA.
Yep, last year UCLA bioengineering, so definitely excited to graduate soon. It's been a lot juggling both, but super grateful to have done both, and I love Barbados so much, so I'm so happy to be here.
We're so happy to have you for sure. Congratulations on both university and surfing. Can't wait to see you on the next round. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, that was Amaya and the winner of heat number 6, Leela Culber. Oh, yeah, she was overexcited. Watch that heat just now in the background. I was like, oh, when the foot slips off. I could be your greatest fan. All right, so here we are. We're in heat 7. Since that interview, we've had quite an exchange. Still waiting for one more to drop in for red. Okay, there it drops. So last of red, 5.83. Combined with your 0.5 in the beginning, you are now the heat leader with 6.33. In green is second. Your last ride dropped in at a 4.67. Your total is 5.6. You need, small score, 1.67 to take over the lead. In third is Zoe. Small score. She only needs a 4.28 to take out second position. And in fourth position is Blue. Blue has a small score of 4.33, needing a 5.17. It's the early parts in the heat. Oh, we're watching a replay now. Boom. That was Reed's hack off the top. All right. Blue dropped in there with priority. Snaps it there in the corner. Getting ready for that nice wall shaping up in front of her. Boom. Nice off the top. That's a confident rider. That's a confident rider. We'll see what the judges reward her for that effort. Taking it probably from the midway point right onto the inside. The way the day is shaping up, we should be able to see a lot more. Oh, here we are with the replay. The way she snaps and compresses her body in that heat, in the critical part of the wave there. Throwing out that spray and then comes right down, bottom turns and back up again. The time between each maneuver is what we kind of call the flow. So how fast and how confident you are to be able to flow from one maneuver into the other. Here we are, White's on the outside, dropping in on a screamer. This bottom turn, clicks it right in the critical section of the top. Just going to wrap it back into that bubbly white water foam monster. Another one wrapping off the face. Moving it nice and smooth on that rail. Oh, off the top and quick from the top to the bottom. Yeah, that's your rider in white, Zoe. We'll see what the judges dropped in for her. Okay, last of... Okay, I'm going to wait for this last of white to drop, and then I'll give a full rundown. We're at 16 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. All right, looking at this replay from white. Nice bottom to top turn. You could see the whole bottom face of the board as you're going up into that critical section. That's, she's got some very stable stance there to handle that white water, and then runs it right down into the finishing move. Gives a clap of approval. She liked that. Okay, I'm still waiting for that one to drop. All right, set rolls in, it's not cool. All right, there the scores drop. Last of white, 5.73, jumps you straight to first. So in first, we have white White has a 5.73 and a 1.33. Red, you're in second. Your last ride was a 5.83, and you have a 0.5 in your score line. You're looking for a 1.23 red to take out first position. In third, it's blue. Blue, last ride, dropped in at a 5.6. You also have a 0.43 in your score line. Blue, you need a 0.74 to move to second position. In fourth position, holding priority is green. Green's holding priority. Green is needing a 1.67 to move to second. Her last ride was a 4.67, so this should really improve her chances at advancing. There she goes, she's out. So she's used her priority. I say she used it well, choose well. Okay, priority is red first, blue second, white third. Yeah, red looks like she's interested. Takes off right. Oh, nice quick snap off the top. Produces some nice, beautiful fan spray. She goes right to the bottom, back up again, takes the elevator drop, and dropped out. All right, that was a really sick attempt there. Just going up with the speed and getting caught in that drop.
Almost excellent score there. But the judges still have a quality first turn there that they're going to have to really consider. If she landed that second maneuver, I saw that going well into excellent range. It's a good heat.
All right, that was your rider in white. She was in third position. That was Zoe. She was looking to throw away a 1.33, only needing a 1.44 to change her position. Judges really quick to drop that score. Okay, last of white, 2.23. That puts you into second position. You now need a 6.37 to take out red, who is in first. Last of red dropped in at a 6.27. You're now the leader of the heat. Here's green dropping. About 13 minutes left, so still a lot of time. Oh, wow, vicious hack there. Gave her competitor some nice shower. Wonder if they had shampoo and conditioner. All right, so everyone's getting way out the back. We're about 12 and a half minutes remaining. Red, you're first. White, you're second. Need a 6.37 to take out first spot. Green, you're third. You have a you require a 3.3 to move to second. Blue, you're in fourth position. You require a 2.37 to advance to second. 12 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Priority is right now blue first, white second. All right, all those who are following us live on the web today, this is BTMI Barbados Surf Pro, brought to you by Diamonds International. This is the ladies division. This is a 6,000 event. If I'm correct, this is the last major event on the calendar, which would help to determine who gets to climb up the ladder to the CS series, the Challenger series, which is the next level. I believe it's like
All right, surfer in white. Anna, rider in blue. Blue hold priority.
All right, someone had the use of their priority. That was blue. Had higher priority, so the other rider had to give way. All right, blue drops in her score. Even though that white dropped in behind, she didn't really cause any turbulence or, broke down her wave or nothing like that. So, probably nothing to interfere with her ride. Ejected, but she still will get a score because she still dropped in and did a drop in.
Yeah, I don't see anti-interference there. I think just blue was establishing that that was her wave, and 10 minutes remaining. Situation right now. Green, you have a 7.17. And you need a 4.11 to advance. You understand me? Nine minutes and 39 seconds remaining. Okay, green. You need a 4.11 to advance. Green, you're in second priority as well. Priority sits with red. Right. Yeah. Okay, the situation is 8.5 minutes left. Red, you are in the lead with a 12-point heat total. Second is blue with an 8.77 heat total, needing a 6.50 to go to first. Third is white with a 7.96 total. You need a 3.4 to go into advancing position. Fourth is green with a 7.17. You need a 4.11 to advance. The priority rundown. Red, you have priority. Second priority is green. Third priority is white. Fourth priority is blue. 8 minutes remaining. Okay, situation I just updated. I'm going to do it again. White, we have 6 minutes and 57 seconds remaining. You are in third. You need a 3.04 to advance. You are in third. You need a 3.04. Priority sits with red. Second priority with green.
All right, just into the 6 minute mark. The next heat should be there by the water's edge. But girls, please don't start paddling until I let you know. You can just stay there up to your knees. And when you paddle to the end of the rip and just stay on the outside of that rip. But you can hang out there for a couple more seconds, 4 to 5 seconds before you can paddle. All right, eyes on the water. Oh, we got something that's rolling in. People look like they want to get into position. 1 goes through. That's 2, 3, boop, 4. Look at that one outside. White is looking to get into position for this one. Look, oh, it takes off right in that spot. Nice carving, cut back into the power source. Can she hang on for that ride, get to that inside ledge? She's pumping. No, unfortunately. Yeah, that was your third place rider, Zoe. She was looking to replace her 2.23. She needed a 3.04. All right, just in the 5 minute. Next heat should be on their way out. When you get out beyond that rip, you just sit tight, ladies. All right, 4 minutes, 20 seconds left. Priority is red, green, blue. Red, you're in the lead. You have a 12.1. White, second, needing a 6.37. Blue, you are in third. You require a 4.07. And green, you are in fourth, requiring a solid 5 to advance. Here's red. Boom, he pulls the trigger on priority, clicks it right into that sweet spot, wrapping it right down. I think she can see this one line up inside. I think just keep that momentum and speed. Boom, finish maneuver. I think she's pretty okay with that. That was your heat leader, Reed Van Wagner.
Okay. White, you're looking for a situation update. White, you are in third priority right now. You have a heat total of 9.5, I think 66. You need a 6.37 to move to first. There's 3 minutes and 12 seconds remaining. You are in third priority. Do I give her a score? White. Lovely first turn there. And a carving turn on the North Peak. Little snap there. And a nice finish. Blue is up on the outside. Oh, lovely carving turn there. We have splits here. Let's see if she can stay with it. Connect this low road. Oh, she opts to get out. Only 2 minutes and 22 seconds remaining. I'm seeing some nice sets out the back.
Yeah, that wave, that ride from White, I can't wait to see
in
that
next heat,
replay.
can you hold your position right there?
Hey, next heat in the water, you're too far out. You're in the zone. Next heat in the water, you need to paddle back. Guys, you need to only paddle outside the rip. You're now in the heat zone, and you're going to interrupt with priority judge. So you need to paddle back down, please. You still have 2 minutes. You're going to have enough time. But let's not interrupt this heat in progress. Thank you, ladies.
Okay, situation like it's flip-flopping here on us. I think we have an updated score.
We've got about 90 seconds remaining. We're still waiting for some scores to drop from the judges. And we'll give you a recount once those last 2 scores have dropped. Boom. Got one more.
Okay. Ashley has 1 minute and 16 seconds remaining. Priority sits with red. Red, you are in first. Second is white. Blue moves to third. Green, you are still in fourth. We're still waiting for one more score to drop. But white has advanced into second position. Time is 46 seconds.
So white goes
No, white goes to first. Red is in second. All right, red, you need a 6.47 is your last wave of this heat. Lovely ending maneuver.
All right, we got 25 seconds remaining. That last exchange put Zoe in white in first. In red was second. She still has a score to drop. She needed a 6.47 to switch it again. Blue is in third, holding priority. She's looking to need a 6.54. And we're in the 10-second mark. Green, you're needing 7.4 seconds. Counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, so that concludes heat number 7. We have one more heat coming up. And then we're going to shift gears and go into the men. Ladies, in the next heat, please stand by. We're on a short hold. So taking out the win, surfer in white, Zoe Che, followed closely by surfer
Red, wanna hear about this new super feed station?
From the fields where hard work meets hope. Born from the heartbeat of every farmer. Forged in dedication, strengthened by purpose, and fueled by the power of superior nutrition. It's a bird! It's a grain! No! It's super feed! Superior.
right back to live action while we were on that short break. Server in red, Ella McCaffrey just having a quick up and down. Coming up in this heat in red, Ella McCaffrey. In blue, Victoria Duprat. In white, Zoe Benedetto. And in green, Fabiola Alcala. As we watch Fabiola come into that north section and just get gobbled up. And blue on the outside, way behind the peak, as red is going to pull the trigger. Ella McCaffrey going up in the lip. Setting up this inside, banging it vertical. We're looking at blue, Fabiola. So last of red, 483, as we continue on down the line with blue. Going to get one more turn, and she can't hang on, so she goes down. All right, so slow going in this this last heat in this round. So coming up next, we're going to shift gears and go into the round of 96 in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. We're going to see Teddy Whitman, Adam Bartlett, Owen Carter, and Alan Cleland coming up in that first heat. So you gentlemen should be looking to check in You still got plenty of time, 21 minutes as we watch this replay of McCaffrey working it to the inside, setting up that last maneuver as the waves seem to be cleaning up a bit. And this is the replay of blue.
Green is up. Hooking a lovely little backside carve there on the north section. She got to pick the low road here, see if she can make the connection, which she does. Trying to keep her rails clean and get another little finishing hit, which she does. That's a decent ride there for Green. She's currently sitting in third place. She's only has a 1 in her score line, so obviously that will improve.
So last of blue, 4.0. Waiting for that last of green. All the scores will be in. So we have one more score coming for green. And that's going to put priority on the outside with the surfer and red, Ella McCaffrey, followed by white. Zoe is the 2024 champion out here.
Okay, the situation is 19 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Priority sits with red, second priority with white, third priority with blue. Red, you're in the lead with a 7.33 total. Blue, you're in second with a 4.43. You need a 3.34 to take first position. Situation changed. Green's second score has just filled in at a 4.10. You're now in second position. That drops blue down to third. We still haven't seen red and white catch her first wave yet. Priority sits with red. Second priority with white. Third priority blue.
All right, so surfer in red, Ella McCaffrey currently sitting in that third place on the rankings. Coming in third last year in this very event, losing out to Talia in the semifinals. All right, while we have a quick break in the action, we're going to send it down to Amaya. She's standing by with Zoe Chait, winner of the last heat. Take it away, Amaya.
I'm here with Zoe Chait from California, who just won heat number 7 in the second round of the QS 6000 in the women division. How are you? Did you get a little moment to catch your breath?
Yeah, little moment. It was super fun out there. Probably the best soup bowl I served in a heat. So that was really cool to kind of see it start doing its thing. And yeah, I'm just so stoked to be here and grateful to get a couple waves.
A couple? I mean, you caught so many waves during that heat and ended up getting your best score on the last one and pushed to first place. You must feel so good about that.
Yeah, I kind of been practicing in waves like this at home. Super windy and kind of all over the place, but good. And I kind of felt that practice come into fruition through that heat. And yeah, I was super stoked and happy to make it through and get that last one. That last wave was super good and lined up well for me, so I was stoked.
Well, I would love to see that. And are you excited with the swell filling in?
I'm very excited. I surf big waves too and was just in Mexico surfing really big waves, so hopefully there'll be, I've been told, a few barrels tomorrow, and that would be pretty cool to get barreled in the contest, so I'm kind of keeping my fingers crossed for the rest of the week.
That would be so sick for sure. You want to say a little something, friends and family, thanking maybe the the crew right here as well.
Yeah, thank you. All my friends here. It's so much fun to be here with everyone. My girls, Olivia, Avery, and Dea here, just getting psyched on the interview. And all my dad and my mom at home, they make it possible for me to do this. And then all my friends. Shout out to the Half Moon Bay lifeguard crew as always. Let's go.
Thank you so much, and good luck for the next round.
Thank you.
All right, so we are waiting for a score to drop for red, blue, and white. And let me tell you, that score for red is going to be a big one. If we can cue up that replay, let the fans at home see what it is. Air drop coming off the bottom, right up in the pocket, right at the critical spot, straight into another bottom turn, pushes out the fins. Big wrapping cutback, setting up this inside. You think she's done now? No, she's not. Throws the fins one more time. Works it all the way to the inside and finishes with flair.
I am not a judge, but that is a major. Look at the replay here. Last of white. Lovely opening curve. Another redirect to the white water here. Tries to pick the lower road here. Gets one more setup in. Makes the connection. One big hit on the inside. These girls are going to town.
Okay, so we're all caught up with the waves. Now we're going to catch you up with the scores. So we're just waiting for these three scores to come in. So we got red, blue, and white to score. And I know this one for red is going up, up, up in the air, guaranteed. That was definitely probably the best wave of the event, in my opinion. And I'm a judge, so I have an opinion. There we go. I said it. It's coming. 9.33 red, 9.33. Single highest wave of the event. So now working on blue and white. So you see the scores on your screen. Everybody was right there nice and tight. When I saw that first turn, I said, oh boy, then the second one, and then the third one, and the fourth one. And then she finished it super strong on the inside, big blowtail.
That's what we call money in the bank. All right, that's got to be the highest score for the event so far?
Yep, definitely. Last of white, 487. Now just waiting on blue, and then I will update the whole situation. All right, still working on this score for blue. All right, last up blue, 3.33. So red is first, blue is second, green is third. Green, you require a 3.2, and white, you are fourth, you require a 2.4. 12 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
Oh, the sun's out. I just want to say a special hello. Good morning, and thank you to all the photographers on the beach capturing this moment. I know there are going to be lots of pics and videos flooding social media, and we're just happy to be exporting our lovely product of good waves, good vibes, and good action for this event and life on Barbados, life on the rocks like that. All right. Looks like something's coming up out there. Somebody looks interested. No.
So coming up in this first heat of this men's round of 96, you're going to see Teddy Whitman, Adam Bartlett, Owen Carter, and Alan Cleland. Alan Cleland is a World Championship Tour surfer, winning the Zander event here 2 years ago. So he knows this wave well. We got 12 rounds, 12 heats to come up in this round of 96. You are tuned into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. This event is presented by Diamonds International and brought to you by Surf Promotions Barbados Limited. This is 14 years we've been doing these events. This is the largest rated event in the North American calendar, and it is also the final event of the year, so we will be crowning champions right here at Soup Bowl. 4 women and 1 wild card will be vying for their chance, qualify for the Challenger Series, as we watch Blue up and right in. We will. And then on the men's side, we'll qualify 7 as we watch Green up and right and Fabiola working her way to that north section. Can she hang on? No, she can't. It's almost impossible to hold on to that maneuver. You got to be out front of that white water. There's just so much water moving underneath you.
All right, just in the 10-minute mark. Man, still got memories of the 933, but leading the heat right now is red. In second is blue. Blue needs a combination of 14.16. Green also is in. Green is in third position, needing a 3.23 to go to second. White is in fourth, needing a 2.46 also to go to second position. Right now, priority is white first, red second, and blue third. Just waiting for Green to get back out there so she can regain her priority. 9 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. This is heat 8 of round of 32. This will be the last one for the ladies. I think then we're going to get to some 64 action. This is going to be the men's. This is where it starts to heat up as the waves get more and more challenging.
Just want to say a big welcome to the BTMI, Kamal Clark. Kamal Springer, thank you very much for your years of support. Also to all of your crew out there. So situation in water remains the same. Red first, blue second. Green is third, requiring that 3.2. And the surfer in white, seasoned veteran Zoe Benedetto holding priority, sitting in the 4th spot, just needing a 2.4 as we watch this replay of Ella McCaffrey again. This was the single highest wave of the event so far. With turns like that, working it all the way to the inside, setting up every single maneuver, and then finishing with a big fin release, riding out cleanly. Here we go, blue, currently in second position, trying to increase that requirement. She's going to have to get some legs, gets around this one, goes up in the lip. So on waves like she just served, when you get around that little section and there's some good north in it, it is the funnest little barrel right there on that ledge. But when you fall, you go straight down to the reef. But it's where all the little groms kind of sit right in front of all the top surfers, and we'll pick off those little nuggets all day long. And this big grom sits with the little groms. So let's see where that last of blue comes in. That was Victoria Duprat, 6 minutes and 40 seconds. As the judges are watching the replay, maybe we can pull up that replay of green. We can break that down for the audience at home. Last of blue, 5.5. So green your requirement goes up to a 5.4, and white, your requirement goes up to a 4.6.
Again, a nice first hit underneath the pocket, open face carve, sticking with it, little roundhouse. And that's all she wrote, three maneuvers.
All right, this is wide. Nice elevator drop. Cracks it right in the position. Nice low turn. Just she got what she wanted out of it and paddled back out. Nice exchange from two riders. She still got time within 5 minutes and 42 seconds remaining.
I'd just like to add that was one nice quality maneuver there. Not much else.
Zoe currently ranked number 24th on the North American rankings, 20 years old, from Palm City, Florida. Finished 5th last year here, losing out to Reed Von Wagner. Reed went on into the finals, placed in 2nd behind Talia Swindell.
Situation is 5 minutes and 9 seconds remaining. Priority is with red, second priority is with blue. Priority has not been established between white and green.
So last of white was a 3-4-3. So white, you move into 3rd. Your requirement is a 4.6. And green, you drop to 4th. Your requirement is a 5.4.
Any idea when low tide is? What time? Late this evening?
No, that'll be probably about 2 or 3. I tried to read that twice and I didn't understand that.
All right, if you're now tuning in live on the web, we're now in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro, brought to you by Diamonds International. This is the ladies. I think this is the last heat of this round. It's round of 32. This is heat 8. After this, we'll be shifting gears and going over to the men's division. Both of these divisions, men's and ladies, are 6,000 points rated. And these are the points that the guys are trying to get to make it to the next level, the Challenger Series. And then from there, I think this year there's 7 events. Don't know how much they'll come through with next year. And then after qualifying at top 10 of the Challenger Series, then they'll advance to the CT, the CT Competitive Tour. That's where our guys like Alan Cleland and Kanoe Igarashi are. That's the big game. Those be the big boys.
All right, want to send a big shout out to my good buddy William Heddleson, Brett Heddleson, watching from Cocoa Beach, Florida. Speedy recovery to William. Situation white, you are in 3rd position. Your last wave was a 3.43. You require a 4.6. Green is in 4th, requiring a 5.4. 2 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Tide just starting to get to that optimum spot right now.
Nice walls and stuff like that.
Yeah, here we go, green. Fabiola looking for a score. Working out to that north section. Wave's not going to offer too much. And she's looking to better a 3.17 with just 2 minutes remaining. So white, she's going to pull the trigger. Zoe, was in 3rd priority, so no harm, no foul. She stays there. Servers in the next heat, guys. Just hold your positions there. Thank you.
About 90 seconds remaining. If anyone's looking to make that last shot, just when you're thinking about that move, making that move right now. All right, here we go. We're dropping in the last minute. Priority is red first, blue second, white third. "45 seconds. Will there be chances? There is red pulling the trigger. That puts blue in first priority with white second. 25 seconds. Red's continuing her ride right down to the inside. That's her heat leader. She's got the field comboed. You know, with that 9.33 earlier. I think she'll call that a day. Header and shore. We're still in the 10 now. 10 seconds remaining. This is blue late drop, ending the heat in 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, service in the next heat. Stand by, we're on a short hold. Calling out heat number 8, taking the win in red. Ella McCaffrey, followed closely by the surfer in blue, Victoria Duprat. So those two surfers will be moving on into the next round. Coming up in this heat, this is going to be the men's round of 96. Heat 1 through 12. So we got 12 more heats coming up for you. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break and we're all right, back to live action. This is heat number 1.
Of the men's round, we're expecting to see fireworks here right now. In the water, we are looking at our CT surfer, Alan Clean and Teddy Whitman, Adam Bartlett, and Owen Carter. This is 3 Americans with 1 Mexican. Expect to see fireworks in this heat. Swell is building. There are quality waves out there. I say that and the ocean actually goes sleepy for a second here. They were coming up on the tide is actually draining out. Few paddlers, no takers.
Red, he's going to draw first blood. Teddy Whitman, nope, he opts out. All right, this is the round of 96 in this BTMI Barbados Surf Pro presented by Diamonds International. Men's QS 6000, we're going to be going heats 1 through 12. 22 minutes remaining in this first heat. In the water, we got Teddy Whitman, Adam Bartlett, Owen Carter, and Alan Cleland. Surfers out there being very selective. Nobody having a wave yet. 4 minutes gone. White up and right and comes down with the lip.
Lit draw.
As the wave just barrels off. All right, we have a quick break in the action. We're going to cut to the glass with the winner of the last heat, Ella McCaffrey. She's standing by with Amaya. Take it away, Amaya.
And we're here with Ella McCaffrey from Encinitas, who didn't just win the last heat in his second round in the girl QS 6000, but also just dropped the highest score of the contest so far, 9.33. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, feeling good. The free surfs have been pretty rough this week, so it was nice to get a real wave.
Real wave, that's what we're talking about. I mean, excellent point. What a way to start your campaign.
Yeah, stoked. Thank you.
So what's the game plan? For tomorrow?
Are the girls on?
Hopefully, with some barrels maybe.
Okay. If the girls are on, just watch some heats, rest, get ready. And if the girls aren't on, probably have a beach day with the girls and watch the boys.
Watch the boys, cheer on the whole crew right there.
And support my brother, if my brother's surfing tomorrow. Let's go, Cole.
Let's not forget the family, right? Anybody else from the family you want to say hi to?
Yeah, shout out to my parents at home. Thank you guys for watching. Avery, Olivia, Dea, love you guys. Thanks for the support. Shout out to my coach Jake at home and Big 20 here on the beach.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck for the next one.
All right. Congratulations on that last heat. And we have a paddler. Blue is up. Nice inside corner. Lovely first snap. And another belting some water. Third low check turn. Wrapping. Another little snap. That's better. And another hit. Belting water to the sky. He's keeping with this. And the last stab. This is going to be a quality score.
Yeah, he brought his fans with him. He brought his fans. They like that one, especially those last two ones on the inside. Boy, clacks.
That is Adam Bartlett, and that will be the first score on the board in this heat. We are breaking down the replay, Nick.
All right, whoa. Just does two big hacking turns off the top and then brings it to the inside. You know, you just wrapping it to the white water, waiting for that to stand up. There it stands up, then bam, cracks it again. Boom, with a nice finish. I think he's happy with that one. And the judges are going to drop in some scores here. All right, last the blue. That score dropped in at a 6.67. He is now leading the heat. He really likes that one. White is in second place behind him with a small score of 1 point. He's going to need a 5.68. It's really early in the heat. The other two guys waiting to put some scores in the bank account. We still got 17 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Still early in the heat, waiting for priority to be established. Right now, I think white has third.
Okay, just to update you, 16 minutes and 48 seconds remaining. There's been one score consequence here from Adam Bartlett, spreader in blue with a 6.67. Priority sits with green, priority is with blue, second priority. I can't. Third priority is blue.
All right, so a priority has not been established between red and green. Third priority will go to blue. White will hold fourth priority when he gets to the outside. Here we go, green up and right, and Alan Cleland looking at that big first turn, coming out onto the open face. Nice wrapping cut back, setting up this inside, one last maneuver. And he goes out the back. So that was well-served wave by Alan Cleland. He is currently ranked number 19th on the CT. Age 23 years old. From Mexico.
Yeah, breaking down this replay here of green. It's a lovely outside maneuver and a finishing layback. Not sure if the judges will deem that last maneuver fully complete. That may hamper the score a little bit. So the scores are in. Last of green, a 4.50. So the situation currently is blue in first with a 6.67. Second is green with a 4.50. We have third is white, no rider yet for red. The time is 14 minutes and 34 seconds remaining.
All right, so 14 minutes remaining. Surfer in red gonna hold priority, followed by blue and white. So last of green was a 4.5. First of blue was a 6.6. So coming up in this next heat, Matten Bain, Logan Rad, Tommy Zakeli, and Esteban Chavez. As we watch red up and right, and this is Teddy Whitman. Looking for one finishing maneuver. Age 17 years old. Currently ranked 44th. He only started a couple of years ago competing. So white, he's going to be under second priority. Just comes unglued and goes down. So waiting on a couple of scores. Last of red. Last of white was a .67, just a quick up and down. All right, last of red, 4.93. So red goes to second. Green, you drop to third. Green just requires a .44. And white is fourth, requiring a 3.9.
All right, nice lull in the ocean. It's about 11 minutes remaining. Right now, priority stands at blue first, green second, white third, and red fourth. Situation is blue is in first with a 6.67. Red is in second, needing a 1.75 to go to first. Green, you're in third position with a 4.5. You need small score of 0.44. And white, you're in fourth, needing a 3.94. We got 10 and a half minutes, still a lot of time, but looking kind of sleepy out there for the competitors. Each of them just having one real wave of consequence in their bank account, so to speak. But yeah, heat's still early. There's waves out there. They're popping up. Look at this one. Who wants it?
Indicative of the outgoing tide. It's just going to get a little bit slower, but there's still plenty of scoring potential like this one. Blue with priority. He's out of position. White takes off, but gives way, and blue up in the lip. Floats the second section on the north peak. He's going to hang on, and on the outside, Alan Cleland pulls in the first barrel of the day. So blue, if we can cue back up that replay of green when he's done.
He's running it. Bam!
All right, let's cue up that replay of green because that wave was mental. We were watching blue on the inside, but here we go. This is green. Nice drop, pulls in, goes behind the curtain, back door, and then throws a big vertical turn, smashes it, keeps his composure, stalls the board a little bit, waits for this wave to line up, stand back up, and throws the fins. Alan Cleland. All right, so we're waiting on a score for blue. Last of blue, 7.5. 7.5 for blue. But, so this is the replay of blue. You see white took off, but he gives way. Nice big solid turn right in the critical spot. Throws it up again. Cut it a little short, but it's a good thing he did because if he didn't, he wasn't making it. As he works his way around the section, eyes up the last turn, and hits it hard. So we got live action red. This is the first maneuver going up in the lip. Teddy Whitman, and he can't quite get back out onto the open face. 9.17 for green, 9.17 green. So green goes to second. Red, you require an 8.7. You have a wave coming, but probably not going to cut your requirement. And white, you are in a combination situation and require a combination score of 13.6. So last of red, 3.3. You still require that 8.7. But Alan Cleland finding a gem, going backdoor, pulling in. That's more of what we're going to see tomorrow, with maybe another 4 feet on it. That long period swell. It's so indicative of the wind. We just need the wind to just stay off of it as that swell rolls down the Atlantic. 917, Alan, 9.17. You are in second position. Priority order, white, blue, green. Six minutes, 10 seconds remaining as we watch this replay again. Alan Cleland going backdoor. And then that big vertical turn there. Really with some points on that barrel, but really and truthfully, the main points come from these two big turns. And then he's looking at this inside, overhead on the inside, and just pushes out the fins, full control, and completes the maneuver. So surfers in the next heat, you can paddle out, just stay down. Well, sorry, you got 40 seconds before you can paddle out. But if you want to start now, you can just stay down in your channel. I will kind of keep you out of the current. Looking there at Martin Bain, getting himself in the zone, getting ready. He's there with Logan Rad, anxiously awaiting their turn at Soup Bowl. So you see only 3 servers on your screen right now. The 4th surfer is all the way over to the right. He is in 4th priority, which is a good strategy to have. You separate yourself from the pack. There's nobody that you have to give way to. You automatically become your own first priority. So it is a little bit of a strategy to do that. As the surfers on the peak start to catch waves, you'll see him move back into your screen, move back into a better position. You can see him right there. He's probably 50 feet away. If any wave comes in out there, none of the other surfers to the left will be able to keep him off of that wave. So in essence, he will put himself in a good position to be the only one on that wave. Another strategy is for the surfers to do exactly what they're doing and say, wait a minute, why is he up there? And he pulls them up there, pulls the other surfers out of position. Tons of strategy involved in surfing, but at the end of the day, it all boils down to 2 things: catching the best waves and executing maneuvers to the highest capacity that you could do it in the most critical spot on the wave. Doesn't matter how many maneuvers you do, just matters the quality of the maneuver and where they're executed on the wave. It actually sounds so simple, but it really isn't. As we watch White, as we're watching White rolling his way, oh, he can't hang on. So we're gonna introduce a new commentator into the booth. Bodie Rapson, welcome to the broadcast, Bodie.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. First of all, good afternoon to everybody present, the Bathsheba community. I've been watching from home and it has been an exciting morning of surfing. So I'm stoked to be here, be on the call for the guys this afternoon. I want to take a moment to really highlight the level of performance I witnessed from the ladies this morning. Some big performances, Girls showing that as the waves step up, they're going to step up too. Seeing some massive individual scores. And I love how stoked the girls are for tomorrow. I don't know if they're going to run or not, but everybody is super stoked as we watch this swell build. Just like we called it, swell is building, and we're seeing a little bit more of that north prevailing.
All right, here we go. Watching blue. This is Adam Bartlett. He is the heat leader. A little bit of a smaller wave. Looking to replace a 6.6. With 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. Hands priority to the server in green. Followed by red, then white. So watching white. Here we go. White up and right in. Coming out. Nice little lip line float, re-entry. Can't hang on to the finish and maneuver, but green with priority on the outside. Red gives way. Green up and right, and Alan Cleveland throws it up vertical, pushes out the fins, coming out onto the open face. Another big turn. He's on his way to another big score. 2 outside major maneuvers. Looking to finish this off strong. He's going to come to shore with just 55 seconds remaining. No, he's not. He's going to prove me wrong and go back out.
Wow, Lou. Can't wait to see the replay of that one. Alan Cleveland go into town. One of our CT surfers here just come to visit home. No pressure, out there having fun and showing the level of surfing that we see at the top level and where these guys need to be at. Look at this replay. Taking priority, coming in from deep, throwing it straight up into that first turn, blowing out the tail, comes around into another big turn up in the lip. A little bit of a stall, wrapping, staying close to that power source. Another little wrap back. Wave kind of peters out, but he did the work on the outside.
All right, coning this one in. In 3, 2, 1. So that ends heat number 1 in this round of 96. Surfers in the water, stand by. We have a couple of scores to drop, catch you up. So last of green, 7.2. Green goes to first. Blue, you dropped to second. So just one more score for white. White, 3.07. So situation in the water ends. Green first. Alan Cleveland taking the win, followed closely by the server in blue, Adam Bartlett. Those 2 servers will be moving on into tomorrow when we get the big stuff. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back after these messages. Surfers in the water, hold your positions. We are going to get this one started shortly. Counting this one in, 10 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. So coming up in this heat in red, we have Matt and Bain.
Red. Wanna hear about this new super feed stage?
From the fields where hard work meets hope. Born from the heartbeat of every farmer. Forged in dedication, strengthened by purpose, and fueled by the power of superior nutrition. It's a bird! It's a grain! No! It's super feed! Superior.
All right, we are back to live action. Big shout out to my good buddy, Christopher Sullivan, watching. Thank you for tuning in. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. You know what's coming. You've been here on plenty days when we have that forecast, so we'll see what it has in store for us.
And so things just a little sleepy at the moment. Surfers all just kind of trying to put themselves in the best position, anticipating where the next set is going to come through.
Bodie, just want to ask you a question. Did you manage to see that 9.33 that happened earlier?
Oh my
this morning?
gosh. I was driving over. I had to pull the car over
I hope
and
you
look at the
focus on the
replay.
road.
No, I had to pull the car over, bro. I had to pull the car over, watch that replay. Lou called it. Lou said that's the best wave he's seen of the event. Like 3 seconds later, I hear 9.33. I'm like, wow, okay. The girls were stepping up. I was so psyched driving over here, I got to say. The ladies really put on a performance this morning. I'm looking forward to some of the next rounds of heats. Big shout out to the queen of Soup Bowl, Chelsea Tuat, most consistent surfer I think we've ever had here from the ladies. And then some big performances. Reed, Ella, of course, with that 9. Talia, showing she's here to defend her title.
So it's quite safe to say with the cleaning up of this swell that's coming in, we're going to see a lot more bigger numbers on the table.
Oh, bro, I'm really stoked for this afternoon. As we said, we're going to start to see a little bit more of that north show itself. Tomorrow is going to be psycho, so I'm looking forward to that for sure. We called it. And the great thing about today is that we're seeing a slow build in the swell, so the surfers are getting a chance to slowly adjust as the bowl shows its teeth slowly before tomorrow we get a snarl
It's
and a growl.
it's like the grin of a clown. Oh, this is so nice, and wait, those are teeth?
Yeah.
I'm out of here. Yeah, we had a nice forecast from Teddy Allen yesterday.
Yeah.
He is our local wave forecaster, and he's usually on point, and he has good things to say about this evening and tomorrow, so
yeah.
Stay tuned out there, you netizens.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about this swell is 0.7 of a meter. It's not even 3 feet at 8 seconds. Tomorrow goes up to 2.2 at 16 seconds.
Yeah, so maybe I was a little bit...
Goes from 3 feet to 8 to 10 feet at 16 seconds.
Yeah.
Fully 14-degree direction. That is optimum. Optimum direction for the swell. Hits the reef completely square. Doesn't bend off the reef at all. As we're watching the water with 20 minutes remaining, no surfing yet being done. So the surfers in the water still battling conventional priority. Surfer closest to the peak will have right of way over anybody else. So there's a lot of jockeying for position right now, trying to stay above the next surfer, put yourself in a good position. As we see something approaching, surfers going under. Anybody going to get in position for this one? It looks like green, looks like blue. Who's going to pull it? Green pulls it up and right in. Look for the barrel. No takers. Just kind of did not hit the reef the right way. That wave was a little bit one of those east-northeast. That is the dominant swell today with a little underlying north swell. You saw that wave Alan Cleland had in the last heat. That was more of what we're going to see tomorrow. That's the direction that it's going to change to.
That's when those big snarling lips start throwing over and giving you some pretty cavernous barrels. If you're in the right spot, it is amazing. If you're in the wrong spot, it's pretty painful, Lou.
Yeah, I know both of those feelings.
Don't we all?
Here we go, red up and right in. Kind of bending off the reef a little bit, but he was still managed to get that first turn in. Cutting it back, he's going to wait for it to see if it will reform. And it has some ribs rolling through. So that is Matt Bain. And on the outside, White, he's going to roll in. Another one that just isn't really touching the reef the right way. He's going to get this little north peak ahead of him. You can actually see that peak in front of him is actually coming directly at him. That's indicative of that wave coming in out of the north. The freaky thing is when it's about 8 foot, and that's the barrel coming at you. You actually are taking off, and the wave is bending around. Sometimes you pull in the barrel, and it's almost like you can't see the opening, and you have to turn right in the barrel. All right, while we have a little break in the action, wait for these scores to drop. We're going to send it to the glass with the winner of the last heat. That's Alan Cleland. He's standing by with Amaya. Take it away, Amaya.
And we're welcoming Alan Cleland Jr. from Mexico, just fresh off of his rookie year on his CT last year, and who also just won his first heat in a round of 96 in a men QS. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Stoked to be back in Barbados with all my friends. You know, there's a couple waves. There's plenty of swell coming. And, yeah, stoked to get a couple scores and get through the heat.
Well, you didn't just get through the heat. You also got through that big section there and showed us that there are some barrels upcoming. Are you excited for that?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, you know, tomorrow everybody's talking that it's going to be, like, the biggest it's ever been. So, I don't know. I'm kind of scared. But, yeah, I'm ready. And hopefully we get a couple barrels and some heats. And, you know, hopefully everybody has fun and everybody gets a couple waves.
Well, yeah, hopefully everybody gets some waves, more scores. I mean, excellent heat total for you. You must feel stoked. And, obviously, speed, power, flow, and somewhat of a barrel here and there. So, great. Congratulations. What's the plan for tomorrow then?
Yeah, no, thank you. Just have fun and hang out with my friends. And, you know, I just want to say a big shout out to all my boys, Caleb, Josh Burke, everybody around here. And, yeah, stoked to be here. Hopefully get some more barrels soon. You.
Well, I can't wait to see that for sure. Congratulations once again. Thank you.
All right, well done. So we're going to catch you up here with all the scores. We had some waves written while we were on that interview break. You can see on your split screen. So first of red, you're currently in first position. You dropped a 5.5. First of blue, 0.70. First of white, 383. As we see white up and writing right now. And first of green, 467. So white still working his way to the inside. Going up in the lip with 15 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. He's the first. He will have two waves on the board, two scoring waves. So that will put him in first. So white, second of white, 343. You go to first. Red drops to second. Green is in third. Green requires a 0.84. And blue is in fourth, requiring a 4.8.
As we saw, yeah, Surfer in green getting a decent score for one good maneuver. He'll be looking to hopefully use that as his backup score. Esteban Chavez from Costa Rica. And then we saw Surfer in white taking a few inside and finding that little bit of a north peak that's starting to show itself a little bit more and getting some work done mainly on the inside. We know if we want to get those big scores, the judges want to see those outside maneuvers. Inside is all the gravy.
All right, coming up in this next heat, heat number 3, Jairo Perez, Tanner Sandvig, Giorgio Gomez, and JJ Martinez. That will be heat number 3 in this BTMI Barbados Surf Pro, presented by Diamonds International. Brought to you by Surf Promotions Barbados. This event is in memory of Zander Venezia. This is the men's QS round of 96. We're going to be going all the way to heat 12 today.
See a little movement, Lou? Surfer in blue, up and right in. This is Logan Ratto from the States. And
that wave just got split in two, just on the wrong side of the peak. So Blue's going to look at this one. He does a smart move. He's seen it coming, and he lets it go.
Yeah, the surfers are dealing with multiple swells in the water. And it's all about how they hit the reef and being in the right place, selecting the right one. And they will get plenty of scoring opportunity.
All right, so once again, folks, we have some bar specials going on today. Carib beers, you get 3 for 15, 6 for 20. Somebody's math don't seem right there. You buy 3 for 15 and you get 3 more for just $5 more. And you get Heineken's 3 for 20. We also have lunch, which starts at 11:30. All are welcome under the hospitality tent. You don't need to sit on the beach in the sun. Come up, mingle with the surfers. Everybody is welcome in the yard. It is not just for the competitors. All are welcome, free of charge. For those of you that are on the beach, please leave nothing on the beach but your footprints. Thank you very much. Green, your last wave was a 4.67. You are currently in second position. You need a 0.84 to move up into that advancing position. Red, you are in second with a 5.5. Blue is in third with a 4.6.
Coming up on 12 minutes to go. Priority sits of the surfer in red. And he's just sitting with one wave at the moment, so he'll be looking for a solid backup score, or even if he can, ideally make his 5.5 his backup score. That would put him in a strong position to advance.
Blue under priority. Logan Ride throws it up vertical. Going to get another turn. That first turn was not a bad maneuver. He is trying to replace, oh, he doesn't even have really a counting score yet. So that'll get him on the board. All right, last up, Blue, 4.2, 4.2. You now require a 1.3. So with 11 minutes, 10 seconds remaining, this heat is still wide open, anybody's game. Just have a highest surf wave so far is a 5.5. There is still plenty scoring potential in the water. When the tide starts to back out, the waves do get a little bit slower, but when the sets come, they come with just as much energy as before. Just maybe a little more inconsistent.
Yeah, that was excellent strategic surf in there from the surfer in blue, sitting with third priority, seeing that little nugget roll in, recognizing that he didn't have any meaningful scores, and managed to, under priority, drop a decent score in a pretty slow heat. That could end up being a substantial score, depending on what we see as the surfer in white is getting set. And here we go, coming in, Tommy Zahalka comes from quite deep, trying to make his way in, trying to find that peak for that one big blowtail. But he gets in that convergence zone, and we know how hard it is to ride out of that.
Yeah, that's where you got to be real loose on your feet. Try and get back down the wave before that wave converges. It's just so much energy underneath the board, so much current, so much water moving around.
I heard you say it earlier, you got to be out ahead of that. You can't be in the midst of it as we come up to 9 minutes and 50 seconds left in this heat.
Yeah, you just need to get down the wave before the sweeper comes out from the right.
I love the way how you say you just need to do that. Sure, Lou.
Yeah, right here is easy. Sitting right here is really easy.
Oh, yeah. We know exactly what they just need to do. I'll tell you, one of the important things is your entry speed when you're going into that section. If you're at all feeling that your board's dragging and you just think, oh, I can throw it up in there, you can, and you may get that photo opportunity, but you ain't riding out. You need as much speed entering that section as you will need to ride out of it.
All right, just coming up on that 9-minute mark. Last of white was just a 1.0. He is the current heat leader.
Just seeing that little shift to the north for that last set come in. Surfers are repositioning themselves. They seem to think they see something in the water, and everybody's making a move, Lou.
Yeah, they're just going the wrong direction.
Like I said, it's easy up here in the booth.
I've been surfing this way for 40 years.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if any of these guys were smart, they'd be tapping into you before they even turn up here. Uncle Lou.
Yeah.
Give me the playbook. But there's nothing like learning on the job, and that's what these guys are doing. 8 minutes to go in this heat. Quick rundown. Your heat leader is the surfer in white. He's sitting with a 3.83 and a 3.43. He's in 4th priority. Then we have our surfer in red. He sits with priority and a single wave of a 5.5, so he's looking for a 1.76 to take the heat lead. And our surfer in green, he's sitting with a 4.67 and a 0.05, so he'll be looking to replace that 0.5. And he needs a 0.84 to get into his advancing position. And then our surfer in blue, similar 4.20 and a 0.83. And he's looking for a 1.31 to advance. So very open heat at the moment. This next exchange is going to really throw the cat amongst the canaries. As we are coming closer and closer to that low tide, we're starting to see the reef expose itself a little bit more. The surfer's having a look at a little inside peak, but red opts not to go.
Yeah, Bodie, we got that little low tide rip starting to pull through Soup Bowl now. It was way up the beach, but it seems like it's kind of moving to the left. Gonna make conditions a little more challenging. Six minutes, 10 seconds remaining as White, your heat leader. He's going to give way to Red. Red had first priority, goes up in the lip, working it out onto the open face, throws it, another vertical turn, cutting it back, sticking with it. He's going to get some more opportunities, another nice turn, and he goes out the back. So he is currently in second position, just sitting on a single wave of a 5.5, and on the outside, Blue up and right in. Coming off the bottom, going up. Nice little whitewater lip line climb. Little carve off the top, just sticking with it. He's looking at that section coming at him. Kind of gets a little hung up there, but still manages to maneuver.
Well, that was a nice exchange after a little bit of downtime. Red showing the importance of holding on to that priority as he took the wave off of White. As we watch this replay, White giving way to Red, who finds himself a nice little north peak, bangs it up, little whitewater float, uses all that trajectory speed to make his way out onto the open face with a nice lip line slash, a little bit of a carve, throws it up into the lip one more time, and he will be super happy with that as his second score. As we watch Blue up behind him, again using second priority, nice little wrap back towards the whitewater, nice white vertical tag, looks for that lip line turn, another little slash back, a little bit of a sleepier wave than Red, didn't quite get the same kind of north stretch out, but a nice little finish on the inside too. So very nice exchange, and those will be good scores for those guys. So we're at 4 minutes and 20 seconds, guys. We'll give you a situation update as soon as these scores drop.
Yeah, still waiting for Red and Blue to drop. So hold tight, bear with us.
Judges taking their time. These will be significant scores. It's been a slow heat. And I believe those were maybe the two best ridden waves that we saw. And the judges are going to want to make sure they take their time. They're going to look at both the replays of each wave. They're going to compare. They're going to find separations, points of difference, size of the wave, angle of attack, variety of maneuvers, criticalness of maneuver, commitment, as we have some scores.
All right, here we go. Red, 5.37. You're in first. Blue, you drop a 4.7. You go to second. White, you drop to third. White, you require a 5.0. And green, you're fourth. You require a 4.24. 3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
All right, heat is starting to take shape. 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Are we going to have time for another exchange? Green sitting with one wave of significance. He'll be looking for He'll be looking for a score as we watch Blue taking another little insider, making his way around that section that crumbles up, throws it vertical into the lip. Another little tag, goes on the high road, and that wave just peters out, rolls off into the bay. But Blue under priority, just keeping busy, trying to throw away a 4.2. As we watch White, Tommy Zahalka, straight up into the lip, makes his way around onto the open face, a little bit of a wrap, just trying to stay near the white water, looking for that reform on the inside, couple more wraps. As we watch Red out behind, slamming it into that up vertical section. Couple of little wraps as the wave goes a little sleepy, but he's looking for that inside reform and looking for one more tag, and he comes unstuck. Here we see Esteban Chavez, our Costa Rican surfer, using his priority. Getting a bit of work done on the outside, but that wave goes a little sleepy on him. He's looking for more. And nice little blowtail, and gets a 2-for-1 finish. So squeezing every last point and point of a point.
White in the next heat. You have to go back, please. White in the next heat. Please go back.
Here we got the replay, Lou.
Yeah, looking at this wave for Red. Coming off the bottom, going up in the lip. Nice top turn. This is the 537. You're waiting for it to just wall up on the inside. Oh, pardon me, that hasn't dropped yet. So as we're watching green now, this is another important score here because he is currently in 4th position.
We also have a score to drop for White. So with 1 minute to go, we will be dropping your scores. There could be some movement here. The judges are deliberating. The next heat, you just hold your position. Any of these guys might be able to find another little nugget on the inside.
All right, with 35 seconds remaining, still waiting on these couple of scores for Red, White, and Green.
We also have our surfer in Blue in the lineup with priority, hoping that he'll get another opportunity to defend his current 2nd position. So stay tuned for some fireworks as we go into the last 20 seconds, Lou. Will Logan, our surfer in Blue, get an opportunity? Here he is, scratching into one. It's going to wall up for him a little bit. Here we go. Looking for that section, throws it up, bangs it off the white water.
And
that's all she wrote for him.
2, 1. So that ends the heat. Surfers in the next heat, please. Stand by. We're on a short hold. We got 4 scores to drop. So stand by. We are on a short hold.
This is where the judges earn their money, Lou. They are going to be analyzing all of these waves, dissecting it all, looking for points of separation.
All right, last of green, 437. So that will send you to 2nd. However, I have a wave coming for Blue in 3rd and for White in 4th. So White, your last wave coming in at a 5.6. You go back to 2nd. Now the last of Blue requires a 4.73, drops a 3.27. Does not change the situation. So Red 1st, White 2nd. So those 2 servers will be advancing. Servers in the next heat, please stand by. We are going to count this one in 10 seconds. In 3, 2, 1.
All right, Nick, welcome back to the booth. What do you think of the fireworks to end that last heat?
Yeah, I was just down there next to the competitors. I was listening to all that hooting and hollering. I'm loving this camaraderie. Out in the water, not yet. The waves are really lining up. It's getting better and better. I think everybody's getting in the groove. We're looking at the scores, getting higher and higher. Guys are really reading the waves better.
Well, that was a little bit of a tricky, sleepier heat, but we know the bowl does that, especially when we're seeing the tide start to drop out like that. And you'll get heats that are absolutely pulsing and pumping, and then you might have a little bit of a sleepier heat after that, but it's the same heat for all the competitors out there.
Yeah, the playing ground is leveled. Yeah, sometimes it does get grindy, but that's when I guess heat management comes into play.
Yeah.
I watched Green take a couple from the inside. I don't know how he feared, but you know, sometimes ocean goes flat. You got to deal with it. Show us your best surfing on what comes through.
Yep, heat strategy comes into play, but then, you know, sometimes it's just that little stroke of luck. You know, you just happen to be in the right place. That little nugget comes along. You know, God says, here you go, bro.
You know,
have this one.
This one's for you. Show me
And
what you
the
can
rest
do.
is up to you. But, yeah, for sure. So it was a little bit of a grindy heat, but we did see some really good performances. And now we're going to turn ourselves to the third heat in this round of 36 in the men's QS 6000, brought to you by BTMI and Diamonds International, as we see our surfer in blue, Tanner Sandvig, throws it up into the lip, gets a little hung up, makes his way back onto the open face. He's going to look for more. Nope. So I don't think he was very happy with that first turn. It was a little mistimed. Probably thought,
yeah,
let's get back out there.
Getting our toes in the wax.
Yeah, it's always good to get your feet in the wax. I try to do that before I leave the beach.
I do the opposite. I try to get the sand off my feet before I leave the beach.
True that. So in this heat, we have our surfer in red, Jairo Perez from Costa Rica. Jairo Perez. Sorry, homie. Tanner Sandvig, representing USA. And we have Giorgio Gomez from Colombia. And then we also have JJ Martinez from Puerto Rico. So strong Hispanic influence in this heat. Bienvenidos to everybody tuning in. From our Latin America, Central America regions, where we get plenty of waves. I know that's a big training ground for a lot of these guys. They all head down, especially to Central America. I know these guys all head over to Costa Rica, Panama, Nicaragua, surf those heavy shore breaks. Lots of sand, but really heavy wave. Good practice for taking off and tucking in. You need to have cojones for those waves, for sure.
Don't worry, it's coming later this evening. Definitely tomorrow.
Yeah, they'll see hopefully the Soup Bowl version of that tomorrow. So we're looking forward to everybody that is tuned in today. Coming back tomorrow, bring in your friends, pass it on, share the link as we watch some red Jairo Perez on a nice looking one. Nick, what do you think?
Oh, just nice sweet bomb turn, floats it off the top and just grabbing cut back. He's like just escaping the Dimash, getting smashed up on the reef. Red's gonna bring it down to the inside. Out the back is green. Nice wrapping turn on the face of the wave, open face of the wave. He's showing the judges he can utilize his rail to keep the speed and redirect the board. Green's out. He's done what he needs to do. Also with red, red made it right down to the inside. So we're gonna look at what the judges are going to reward, and we'll have a quick little replay. Here we go, Bodie. What we see?
First, we're seeing green. JJ Martinez coming deep round. Nice wrapping turn. Waited for that wave to stand up a bit. Another bit of a wrap back into the power source. Third wrapping turn. That wave goes a little sleepy. So just 3 nice wraps. But here we have Jairo coming from deep, throwing it vertical. Doesn't quite get the redirection, but lots of spray. Lovely carving turn. Almost gets a little hung up, but manages to keep the rail in the water. Make his way back out onto the open face. Another little snap. Little whitewater turn with a little blowtail. And Jairo will be super happy with that. So we are going to wait for some scores to drop. But in the meantime, we're going to go to the lovely Amaya with the win of last heat, Matt and Bain. right, well, we're waiting to go to the glass. We saw a wave written by J.J. Martinez, just getting a little tag up and down, trying to stay busy. Okay, I think we're ready. Take it away, Amaya.
And we're here at the glass with Martin Bain from North Carolina, who just won heat number 2 in the round 96 of the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. How are you?
I'm doing good. It was fun. There was a lot of waves out there, and it was really hard to choose the right ones. But yeah, I'm just glad to get it done and be on to the next round.
Yeah, it was a pretty open heat until the end. How did you manage to keep your nerves down?
Yeah, just holding priority. I was just trying to bring down my my stress levels, I guess, and yeah, I ended up working out. I just try not to panic, and yeah, luckily the wave came, and I was able to link a few turns together and get it done.
Got it done. I mean, it worked out for you, so congratulations. You want to talk us about your first experience here in Barbados?
Yeah, it's super cool here. Everyone's super friendly, and yeah, I love the waves. Supol is incredible. I just love surfing on my backside, and the wave is so perfect for it. And yeah, I'm just stoked to surf another heat out at Supol.
Surf another heat. Love it. Well, congratulations. On to the next round. You want to still have something for friends and family maybe back at home?
Yeah, thanks to all my friends and family back home. Shout out to my parents for supporting me, and I want to give a shout out to my girlfriend for supporting me and giving me some reassurance for that I could do it out there. So thank you.
You got this. All right. Good luck for the next round. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're back live. Congrats again to Matt Bain. We're going to drop a few scores. So we're going to drop last of green. You dropped a 2.4. Oh, sorry, last of green, you dropped a 3.8. Last of blue, you dropped a 2.67. And last of red, you dropped a 7.67. That puts you firmly in the lead. 17 minutes, 30 seconds to go. We'll give you a complete rundown.
All right, in red is first with your 7.67 that you dropped. Second is green. Green needs a 3.85 to take out the number 1 spot. Third, it's blue. Tanner, you have a 2.67, and you're needing a 4.96. And this is white. This is Giorgio's first ride. And we'll wait for the judges to drop in his score. Right now, priority stands at blue first and red second. Just about 17 minutes remaining in the heat.
Yeah, we saw white Giorgio Gomez pull the trigger there, get one nice outside turn, tried to throw it up into a little bit of a critical section, came unstuck on the second turn, but he'll still be happy again to get off the mark. Not quite the wave he'd have been looking for to get started, but plenty of time to go. So last of white, you dropped a 3.1. 3.1, that puts you into third place. You are looking for a 4.53 to advance. And blue, you're looking for a 4.96, as we see blue up and down.
Yeah, blue just pulled the trigger on his priority there. And I think he just may have even misread the wave or had a tumble. Oh, paddle, battle, paddle, battle.
Wait. Yeah, it looked like blue just got like a little bit of a ridge run across top of his wave. So priority update, we got red in priority. Green, you sit in fourth priority as we watch red pulling into one from deep. Trying to make his way around, but came on the wrong side of that section. Yeah. So green, you sit in third priority, and you require a 3.85. Sorry, situation update. You require a 4.35 to take the lead. You are in third priority. White, you sit in priority. You require a 4.53. Blue, you're in second priority, and you require a 4.96. 15 minutes to go.
All right, getting some healthy exchanges out there. Got some waves, lots of waves on the way. I think we're going to see it even get better and better as the sun gets higher and higher, and it gets hotter and hotter.
We're just seeing the replay of Jairo Perez is 7.67, making his way all the way inside, really milking it. Got that outside maneuvers and then got the gravy. So as we say on the outside, that is what we call the meat and potatoes.
Oh, yeah, and then throwing his fins out the back, like fully compressing and throwing that back foot out. That makes it so much nicer for the judges. You know, he's using his style, speed, showing his power. That's everything all in one maneuver.
So 14 minutes to go. Once again, we want to thank all of our sponsors for helping us put on this world-class event. World-class athletes, world-class judging. As we're looking at red, having a little look at this one. Here we go, Nick. This is Jairo Perez, the heat leader, throwing it up into that section, making his way around, little whitewater, vertical whitewater tag, pumping his way, looking for more. Nice layback carve and a little 2-for-1 finish. So Jairo Perez is having a real good time out there. The surfer from Costa Rica, really enjoying the conditions here at the bowl as we welcome Lou back into the booth.
Thank you very much. I bet you'll never guess how old Jairo is.
Okay. I gotta say, okay, I'm gonna go young because your thing is, I'm gonna say 16, 17.
Double that.
Huh?
Double that.
No, what?
He's 35.
Jairo? You're kidding.
35
That
years
guy
old.
is ripping.
He's been serving for a long time.
Oh, here he is. I can see him on screen now. Jairo Perez. Well done. That guy is ripping.
And Giorgio is 30.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Watching white. Throwing it up into the lip. That wave has gone a little sleepy, but he can see. Oh, nope. He just ups out.
So, Bodie, I had the privilege of, a couple years ago, we did a SUP event, World Tour event here.
Oh, I was here. I was here.
I had the privilege of crowning Giorgio's sister world champion.
Giorgio's sister of the SUP. Yeah. Wow, okay. Yeah. That was such, I tell you what, I remember that event, and I remember a lot of skepticism around it. You know, the bowl was actually pumping, so guys were guys were annoyed because they were like, oh, we want to surf the bowl. But I tell you what,
men were ripping.
When those guys and girls went out there on those SUPs, mouths were dropping, jaws were dropping.
I was amazed. I never imagined.
There was no more complaints. Guys were just sitting on the beach, just enjoying the show, really. The level was so high. So, 11 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Priority sitting with our surfer in blue. Yeah, I don't know if Nick was around for that event. Were you here when they did the SUP championship?
Oh, yeah, I was here.
The conditions were on.
His sister won it.
Yeah, that's what he was just saying. That he actually, we got red. Jairo Perez. Oh, tucking under the lip. Does he manage to doggy door it? No.
A little bit too much convergence inside that barrel. Not really fully ready to open up.
Yeah, just a little tease of what may come.
It was breathing. That's what you call it. It was breathing. It was, yeah.
Oh, we got a little, surfers are looking at something here, Lou.
So blue, and he goes down. I think he's the youngest in this heat.
I think that was a speed wobble.
Yep, 16 years old. There's a couple of low results. Currently ranked 96th. White, you are in third position, Giorgio. Your last wave was a 3.17. You require a 4.4. So full rundown, guys. Red, you are first. Red, you have a 7.67 and a 4.67. Green, you're second. You have a 3.83 and a 3.8. White, you are third. You have a 3.17 and a 3.10. You require a 4.4. Blue, you are fourth. You have a 2.67 and a 0.73. You require a 4.9. 9 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Priority is on the outside with green, white, blue, then red. So this is heat number 3 coming up. In the next heat, we have Andrea Schneider, Tommy Layson, Corey Leroux, and Charlie Martin. So local surfer, green with priority. They all let it go. All of them let that wave go. That wave had massive scoring potential on it. All right, green with priority. Little airdrop out onto the open face. Works his way to that north section and can't hang on. So this is going to leave Giorgio on the outside with priority. Giorgio Gomez has been coming here a long time. He knows this wave well. And he goes down.
Okay, I think somebody put some soap on them boards this morning.
Something's
All right,
wrong.
here's Blue.
That's Blue up and right in. Right up in the pocket. Nice turn. This is the youngster, 16 years old. Another big turn. Kind of gets hung up a little bit, but manages to get back down the face looking for this finishing maneuver. Throws it up. He's got another maneuver that he didn't see on the left, but anyhow, that was it, all she wrote. So he only needs a mid-range score. So we're going to watch his replay, but the money turn is his first turn. Straight off the bottom, right up into the critical spot. Didn't get hung up at all, but he gets hung up a little bit on the next turn right here. Just went a little bit too far out the back. Manages to regain control and then finishes it strong. So that's going to be a decent score. It's going to definitely be his best. So is it going to be enough to put him into that advancing position? I think it will. Just coming in under that requirement. So you required a 4.9, you drop a 4.83. You go to third, but now you only require a 2.8. So Blue, you are in third. You now require a 2.80. 6 minutes, 35 seconds remaining.
All right, Blue's making his way back out to the lineup where he'll get his priority. Right now, priority stands at red first, white second, and green third. Leading the heat is red, second is green. Green needs 8.51 to take out first place. Blue, you're in third. You need a 2.8 to move to second, and white, you need a 4.46 to move from fourth to second. We got about 5.5 minutes left, guys.
All right, we're at the 5-minute mark. We are at the 5-minute mark, guys. As we see Blue taking off on a little insider. looking for a small score, but that wave doesn't offer him much. So last of blue, you dropped a 2 for that last wave, not enough. You are looking for a 2.8. As we're watching, coming up to the 4-minute mark. Priority sitting with the heat leader, so he's in a very strong position. Priority basically means you get the choice of any wave. Any other of the competitors have to give way to you as long as you decide that you want to go on that wave. The other competitors can still catch waves, but they must give way to the surfer with the highest priority. And that presently sits with the surfer in red, Jairo Perez. Seen a couple of spills in this heat so far as we have a little bit of a cross current as we see the tide change, Lou. A little bit more chop on the face, a little chatter.
And that rip seems to have moved back out to where it was earlier. A little bit more to the right of your screen. It was coming down right through the middle of the soup bowl. So surfers in the next heat, just hold your positions there.
Three minutes.
2 minutes, 50 seconds remaining as the old veteran Jairo Perez holding down the lead with a 7.67 and a 4.6. So on the bubble is surfer in blue, the youngster Tanner Sandvig, and Giorgio Gomez. He's also a veteran out here. So just a couple minimum scores. So blue requiring a 2.8 and white requiring a 4.4. So the priority order is working more for the surfer in white. He's sitting in second priority. So blue, he goes with fourth priority, only needs a small score, and if he makes this, I'm guarantee he gets it. So he is on his way to the score with 2 minutes remaining. Throws it up vertical. All right, so
I think that's job done for Tanner. The rest is in the hands of the waves and the sets as we see JJ Martinez trying to answer back. He throws a nice slash up in the lip, waiting for a little reform, but that's all she wrote for that wave as it stretches out onto the reef. So I think Tanner.
And on the outside, white, Giorgio on his backhand.
Oh, he's got that oncoming section.
Throws it up in the lip, out onto the open face. Another vertical turn and hangs on to it.
And that's our surfer in white from Colombia. Feeling it with two nice slashing maneuvers. Critical, vertical.
Servers in the next heat. Hold your positions.
Here we go. Look at that replay, Lou. Giorgio coming in from deep, eyeing up that steep section, throws it up. Nice tag. And then once again catches that and manages to keep the nose out, rides out. As see red now, Jairo Perez, priority coming from deep, whitewater climb. This wave is opening up for him a little bit. Nice wrap. Please hold your position. Next heat, hold your position. Jairo Perez on a little victory lap with 40 seconds to go. What do you think of that little exchange there, Lou?
Yeah, it was a good exchange. Just going to wait and see what's going to happen here. Waiting on that last score. So the last of blue, 5.3. You go to second, blue. Waiting on green and white.
Important ride for JJ Martinez as he comes around. Nice wrap-in turn. He's looking for some more. Whitewater rebound. Will it stand up inside? He's going to milk everything he can. This is all she wrote as we come to the last 10 seconds. And that's it.
All right, you're going to count this one in. In 3, 2, 1.
All right, so we're going to leave it in the hands of the judges. The next heat is on hold. You guys can paddle over, but you're on hold. We're on a short hold while we wait for these scores to drop. These some big scores, some important scores. So we're going to give the judges all the time they need.
All right, so waiting on white, green. Those are the two on the bubble. So the last of blue was enough to put him into second. So we're waiting on this last important wave of white, last of green, 4.2. So that wasn't enough. And so it's the last of white. Next heat, just hold your positions. We are on a quick hold. Yeah. All right, judges are still looking this over. Sometimes you can't tell if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
When you're a competitor, it's the longest wait in the world.
All right, scores dropping in. Requires a 6.96, drops a 6.00, not enough. So situation remains the same. Red, Jairo Perez first. Blue, Tanner Sandvig in second. So those two servers will be advancing into the next round. Servers in the next heat, hold your positions. We are going to count this one in. All right, back to live action. This is the first wave ridden in green. Charlie Martin up and riding. He's an old veteran out here as well from
All right, Charlie Martin representing France, opening his account.
So coming up in this heat in red, Andreas Schneider in blue. From Barbados, Tommy Layson in white, Corey LaRue from the U.S., and Charlie Martin in green jersey from France as we watch this replay of Charlie Martin. He comes around that first section, just a little top turn. Just getting himself set up. A little nice wrapping cut back there, a little bit more energy than that. So he earned himself a 5.5 for this effort. So 5.5 green, 5.5 on your opener.
Yeah, Charlie been coming here for a long time. Really friendly with all the local guys. Comes down, hangs out. Super cool guy. Now some good, nice little opening wave for him. Say congrats again to Jairo Perez, winner of the last heat. It's crazy that we're describing him as a veteran at 33. I think we used to call that our prime, Lou.
So red, Andreas Schneider from Costa Rica sneaks under the priority of blue. So they're still in conventional priority. So surfer closest to the curl does have right of way to the wave. He just had himself in that right position. Blue couldn't have gone around him, so he had to give way.
Red just dropping a 2-3-3 for that his last attempt. Putting him in second place. So in first place, you have Charlie Martin with a 5-5. Andreas Schneider in second place with a 2-3. And we have our local boy, Tommy, trying to use that local knowledge to get himself in the right position.
Just to let everyone know, on the beach, everyone is free to come up into the hospitality tent up on the beach, up in the yard. It is free admission. There is plenty of food and drinks. Mingle with the surfers, have a good time. You want to get out of the sun, everybody is welcome. All right, we are going to cut to the glass for an interview with the old veteran Jairo Perez from Costa Rica. He's standing by with Amaya. Let's hear what Jairo has to say. Take it away, Amaya.
I'm here with Jairo Perez from Costa Rica, who just won the heat number 3 in the round of 96 of the Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. How are you?
I'm doing very good, thank you.
Well, I mean, you are shredding some waves over there, showing off some nice rail work. How was it for opener heat for you for the contest?
Yeah, I've been trying to surf as much as I can out there and trying to understand the peak better. I know there is a couple peak sections that you really just gotta be on the right spot and try to come around the wave and be able to hit it on the right section. So I'm just been trying to watch a lot of heats and see what the other people are doing, and it really helping me. So hoping for, just looking forward for the next heat, and very happy to be here in Barbados another year. Amazing surfers, and the women's and juniors and everybody are surfing so good, and I'm just blessed to be here, and I want to thank God for that heat, those waves, they were beautiful. So yeah.
Well, we're so happy that you're having a great time and you got to choose the right waves over there. It's not really easy with this new swell filling in, bringing many peaks around at the lineup. So great job over there. And how is everything at home with the surf school?
Oh, everything is good. Surf Dojo, where I work, is a nonprofit organization for the kids' local community. And we're doing a huge impact in them, and I'm just trying to leave a legacy for the next surfing generation in Costa Rica. So big shout out to all my friends at Surf Dojo, and I love you guys. I want to say also hello to my wife and my son. They're watching back home. I love you guys, and thank you for the support.
Wow, love the energy. Thank you so much, and congratulations on everything. Good luck on the next round.
All right, back to live action. While we were on that short break, a couple of waves were ridden. Wave for blue coming in at a 510, and second of green coming in at a 433. So early going, surfer in green, Charlie Martin sitting in the first position, followed by Tommy Layson from Barbados in second. Surfer in red holding down that third position. Red, you require a 2.7. And white, you are in fourth. Yet to open your account, you require a 5.1. So priority will go to the surfer in white, followed by red.
Yeah, Nick, local boy Tommy, getting his feet in the wax, getting himself a nice opening ride.
Not only feet in the wax, Charlie Martin just paddled by that youngster right back to the spot.
Maybe to Charlie's detriment, as we see a replay here of Tommy Layson getting a nice little wrap, throwing it up nice, attacking that oncoming section. A little pump action to get his way back out into the face, waiting for it to set up again, and then a nice little blowtail to finish off. So Tommy's just going to be building his house.
Put a patio on for me, please.
18 minutes, 25 seconds to go. And our priority now sits with the surfer in white, the only surfer without a wave. We're looking at surfer in green.
Green picking off a nice inside. Charlie Martin wrapping cut back in the pocket, negotiates that north section. He represents France, but he is from Martinique, I believe. Guadeloupe.
Guadeloupe.
So he is one of our Caribbean brethren.
Yeah. And he just ripped into that two-turn combo as we watched local boy Tommy Layson getting into a nice nugget, throws it vertical up into the lit line, making his way around to that oncoming whitewater section, and he rides out looking for more. All right, that's it. Just getting the two big maneuvers under priority, so that'll be a nice backup for Tommy.
That's going to be his best. Yeah.
I agree.
That'll be his best.
I agree. I think those two maneuvers, there's a lot more venom in them, but we'll see what where the judges go. But Charlie and Tommy showing that they got some local knowledge.
So waiting for the score for blue to drop. That was a solid outside maneuver.
Awesome two-turn. Love the flow, Lou. Love the flow.
Is that true that I heard Tommy's building a second level on his house?
He may be about to put on a second floor.
Second floor, okay.
Let's see. Waiting for scores to drop.
So waiting for green and blue.
Oh, we have white giving up priority there.
While we're waiting on this next scores to drop.
Priority switch to red.
All right, still waiting for these scores to drop here. All right, 593 for green. Waiting on blue. Blue, 617. So green first, blue second, red is third. Red, you require an 8.9, and white, you are fourth. You require a combination of 11.27. 15 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. Green, your last score was a 593, Green. You are in first.
Yeah, we saw a priority change as the surfer in white made an attempt to paddle for that wave, missed out, and then that sends him straight to fourth priority. So that's a bit of a blow with no waves ridden for the surfer, and now sitting under the priority of the other three surfers. So priority sitting right now with red, followed by green, and then blue. 14 minutes, 45 seconds to go.
All right, priority sits on the outside with red. The young surfer from Costa Rica, he had a pretty good showing here last year. Andreas Schneider up and riding on a good-looking wave. Smashes the first turn, gets out onto the open face. He's looking for a reform. He's going to get there, but is it going to give him a much more of a maneuver? But let me tell you, that was the single best maneuver of this heat so far.
I think the spray is still up in the air from that one. What a first hit. Love to see the replay of that one. Andreas Schneider from Costa Rica. The Costa Rican boys loving the conditions here. And let's see where the judges go with that.
He is currently in third position, but that's going to help his requirement for sure. He only has one wave of a 2.3, and I guarantee you that's going to be higher than that.
Yeah. Just that one maneuver. The rest of the wave went pretty sleepy, but here it goes. Oh, right under the lip. Almost to his detriment. He put so much power into that turn. lost a little bit of his forward projection, couldn't really make it out onto the lip, into the face. He does, but then the wave goes super sleepy, doesn't really offer anything more. So one turn maneuver.
All right, last of red, 6.33. 6.33, so one maneuver, highest score of the heat so far. So red, you now require a 4.9. White, you still require a combination of 11.27.
The judges rewarding the commitment to that maneuver, the aggression. And Andreas, putting himself back into contention in this heat.
Kind of makes you think where that score would have went if he would have got that inside section.
If that had stood up,
excellent.
That would have been a heat changer for sure.
Yep, that would have gone up in the excellent range.
And we all know how good you feel after pulling off a maneuver like that on the outside. You just can't wait to rip the rest of that wave.
All right, surfer in green holding priority. He's looking at this one. He's a little bit off the peak. Up and right and pulling in. He borrowed back door, and it clamps down on him.
That will hand priority to local boy Tommy Layson. 11 minutes 33 to go. That wave will not factor into green score, so surfer in blue with priority, looking for a 5.26 to take over the lead in this heat. Surfer in red, you are looking for a 4.94. And surfer in white, you have second priority now, but you need a wave. You need a two-wave total right now of 11.27 to get into a qualifying position. So you need to get started.
All right, blue with priority gives it to red. Schneider throws it up in the lip. Can he hang on? He hangs on, but he's not going to get enough legs to get back out in front of that whitewater section.
Andreas Schneider again throwing it all into that one maneuver, Lou.
So blue making a wise choice of letting that one go. He was way deeper than red, and red couldn't make it.
That one's slightly more mistimed, but he
blue
managed to ride out.
most certainly not made that section. So blue pulling hard for this one. Smaller little inside wave, throws it up, floats the first section, coming out onto the open face, sticking with it. Wave's going to reform on the inside. Got a nice inside wave, another wrapping cutback. That wave really, just a smaller wave on the inside reef, but sometimes those smaller ones line up really, really nicely. I think that's what he was thinking. And that's not really going to go into his score line, so that's going to leave the surfer in red, still chasing that 4.94. So last of blue, 4.3, does not go in your score line. So red, you still require that 4.94, and white, you are looking for a combination 11.27 with 8 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Green, Charlie Martin pulling for this one. He is in the lead, up and riding. This is a more like a decent looking wave. First maneuver, second maneuver, kind of a little hung up and goes down.
Yeah, that was the one that I think Tommy thought he had on the wave before. Didn't quite open up. That one stood up, gave Charlie a couple of nice vertical sections, but unfortunately the first section was a little mistimed. Didn't have the entry speed that we talked about earlier, needing to get up into that second section. As we see some movement, surfers are setting themselves up.
Red's going to turn and burn on this. Here we go. Andreas Schneider up and riding. Got a big section ahead of him. Throws it up in the lip. Out onto the open face. North section. Kind of gets hung up a little bit, out onto the open face once again, throws it up again. He doesn't need a big score. With 7 minutes, 45 seconds remaining, that's gonna put things into perspective for the next two servers, blue and white.
Yeah, 3 quality turns on that wave. Wave didn't quite give him the vertical wall that we were looking for to really push as hard as you can on the back leg and get the rail in as hard, as deep as you can. But he surfed that wave really well, as we see the replay coming from quite deep. First turn, throws it up, coming back down with the white water. Another bit of a half turn, trying to throw some spray.
Yeah, he was a little sticky on a lot of those turns.
Yeah.
Really not getting deep on the bottom.
Yeah, the wave.
So scores trickling in for red. So red, you require a 4.9, you drop a 4.7. So not enough. So blue, you remain in second. Red, you remain in third, requiring a 4.94. And white, you remain in fourth, requiring an 11.27. 6 minutes, 35 seconds remaining.
So I'm going to take
was there, just kind of faltered on the maneuvers. I think he got a little hung up on that first turn.
Yeah.
And it just threw his whole rhythm off the rest of the wave.
There was quite a bit of chatter on the face of that wave as well, and you said that it looked like there was a lip there, but it didn't quite have that vertical wall, so all of the turns were kind of checked. Didn't really get the redirection and the rail in the water the way the judges like to see, and that was reflected in the score. I think the judges have been on point. As we see our surfer in white, Corey LaRoe, I'm guessing this may be his first time visiting the bowl. Seems to be struggling with position a little bit. He sits with priority. And I tell you, for those of you that don't know, that is a paddle out there. Those guys are on a treadmill as we watch Green, Lou.
Yeah, Green up and right, and he's the current heat leader. He has been on the best waves of this heat so far.
Yeah, throwing it all into the one turn again, but
just
catching that rail.
Mainly just a couple of high fives and that 1.633 by Schneider. 5 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Surfers in the next heat, you're free to paddle out. Just please stay down in the channel. You are tuned into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro presented by Diamonds International. Brought to you by Surf Promotions Barbados. This is the men's round of 96 QS 6,000. This event is in memory of Zander Venezia. It was his brainchild that started this whole thing 14 years ago after losing in Cocoa Beach. And he asked me, why can't we have events in good waves like at home? And my partner, Chris Clark, I wanted to do these events for years, and that was the seed was sowed in mine. And that's how it all started. 14 minutes and 15 seconds remaining.
4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Surfers, you can paddle out. As you see, please stay over to the left. The current will help you do that.
Here we go, blue, pulling hard for this one. This is one of those inside growers. Tommy Layson, vertical up in the lip, out onto the open face, hits the north section. He's going to try and get around it. He's going to get around it. He's going to get more opportunity on the inside. This is a well-surfed wave so far by Tommy. He wants to finish it strong, and he does.
All right, make some noise, Barbados. That's hometown boy, Tommy Layson. Cracking up that first one. Let's see.
All right, looking at the replays, we see Tommy scratching into this one, using his priority, coming from deep, throws it up into the lip, airdrop through the lip. Nice rebound off of that whitewater section. Makes his way out onto the open face again. Little bit of a wrapping turn as there's plenty of bump and chatter on the face there. One more little tag. That is a well-surfed wave, but that first maneuver, free falling out of the sky.
Yeah, this is going to come in as the best of the heat. Yeah, this is going to be the best of the heat. Yep, I see it coming already. Drop is starting to drop. 693, 693 for Tommy. And red up and right. And so blue goes to first, green goes to second. Red with a nice quality turn. He is in third. Next heat, stay there.
2.5 minutes to go. Red has been consistently throwing some single maneuvers, but he hasn't managed to put together a combination of maneuvers on the wave. That's what's hindering his score. But I got to say, I'm really impressed with the way that Red is throwing everything into that one maneuver.
Well, we're on an all or nothing day. All or nothing. That's what it takes to advance.
For sure. But as we see, when you're at this level, one maneuver may not be enough because your other competitors will give you that one maneuver and then string 2 or 3 more in.
So last of Red, 473, not enough Red. You now still require a 5.10. 1 minute, 45 seconds remaining. So that heat just flip-flopped everywhere. Blue went to first, green second. Red is in third, requiring a 5.1. And white is in fourth, requiring a combination of 11.43. Oh, look at the rip. There it is. Another show of that north swell. We're pretty much halfway out, 3/4 of the way out of high tide, low tide.
"45 seconds to go. Surfer in white, you are on a treadmill there. As we see Surfer in green having a look, Surfer in red. 30 seconds.
All right, priority on the outside with green. Charlie Martin, he is going to try and hold off red. Andreas Schneider is going to look to pull into this one. This is a good-looking inside wave. Here we go. Red up and right in. He's going to have to get a couple of vertical turns. That's the first one. Little foamy on the face. Throws it up, floats the section. All right, here we go in 3, 2, 1. So blue up and righting. This wave will count.
All right.
So servers in the next heat, please stand by. We are going to be on a short hold.
Yeah. Tommy, can you help White get back to shore there, please? Let him know where he needs to come in.
All right, servers in the next heat, please hold your positions. We are on a short hold. So that heat is going to close out with young Tommy Layson from Barbados taking the win, moving on into the next round, followed by the other Caribbean brethren, Charlie Martin.
Congrats, local boy Tommy Layson.
All right, here we go, counting it in. 3, 2, 1.
All right, we're good there, guys. Thank you for red and blue for helping out. All right.
So surfer in coming up in this heat in the red jersey, Kost Stoyanov in blue, Laird Lavick in white, Noah Poteet.
Red, wanna hear about this new super feed stain?
From the fields where hard work meets hope. Born from the heartbeat of every farmer. Forged in dedication, strengthened by purpose, and fueled by the power of superior. It's a bird! It's a grain! No! It's super feed! Superior.
All right, back to live action. So first of Blue, while we were on that break, if we can cue up that replay, Blue dropped to 6.83. We can just get that replay queued up in the booth, the last of Blue. So the wave's taken on much more form, much more shape. The tide is about halfway out. I don't think it's going to get any bigger right now, but it's going to get better. As we were watching green way up inside, Caleb Rapson, local boy, coming around that open face, throwing up the north section, to try and get back out, and he can't hang on, so he goes down. So just that one maneuver for Rapson. Blue, your last score, your first wave was a 6.83, Blue, 6.83. So Blue will go to third priority. White pulling into this one, that will give priority to the surfer in red as White goes over the handlebars.
Green, you dropped a 317. And we're going to wait for a score to drop for White, who just came unstuck. Again, we're seeing that little chatter on the face, a little bit of a rip running through as the tide changes. So Soup Bowl as usual, providing very competitive but also challenging conditions. So the surfers with the right read on the wave, picking the right ones, they're always going to excel.
All right, Red with priority. He's up and riding. First maneuver, the foam climb re-entry. Sticking with the power source, coming out onto that north section. And so Blue, Laird Lavick, he has priority. Utilizing it, rolling in. .317, Red, 3.17. Second of Blue, 4.0. So Blue first, Red second, Green you're third, and White you are fourth. So priority on the outside with White, then Green.
right, we're coming up on 18 minutes. Surfers all sitting out there, keeping vigilant, looking for any motion in the ocean, trying to get themselves in the best position, the best takeoff spot.
Well, no right for red. All right, we're going to take a quick break. While we have a break in the action, send it down to the glass with Tommy Layson. He was the winner of the last heat. He's standing by with Amaya. Take it away, Amaya.
I'm here with our local hero, our young Tommy Layson, who just won heat number 4 in the round of 96 in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. How are you?
I'm feeling really good. Stoked to be surfing at my home break at home in Barbados. I love Super Bowl and the waves are really good right now. So yeah, I just had a lot of fun out there and happy to win the heat.
Well, a little tight heat for most of it, but you got to break away towards the end with some quality maneuvers, really showing off some local knowledge there, knowing where to hit and everything. I mean, everything worked out. We're so proud of you.
Thank you. Yeah, I was out there and I had a hard start, kind of. I didn't really separate myself from the people in my heat, so I needed a bigger score. So I waited and I got it in the end. So I'm really happy.
Well, lesson learned, you know. Heat by heat, we're getting better, building on scores. Are you excited for the swell coming up?
Yes, tomorrow should be a lot bigger than this, and hopefully barreling and good. So yeah, excited for that.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Congratulations. You want to say something, friends and family? Dad is here, Uncle Nick is here, but for whoever else is watching on the webcast.
Yes, hi to my mom in Italy. Ciao, ti voglio bene, and yeah, thank you for all the support.
All right, congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, back to live action. Thank you, Amaya. Thank you, Tommy. He says he's excited for tomorrow. We're excited to see you surf it tomorrow. Coming up, 15-minute mark. Much anticipating this arrival of this north swell tonight. We should be in for a treat tomorrow.
Everyone's excited. I know Tommy spent a little time recently on the North Shore in Hawaii. Got his first taste of pipeline. And that is good training for when the bowl turns on. The boss himself, Kelly Slater, likens Soup Bowl on those big gnarly days on the north swell. Says it's one of his favorite waves and one of the closest waves to pipe. Backdoor in particular, yeah, because it's obviously a right. So yeah, when the boss man, Mr. Slater, puts his stamp of approval, we know. As we come on the 14-minute mark, things just a little quiet at the moment. Priority sitting with local boy Caleb Rapson. He's just looking for a 1.54 to get into an advancing position, but we know he wants to drop a much bigger score than that. Caleb recently had some amazing days surfing that swell last year out at Box by Box Zealand, as we now affectionately call it. And if anyone saw any of the footage or the photos from that day, we had the Colapinto boys down for that. Owen Moss was down. A bunch of guys came down and scored a once in a 10-year swell. And they'll be hoping for some kind of similar conditions tomorrow. Everybody wants to get barreled. Getting barreled in competition. Yeah, when we start throwing barrels into the mix, that changes the judging criteria a little bit, or adds to it, I should say. As we are approaching 12 minutes, things have gone a little quiet, Lou. That tide change coming into effect.
Yeah, that could be it. You know, when the tide starts to pull out like this, it does tend to get a little bit quieter. Just the sets, in between sets, stop really rolling through. And check when low tide, yep, we're exactly halfway through that tide, so next low tide will be at 5:20. I think once that next tide pulls out, we reach that full low. We're going to get a good push, hopefully with that swell. Should be here by the morning.
That's also going to set up nicely for the weekend as we get the high tide coming around more into the middle of the day, evening things out a little bit. Soup Bowl does like that incoming tide, that outgoing tide. Things do tend to slow down when it goes full low or full high. But an incoming high tide is when Soup Bowl really lights up. When we see that water coming in out of the Atlantic, hitting those shelves and creating the magic. Ten minutes, 30 seconds. We're seeing a little movement at last. Green is out of position. Red is going to sneak in on the end. Oh.
So red had priority over white. White gives way. Red going up in the lip, nice and vertical. It's got a nice north section ahead of him. Floats it, can't hang on. And on the outside, green. First turn, Caleb Jackson first the fins. Out onto the open face. Nice wrapping cut back. He's going to stick with this one. One more maneuver, throws it up vertical, and he's going to look to close it out strong. Wave doesn't offer him much more, but that's Caleb Rapson from Barbados.
Let's hear it for the local boy, Caleb Rapson. Let's check the replay out as Caleb rolls into this one from quite deep, throws it straight up vertically and free falls out of the air. That's probably an 8-foot section. Nice wrapping turn, staying close to the white water source, power source, just staying with it as he waits for it to set up. As he comes inside, another nice tail blow. And just a little wrap, but the work was done. That outside maneuver is one of the turns of the day.
All right, so as we wait for these scores to trickle in for green, 9 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. So
love to
first turn.
Love to see that first turn again.
Giving him all the points. So you can see the scores trickling in on your screen. 7.5 green, 7.5 sends you to second. Red, you dropped to third. Red now requires a 5.5. And white drops to fourth, requiring a 7.1. 8 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
All right, strong surfing from local boy Caleb Rapson. Highest individual wave of the heat, putting him in a strong position. He's going to want to get back out there. Blue.
Blue, you are in first position. You have a 6.83 and a 4. Red, you are in third position. You need a 5.5. White, you are in fourth position. You need a 7.1. 8 minutes remaining. So, yeah, Bodie, Surfer, and Green dropping the highest single wave of the heat.
This is the replay again, Lou. Check it out. Watch this.
Hard off the bottom, goes right
Free
up in the
fall.
lip. A nice little down carve setting up the next turn, but most of the points came off of that first maneuver because the wave really didn't do much after that.
This nice turn here.
Nice turn here. Pushes out the fins, but really all the points came the whole entire wave, but mainly that outside maneuver was the one that was the money turn.
That outside maneuver was fire. Love it. As we watching Blue setting up on a nice one, Lou. He's coming from deep. This is your heat leader coming around. He's going to throw it up. Oh! Just mistimes it. Goes under the lip rather than let it take him out. I've had a few of them in the face before. It's the reason why my face looks the way it does. I'm happy. I am happy. It's just I've been slapped in the face too many times by the lip.
All right, servers in the next heat. You should be checked in and ready to go. Titus Santucci, Taylor Tice, Victor Camarina, and Trent Corbin. You're going to be able to paddle out in about a minute and a half.
Blue having a look. Blue having a look.
At about 6 minutes, 20 seconds remaining as we're watching White come from deep, throwing it up vertical.
In the belly of the beast.
You're right, in the belly of the beast. Here we go. Nobody on that one. Everybody gets taken out.
This is what we get with the bowl. It goes a little sleepy for a bit. Looks like there's not much happening, and then we can see water starts moving again, and some heavy sets came through. Mostly out of the east there. Surfer's a little out of position. Well, anyone that's been out there can tell you that's a lot of water moving.
So Green's going to pull the trigger on this inside. Going up vertical, out onto the open face. He's going to try and stick with it, get to this north section. He's going to get a couple more opportunities. Pushes out the fins. He's going to get out onto the open face, throws it up vertical once again. And he looks to finish strong. Caleb Rapson digs a rail and goes down, but two major maneuvers will definitely back up that 7-5, put him in a commanding lead. It is going to flip everything on its head because Surfer in first, sitting with a 10.8 two-wave total. It's going to make things real difficult for Red and White with 5 minutes remaining. So Surfers in the next heat, you can paddle out. Just please stay down on your channel.
Well, I think we can say bye-bye to that 317. Caleb is definitely going to get a much better backup as we watch White on the inside. Noah Pote just trying to get a little inside nugget. This is going to wall up for him. Smaller wave, nice cutback. And that's all she wrote. So we're going to wait for some scores to drop. But once again, Caleb Rapson showing local knowledge and dropping a hammer with some really, really good surfing. Waiting for that replay. Four minutes to go. We are waiting for scores, and we are waiting for our crew to queue up a replay of that last ride from Green. Here we go. Coming in from deep, using that local knowledge, throws it straight up vertical. Kind of a sleepy section, but that was what we call 12 o'clock. Realize that wave goes low. Nice little blow tail on the white water, and then he races down the line. Another nice tag, and then just finishes on his belly. But once again, Lou, the work was done on the outside, and that's going to be another strong score.
All right, so 3 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. Just waiting on this last score for Green to trickle in. Situation is on the outside with the Surfer in blue.
Also waiting for a score for White. As Green comes in, Lou.
It's rolling in. One more score to drop for Green. 6.0 green. Green goes to first. Blue, you go to second. Red, you go to third. Red requires a 5.6. And white is fourth. You require a 7.3. 2 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Blue, you are in second position. You need a 6.6 to go back to first. Last of white, 3.53. You still require a 7.30. Green up and riding. Floats the first section. Not gonna get around this one, and he goes down and out. So it's 2 minutes remaining, still plenty of scoring potential.
Yeah. 2 minutes to go. Local boy and crowd favorite Caleb Rapson. Getting a lot of support on the beach. I know he's rooming up with Mr. Alan Cleland, and they're looking forward to surfing against each other. Two really good buddies. Alan has been coming there for years, always stays with Caleb. Hang out. Shout out to Big Al as we watch Red, Ko Stoyanov, throwing it into the lip and coming unstuck. There's that section. I hope we have a highlight reel of the amount of people that throw into that north section and getting unstuck. Make a cool little video. 1 minute, 15 seconds to go.
Next heat, you guys are about 20 feet too far in the lineup. Go back a little bit. You still got more than a minute. Please, thank you very much. All we see is 8 surfers right now in the water. We can't tell who is where, especially with the guys paddling out.
Under a minute to go. Surfer in blue, sitting with priority. He'll be hoping he can defend his position. He's sitting in second place.
So blue with priority is going to roll in. Coming off the bottom, sticking with the power source, going to get some legs, not going to get around this section. Drops the wallet, picks it up.
As we're watching our surfer in white, Noah Petit, this little section stands up for him. He's going to get a little inside runner. Nice tag. A little white water climb. And that will be it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's it. We are still waiting on a couple of scores to drop. Next heat, you're on a quick hold. You guys can paddle in, get yourselves in position, but you're on hold. We're waiting for scores to drop for blue and white.
Do you think those scores will destabilize green?
I think green is going to be solid. Definitely the two best ridden waves of this heat. I don't think green has anything to worry about in this particular case, but we're going to see as blue drops a 4.90. That does factor in, but you stay in second place, and we're just waiting for white.
All right, servers in the next heat, please stand by. We're on a short hold. So the situation in the water, we got one score to drop for white, not going to factor in. So taking the win, server in green, Caleb Robson. Second position in blue, Laird Lavick. Those two servers will move on into the next round. Get to surf the big waves tomorrow. We're counting this one in. 10 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. All right, we're back to live action. This is heat number 6 of this round of 96. Coming up in this heat in red, Titus Santucci. In blue, Taylor Tice. In white, Victor Camarina. And in green, from Barbados, Trent Corbin. So this is the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. presented by Diamonds International in memory of Zander Venezia. Beautiful day here in Barbados. We currently have a falling tide. Waves are slowing down a little bit. Not so consistent, but when they come with a bang. Expecting the swell to increase in size overnight. We should be seeing a completely different ocean tomorrow. This swell right now is primarily out of the east, northeast, which is more or less directly in front of us. And coming tomorrow, the waves should swing to the left at about 14 degrees, hit the reef square. Right now, the waves kind of brush the reefs and bend around it as we watch white going left, going up vertical, not being able to hang on to that.
Watching green, local boy Trent Corbin. Nice wave, comes in from deep. And that goes a little sleepy on him. So welcome again to all our viewers all over the world, wherever you'll be tuning in from. Hope you guys are enjoying the show, the sun, the vibes, the commentary. But most importantly, the surfing. So just a couple of scores, a 1 for surfer in white, a 0.5 for surfer in green. And you made a great point there earlier, Lou. These guys are not just trying to win this competition. These guys all want to surf tomorrow. Everybody today is just like they just want to make sure they can make it into a heat tomorrow.
We watch red. Santucci up and right in. Wrapping cutback, and on the outside is blue. Taylor Tice. Just checking that first turn. Board looking a little bit big. You wonder if he's riding a step up. And he completes the maneuver, so.
He completes.
That board does look a little bigger. I've never, ever, ever surfed a step up out here. 2 feet or 12 feet. Same board. Don't need it. Don't need it.
I think we came from an era of you just had a board and you rode it no matter what, though, Lou. These kids nowadays have a board for shore breaks, reef breaks, lefts, rights. Like there's a board for everything. As we watch this replay of blue coming around, he throws it up, gets a little tag. Board does look a little big. It's flopping around his feet a bit, but manages to hit that oncoming section and hangs on for the ride out. And as we talk about riding out is when you project in front of the white water, showing complete control, showing the judges that you have completed the maneuver.
All right, last of blue, 3.5. Last of green, 0.50. Last of red, 233.
So I think I can safely say all the members of the commentary team came up in that era of one board. Fins were glassed in. We didn't change anything. We just changed our shorts, our baggies. Not even that often. These kids nowadays, they're changing fins, leashes, boards.
I didn't even have baggies. I had to surf in a pair of cut-off jeans.
You didn't have a pair of Sundex back in the day, bro?
I didn't even have baggies when I first started surfing. Nope.
But yeah, surfing has become so technical. We're looking at different equipment for different conditions, different fin sizes and shapes. As we watch Victor Camarena on a little one on the inside. Nice little wrap back to the whitewater, waiting for it to stand up again. Just a couple of wraps. Looking for the little inside tag. And he will finish. Just a small inside wave, but he gets his account open. The surfer from Panama. Love seeing the Central American contingent grow every year. That comes down more and more. Our fellow warm water surfers.
Blue, your first wave was a 3.5. First of red, 233. Last of white, 393.
So what size board did you learn to surf on, Nick? I'm gonna guess like a 6'4", because like it feels like every board back then was like 6'4".
I was riding a
6'3".
6'3".
6'3", there you go.
I had, all my boards were 6'3". I had a G, I had a Go Surf, Natural Art.
Yeah.
That was my go-to board. I cried when I sold it to a guy on the West Coast. Then I got a new one, so I was better.
Yeah. Well, I was lucky. My brothers were shaping boards back in the day, so I did have something that was shaped a little bit more to my specs. But remember, we grew up, we just had to surf what was available.
All right, we're going to take this opportunity, this break in the action, send it down to the glass with Caleb Rapson, winner of the last heat. He is standing by with Amaya. Take it away, Amaya.
We're welcoming back one of our local heroes at the glass, Caleb Rapson, who just won heat number 5 in this round of 96 in the Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. How are you feeling?
Yeah, definitely feeling a lot better today. The waves are up, so yeah, the surf's up, and yeah, I'm excited to go through to tomorrow, and tomorrow should be pretty good, so I'm pretty excited for that. And yeah, the rest of the contest should be pretty good size, so all good surf for the rest of the event.
I mean, you dropped some serious backhand attacks today. You must feel stoked to get these under your feet and just keep on building for the rest of the contest, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Well, definitely when the waves are bigger, you know, everyone's able to showcase their surfing a lot better. So yeah, I'm just happy to, you know, show my real surfing and yeah, on to the next.
Yeah, show your real surfing and some local knowledge here and there. And obviously your whole crew here cheering you on. Love to see it.
Yeah, definitely big up everyone in the crew for sure. My family, friends, girlfriend, everyone, big supporters. So yeah, I love you guys. And yeah, big up Val too, best filmer in Barbados. So big up, can't forget Val. And Duke's Natural Juices, don't forget about that.
All right, thank you so much, man. Good luck for the next one.
Yeah, thank you, get there.
Okay.
All right, welcome back, Caleb Rapson. Congrats, bringing the vibes. Everybody got the beach. Hometown drums using the loudest right now. Let's hear it.
Out there for Caleb Robson. Good job, Caleb.
And in the break, we had young Trent Corbin getting a ride. As we see blue, Taylor Tice coming from way deep. So last of green. Green, you just dropped a 4.5. So that puts you in first place. Last of blue, just a 0.57. Last of red, 2.33. So situation update. We're waiting for one score to drop for red, and then we'll give you the full rundown as we're coming up to just under 16 minutes. As we're watching this replay here, Nick. Oh, we just had the replay, sorry. Scores trickling in for red. Okay, so situation update. Last of red, 5.83. That moves you into the lead. You sit with a 5.83 and a 2.33. Green, you are bumped down to second. You have a 4.50 and a 0.50. So one real wave of note. White, you sit with priority. You have a 3.93 and a 1. You're looking for a 1.08 to get into qualifying position. And blue, you sit with a 3.50 and a 0.57. You're looking for a 1.51. 15 minutes to go. Priority sits with the surfer in white.
Yeah, we're just looking at the end of this replay from local boy, local junior, Trent Corbin. His first turn was like on the open face, full like layback, digging the rail in, pulled it right down to the bottom of the wave, and then redirected back up. And for that, he was rewarded with a 4.0 and now sits not comfortably, but he's sitting in second position. We're still in the early, we're just about, yeah.
A lot of surfing to go in this heat, but it's a good start.
We got a lot of time left too.
Yeah, it's a good start for Trent. And I got to say, Trent is one of the local kids that has been really impressing me with his surfing recently, particularly looking great on his backhand. I know he's been surfing South Point a lot, but yeah. I know Trent will be frothing to make it into tomorrow's round as well. All these guys want to make it into surfs and barreling waves. Trent is one of our youngest, most accomplished barrel riders here in Barbados already. There's some videos, footage, and some photos of him at like 10, 11 years old. Chunky overhead soup bowl, getting so pitted. So everybody motivated to make it into the round, the draw for tomorrow. And we are excited to see who makes it as we see Trent coming in under the hood, throwing it up into the section. Oh, fully committed, but doesn't hang on.
Oh,
we've seen a little spit.
It's coming. I'm getting excited. I'm not going to sleep tonight.
We're seeing the signs.
All right, with 13 minutes in this heat number 6, surfer in red holding down the lead. And local boy Trent Corbin currently in that second position. So
Yeah,
white requiring a 1.78 and blue requiring a 2.2.
Yeah, last of green, just a 1.2. That does go into your scoreline for now, but Trent is definitely going to want to replace that.
All right, call to check in. Next heat, Manuel Selman, Travis Southworth, Ross Adams, and Carlos Munoz. Carlos, the reigning champion, as red in third priority. No harm, no foul, but let's see if he's going to get back out before green. So first priority is with white, then blue.
And it's up for grabs.
So third priority goes to green. So a little bit of a priority blunder with red, not realizing that green was where he was. He was in that third priority situation, but decided he's going to pull for that one. But when he paddled back out or turned back around, green was sitting right there. So
yeah,
Carlos Munoz taking the victory here last year. Coming up in the next heat.
Carlos opened up his account on Monday in a real exciting heat, showing he still has the fire. He loves it here. Definitely one of the most consistent surfers here at the bowl. One of the most stylish surfers with that massive mane, gold locks as we watch blue. Taylor Tice, whitewater climb, throwing it vertical, but
White, you are currently in third position. You require a 1.7. Blue is in fourth, requiring a 2.2. 11 minutes remaining. A little more north peaks starting to filter in. Those are just peaks. Those are just the precursor. Ten minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Local surfer Trent Corbin still holding down that second position. So red is in third priority.
Oh!
And he goes over the handlebars.
Yeah, I think we'll see more and more of that north start to present itself throughout the evening. Really excited to wake up tomorrow morning and turn on foot coverage and see what it's looking like. Expecting some exciting heats tomorrow. I know we've been building it up all week, but we are confident it's going to be a show as we watch blue coming in on a nice looking wave from deep, throwing it up into a nice vertical section. Little bit of a check turn, but nice section regardless, as we're seeing White out behind. Nice rail turn. Another nice rail turn, wrapping it back. Oh, throws it up into the lip, releasing the fins. Oh, as we're looking for more. And White finishing off on the inside.
Watching Green on the outside, Trent Corbin. Nice turn up in the top. Another nice turn, working it out onto the open face. He's going to try and get ahead of that next section. He's not going to get there, but he did get 2 turns on the outside. But White is going to be the consequential scorer in this heat right now. He had 2 solid outside maneuvers. We could cue up that replay of White's last wave. That would be great. Not in paddling out, the replay. Here we go. This is going to be the replay of White as he comes off the bottom and goes right up into a nice wrapping down carve. Out one more time, fully extended, fully on the rail, in the power source. Throws it up, pushes out the fins. Back out onto the open face, waiting for it to reform. And finishes strong. So he is currently in 4th position, just requiring a really small score. That is definitely going to be his best. Going to rival the best of the heat, if not be the best of the heat. I didn't see that 5.83 from Red. We'll wait and see what the judges bring it. Last of White, 7.67. White, you go to first. Red, you drop to second. Blue, you are in third. Your last coming in at a 4.23. Blue, you require a 3.9. And green, your last is yet to drop. Could be your best, so if it is, it will change your requirement. Green, 3.90, so you go to second. Red, you're third. Red, you require a 2.57. And blue, you are fourth, requiring a 4.18. 6 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
All right, you called it again, Lou. Victor Camarena, our surfer from Panama, dropping the high score in the heat with 2 lovely rail turns, textbook carves on the outside, and then managing to release the fins. Really good surfing. Coming just short of excellent.
Yep, couple of 8s, 3.75s, drop the high, drop the low, average the middle. Comes out at a 7.67. 5 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Red, you're in third position. You require a 2.5. Blue, you are in fourth position. You require a 4.18. 5 minutes, 40 seconds. So here we go. Green, local boy Trent Corbin. He's on a good-looking inside wave coming off the bottom. Going up in the lip, kind of gets sticky a little bit. He regains his composure, wrapping cutback. As White, he is the current heat leader, going from fourth to first. Victor Camarino with maneuvers like that. So he is going to look to get rid of that 3.93 and up that requirement.
Coming up to 5 minutes. Next heat, you guys can get ready to paddle out. Please stay far over to the left. Do not come into our line of vision. The angle we are looking at the break from is very different, as we see White once again. Nice rail turn, little whitewater rebound. And here's the venom. Wraps. Pure aggression. Just a short ride. Don't know if that will factor into his scores. Yes, it does. As we drop, last of White, 5.07.
So White, that ups your requirement. So green, you still are in second. Red is in third, needing a 2.5. And blue is in fourth, needing a 4.18. 4 minutes, 15 seconds remaining.
We see our surfer in blue setting up on a nice looking line. Giving way to higher priority in red, who throws it up into the lit line. Makes his way around the white water, looking for more out on the open face. Nice lip line carve. Wraps it back, looking for more, but that wave rushes off along the reef.
White, you are in first position. Your last wave was a 5:07. 3 minutes remaining. All right, last of red, 477. Red goes to second. Green, you drop to third. Green, you now require a 6.10. Blue, you are in fourth. You require a 637. So we pick up on this replay of Santucci's 477. It's a couple of good maneuver on the outside. A couple of check turns earns him that 477. So that's enough to put him up into that second and advancing position with 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
So our heat leader, Victor Camarena from Panama, he's sitting with priority, which puts him in a very strong position. Our local boy, Trent Carbon, he's in second priority, so he's going to be hoping that another set can come through. He's looking for a pretty substantial score to qualify. As we see White using his priority. A little bit of a sleepy wave, little inside section. Is he going to give us a little air? All right, so that hands priority over to local boy Trent Corbin, sitting in third place. Yeah. 1 minute, 30 seconds to go. Our surfer in white is going to come on in. He feels pretty safe.
So coming up on that 1 minute mark as surfer in green sitting on the outside by himself.
We all know what he can do.
He's looking at it. He sees it. He knows it's coming. He's going to try and put himself into position.
He knows what he's looking for.
He definitely isn't afraid to take off. As we watch red rolling on to the inside with 40 seconds remaining. Next heat, stay where you are, please. There we go, 15 seconds. All right, counting this one in. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that ends heat number 6. Servers in the next heat, please stand by. We are going to be on a short hold. This one is going to close it out. Surfer in white taking the win, Victor Camarinas. And second red, Titus Santucci. You two will be moving on into the next round. Counting it in, 10 seconds. In 3, 2, 1.
Red, wanna hear about this new super feed stain?
From the fields where hard work meets hope. Born from the heartbeat of every farmer. Forged in dedication, strengthened by purpose. and fueled by the power of superior nutrition. It's a bird! It's a grain! No! It's super feed! Superior.
All right, we are back to live action. While we were on that short break, commercial break, surfer in green, Carlos Munoz, just dropping a .37.
All right, we see in our surfer in white, Ross Adams throwing it up into the lip, making his way onto the open face. Oh, a little bit of a bunny hop there, comes straight down. So we are in heat 7 of this round of 96 in the men's QS 6000 Barbados Surf Pro. And we have last year's defending champion out there, and I know one of your favorite surfers, Mr. Carlos Munoz.
All right, first of white, 4.0. So this is heat number 7. So we're on the backside of today's round. We're going all the way up to heat number 12. We should finish sometime around 5 o'clock this afternoon. And then it's time to save the world again. Solve all the world's problems. All right, coming up in this next heat, Rex Hennings, Emir Raphael, Loyal Kenworthy, and Tomas Pathany. You've got plenty of time, 21 minutes, but just call in to check in.
See a little motion out there.
All you folks on the beach are more than welcome to come into the hospitality tank. It's all free to visitors. Please, if you're on the beach, leave nothing on the beach but your footprints. We want to leave the beach as clean as we found it.
Red having a look.
There we go, Red up and right in. Manuel Salomon. Beautiful technique, beautiful style. Gets so low on that bottom turn and just goes straight up in the lip.
That was one beautiful turn, perfectly timed. Here we go, the replay, Nick. Check this one out. Not a lot going on, but as he makes his way down, little setup turn. Watch this turn here. Here we go. Perfect timing.
All right, up and over, just with speed, flowed in, up and over, flowed out.
All right, last of Red, 7.0. Red goes to first. White second, green third, and blue yet to open your account. We're going to watch this next wave here with blue as he works his way onto the open face. Wave not really offering too much. So we're going to take this opportunity to cut down to the glass hear what Victor Camarena has to say about his last heat. He was the winner. He's standing by with Amaya. Take it away, Amaya.
And we're here with a young surfer from Panama, Victor Camarena, who just won heat number 6 in the round of 96 of the QS 6000 men. How are you?
Feeling good right now. The waves were really not good at the beginning of the heat, but then I got a really good 7, and then a quick backup at 5 something, and yeah, I make it through.
Yeah, I did have a little lull there, but you managed to catch a solid 7.67 actually, and backed it up with a 5. So good job. Must be a nice confidence booster for the rest of the comp.
Yeah, sure it does. And yeah, I'm gonna shout out people from Panama. Gracias a todos mis amigos de Panamá, mi familia que me está viendo. Gracias por apoyarme, a todos mis patrocinadores. Y nada, con toda la siguiente ronda.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck for the rest of the comp. Thank you.
All right, back to live action. So watch that surfer in blue dropping a 2.83 just before he went on that break. But what I would like to see is this replay of green. He just dropped a 6.0. So we can show the audience at home that replay of green. Here we go. Carlos scratching hard to get into this one, but he knows exactly what he wants to do, waits for it patiently and throws it right up in the lip. Comes out really fast, straight into another turn. And then I don't know where he found all the speed from, but if that little piece of whitewater right there doesn't take him off his feet, he's got a whole nother reform of a wave working to the inside. Amir Raffaelli, you need to check in. Amir Raffaelli, you need to check in. You still have 17 minutes. Red, your first wave was a 7.0. You are in first position. Green, your last wave was a 6.0. You're in second position. White, you open up with a 4.0. You require a 238. And blue, you are in fourth. You require a 3.55. 16 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. There we go, Manuel Simon, current heat leader. He's currently sitting on a 7.0. Beautiful technique, perfectly timed maneuver, right in the critical section of the wave. .5 for red, 5.0. So red's firmly in first position with a 7 and a 5. All right, yep. As we're watching blue up and riding. Travis Southworth, he is currently in the basement, but he will be moving up from here. Doesn't need much of a requirement. Just want to take this opportunity to remind everyone about the bar specials. Carrot beer, 3 for 15, 6 for 20. Heineken beer, 3 for 20. You also get lunch, which started at 11:30 and continues. Also, we have the official contest Live Like Zander t-shirts under the tent. Proceeds from the sale of those t-shirts do go to the Zander Venezia Trust. Zander Venezia Trust is an organization that we aid and assist underprivileged and disabled children throughout Barbados. So your money goes to a worthy cause. As we watch green, Carlos Munoz on that magic board of his out here, going up in the lip, and he goes out the back, currently sitting in that third position. So last of blue, 4.5 momentarily will put you in second position. Carlos, a surfer in green, has a wave coming. He just requires a very small score, and I am sure the situation is going to change. All right, last up green, 477. So green goes to second as we watch this replay. 2 solid turns. So just a couple of rail cart turns and then a little finishing maneuver. So surfer in blue, you are in third position. You now require a 6-7. And surfer in white, you are in fourth position. You need a 6-7-7. 12 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Here we go, red up and right in Manuel Salmon just pearls the board, but if this fella gets on a roll, he is going to be hard to beat on that backhand. He has textbook style, textbook technique.
And a textbook nosedive.
So coming up tomorrow, we're going to be seeing the likes of Luca Macinas, World Tour competitor. Joshua Burke, local favorite, standout. Jacob Burke, local favorite, standout. Kanoa Igarashi, World Tour competitor. Alan Cleland, World Tour competitor. Stacked heats all day tomorrow.
Owen Moss, always a standout here.
Tune in tomorrow. I'm sure it will be our biggest broadcast day of all time, guaranteed. Everybody knows what swells reach Barbados and how they come. Everybody's watching the forecast. Let's just hope the wind stays off of it tonight. It doesn't break the swell apart. It's still going to have the energy to get here. Just kind of funny when you get a lot of wind on it, kind of breaks the swell up before it arrives. So far, this wind is good. As you can see, the waves on top for us right now, more than contestable. As you see, there is nothing in that wave when he started paddling.
Do we consider that a paddle, Lou?
That's yeah. So here we'll lose priority and give priority to green, followed by blue and red. So he will go to the bottom of the order.
Yep. As we said, that priority system revolutionized surfing and the way we judge heats and the way that competitions are held and unfold. And mostly for the better.
All right, coming up on that 9-minute mark. Surfers getting real selective. As you see some of our local wildlife on the beach. These dogs are the happiest dogs you'll ever come across here at Bathsheba. They just roam everywhere. They love people, they love playing, they love other animals. They're well looked after. As we cut to the water, surfers are moving around so they see the set coming. Blue is going to go left. He goes over the handlebars.
That's Travis from Mexico taking the left, but coming unstuck on one of those road bumps, speed bumps that rolls through when that rip comes through the lineup. Be really cool to do like a time lapse of Soup Bowl on any given day. Just show the various faces as the tides change and the wind comes and goes. Yeah. And how it goes from looking like there's nothing happening to well overhead sets rolling through. So we are coming up to 7 minutes, 40 seconds. 7 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Priority sitting with our surfer in green and present defending champion, Carlos Munoz. He'll be looking for a 6 to get into the first place. And then we have our surfer in blue. He's looking for a 6.27 to advance. And then our surfer in white. He's looking for a 6.77 to get into the advancing position and be able to turn up tomorrow. All of our surfers just slightly out of position. You can see a little motion out there, Nick. Surfers are repositioning themselves.
Green up and right and straight in the barrel under the hood. And he got knocked off.
So we just saw Carlos Munoz, our surfer in green, use his priority, taking off under the hood, trying to get shacked, trying to get so pitted. But that one clamped. Although we're seeing signs, there's some motion in the ocean again. A couple of lines coming through. A lot of east in these ones. But here comes a little north. Surfers are setting. Yep. So surfers recognizing a lot of east in that swell. So as we approach 5 minutes, next heat can get ready. We're looking at heat 8 in the round of 96. Surfers, you guys are free to paddle out. Please stay clear over to the left. All right, surfing blue, taking a little inside nugget. hoping to manufacture a little score, a little whitewater tag. So that's our surfer in blue, Travis Southworth from Mexico. And he's looking for a substantial score, so I don't think we're going to see that off of that small inside wave. I will bet anything that does not drop. So just last of blue, 2.4. That does not factor. You are still looking for a 6.27 to advance. White, you're looking for a 6.77. We have 3 minutes, 50 seconds to go.
Here we go, red. He is the current heat leader. Manuel Salmon. Nice vertical top turn. He's going to go out the back. He's currently sitting on a 7 and a 5. White, you are fourth. You need a 6.77. Last of blue was a 2.4. Last of red, one more score to drop. 4.87, so that does not factor in. 3 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. So coming up in the next heat, Rex Hennings, Amir Raffaelli, Loyal Kenworthy, and Tomas Pentheny.
All right, so we are approaching the 2.5 minute mark. All right, 2.5 minutes to go, surfers. Priority sits of surfer in white, looking for a 6.77. Surfer in blue, you're looking for a 6.27. Two-minute mark. We're on the 2-minute mark as we watch blue, Travis Southworth, surfer from Mexico on a little inside runner. Nice vertical attack. It stands up for him. Whitewater climb. Manages to hang on. Another little wrap back to the whitewater, and he's going to try to tag it as much as he can. Every point of a point counts. And that is Travis Southworth. 1 minute 30 to go.
All right, priority with green up and right, and Carlos, big re-entry. What a big maneuver. The probably biggest maneuver of the event so far. Single maneuver, I should say.
Well, Carlos pulled off a number of those last year and then went off to complete the wave with 3, 4, 5 maneuvers down the line. That was huge, though, as we watch this replay. This is our surfer in blue taking off on the inside, just taking a little snap and a nice whitewater foam climb. Nearly comes undone, but uses that core strength to get himself back over the board and complete the wave with a couple more tags. So well-surfed wave for the surfer in blue. And this is the replay we wanted, Lou. Carlos straight into that massive oncoming section. And recognizing that was all she wrote, but that's where the judges will be scoring him, and the scores are dropping.
All right, last of green, 6.5 with 10 seconds remaining. So blue, you are still in third, requiring a 7.5.
3, 2.
All right, so server and green dropped to 6.5, but went to first. Red drops to second. The heat will close out there. So taking the win, server and green, Carlos Munoz, followed by Manuel Salmon. Those two servers will be advancing into the next round. Servers in the next heat, Hold your positions. We are on a short hold. All right, counting it in. 10 seconds. In 3, 2, 1.
All right, so we are live for this Heat 8. Our surfer in red representing USA, Rex Hennings. Young Rex has been coming here for a while. He rips. Then we have Amir Rafaeli from Israel. Super cool dude. I met him yesterday, or Monday. The first time here. He's absolutely loving the vibes. I think we'll see him again. And then we have Loyal Kenworthy from the US of A. And Thomas Patane from Costa Rica. So who is going to get us started as the surfers are repositioning themselves? Everybody vying for the right to turn up and surf tomorrow when the swell is expected to really turn on. We have seen it slowly increase throughout the week, just as the forecast has been telling us. Period slightly going up, swell height slightly going up. We do have those cross-shore, onshore easterly winds, not too strong, probably around 15 knots or so, 13 to 15 knots, making for slightly textured conditions, but very competitive surfing. We are on the Atlantic side of Barbados, so the swell does hit the reef from many different angles. The one that excites us the most is the one we've been talking about since day one, which is that outcoming north swell that our forecaster, Teddy Allen, has put us all on alert for. And we should be seeing the effects of that from filtering maybe late this evening, throughout the night. Tomorrow morning, we should be waking up and coming up, starting our coverage to a completely different beast as we see Surfer in White not managing to make it in.
All right, here we go. Who's going to pull the trigger? Blue up and right and a little bit behind the peak. Amir not managing to get around that section, and he goes down.
Amir using the old-fashioned priority, which is deepest, closest to the peak. But unfortunately, a bit too deep. Couldn't make it around that whitewater section and has to bail.
Coming up in the next heat, that will be heat number 9, Sage Cats, Max Beach, Ethan Hollander, and Warren Povey. Still got about 21 minutes remaining, plenty of time.
Yep, we're going to run through as many heats in this round as we can. And then we'll be back first thing tomorrow to complete the round. Well, we'll be back on to have a look, make the call. We are anticipating a big day of surf, but we are working with Mother Nature, and she can be fickle. So as much as we look at the forecasts and the cams, as we see white up and right in, This is Loyal Kenworthy. Nice backhand turn. Couple of little turns as that wave rolls off on the reef. As much as we like to look at a forecast and we got cams, nothing ever beats the eye test. So last of white, you dropped a 3. Last of blue, just a 0.5 for your up and down on that deep takeoff. All right.
Red up and right in. Bangs it vertical, Rex Hennings. And the bottom drops out, and he goes down.
Oh, Rex throwing it vertically into that heavy section. But coming unstuck. Free falling out of the sky. A lot of turbulence. But we love the commitment. So last of red, a 117. Just under 19 minutes to go. Priority sitting with our surfer in green. Only surfer without a wave ridden so far. So priority sits with green, then blue, then white. White, you're in the lead with a 3, followed by red and blue with some nominal scores. So this heat not really got underway yet.
All right, we're going to cut to the glass with the winner of the last heat, Carlos Munoz. He's standing by with Amaya. Take it away, Amaya.
And we're back with another legend from Costa Rica, Carlos Munoz, who just won the heat number 7 in the round of 96 in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. How are you today?
Oh, super happy, stoked to be here. Another heat win. I think the time they put 25 minutes and then they go super fast. You know, like the waves are really fun compared to the other days. It's bigger. And yeah, I've been just watching all the Costa Ricans and everybody ripping. So I'm very happy just to advance, and I hear his waves coming. So yeah, everybody's excited.
Yeah, we're so excited to see you all advance. What a good crew you all have. And I mean, you showed some great engagement there, hitting that big incoming section from the north that got you to take the lead towards the end of the heat. So that must feel good.
See, of course, I was a little nervous, you know. I hear I need a wave, and yeah, I just tried to hit it as hard as I could, and I'm glad I didn't fall. It feels really intense, and yeah, so happy to win.
Happy to win for sure. I mean, you look like you have a magic board under your feet, although the stickers are not holding, your feet are holding on it, so that's good.
See, of course, yeah. It's very good material, you know, it's super warm, a little bit of sun, and the stickers comes off, even the wax, you see, it's melting. So, yeah, I'm just happy, and I want to say hello to my wife and my kids back in home, my people in the North Shore in Hawaii, and everybody in Costa Rica. Pura vida, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck for the next round, man. Thanks.
All right, back to live action. Well, we were on that short break. Couple waves were ridden. White dropping a 3.0, green dropping a 3.5, and had a big maneuver by red just coming undone, just putting down a 1.17 as we watch this replay of green. Well, maybe not.
Yeah, green had what looked like a nice wave lining up, but I think he just took a wrong read on it. Did a little bit of a cutback where he should have been trying to project out, ended up getting a little hung up by the white water, didn't make it back on, so he'll reset. Still dropped the highest score of the round so far, but he knows that he could have gotten a lot more out of that wave. And that is our surfer from Costa Rica, another of the Costa Rican crew. So want to shout out again, everybody tuning in from all over East and West Coast, USA, up in Canada, all over Central America, the rest of the Caribbean, of course, everyone in Barbados tuning in from home, those that haven't made it down to the beach today. It is a weekday. Some of us have commitments, kids at school. but I know they're all tuning in, so shout out all the boys tuning in at home. Corbs and the crew. I know Jake was cheering on Trent earlier as we're watching. Nope, let's run through. 15 minutes. We're at the 15-minute mark, guys. So yeah, welcome to our audience from all over the world. It's a pleasure for us to come to you from sunny Barbados. All right, can we get our surfers in the next heat over to collect their jerseys? Ethan, Hollander, Max Beach, Sage Katz, Warren Povey.
Here we go, White up and right in. Going vertical up in the lip, coming down with a white water. Kind of getting hung up a little bit. The wave's going to break in two, but it's going to stick on the high ride. And a couple more maneuvers. So he is currently in second position. So a couple minimal scores on the board. This is going to be the best of the heat. 4.0 for White. So White goes to first as Red's up and right in. Rex Henning's big vertical turn, drifts the fins, and doesn't have enough speed to ride out ahead of that white water, and he goes down. So a little bit of a blunder there for Red as that wave lined up pretty nicely on the inside. Definitely would have offered him quite a bit of scoring potential. Waves seem to be slowing down a little bit as this tide pulls out ever so slightly. 3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Red with an almost carbon copy of his first wave, third it vertically into that oncoming section. Full commitment, but unfortunately, a little too much turbulence as he comes back down. Doesn't manage to ride out, but we love the commitment from young Rex Hennings. So last of Red, 127. So that is a result of an incompleted maneuver for our folks at home, wondering how does such a radical turn not get scored higher? Well, he did not complete the maneuver. It will look great in a photograph, but the judges need to see completed maneuvers.
Red, you are in third position. You require a 2.24.
$12 minutes, 30 to go. Priority sits of a surfer in green.
So priority green, blue, red.
We're seeing more of that reef exposed, Lou, as the tide drains, continue to drain. Looking at a full low of around 5 o'clock local time. This is when all the beautiful little rock pools become exposed. And you take your family, take a walk down the beach, and you can sit in gorgeous little rock pools with shallow, calm water as those waves crash and roll in just meters away.
White, you are currently in first position. Your last wave was a 4.0. 10 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. All right, servers in the next heat, you should be checked in, ready to roll. Coming up, we're going to see Sage Katz from Puerto Rico, Brian Toss' nephew, Max Beach from California, Ethan Hollander from Costa Rica, and Warren Povey from Barbados. So full international heat coming up for you next. We will have 4 more heats following this one. That will close out the day. We are going to heat number 12 today. That will bring us right up to about 5 o'clock this afternoon. Then we're going to come back tomorrow morning and hopefully witness some epic surfing. We'll make the call for you shortly. But I think everybody knows what we're going to be running, just not official yet.
Red, you are looking for a 2-2-4. There's under 10 minutes to go, 9:45. I'll give you a full rundown. Full rundown. White, you are in the lead. Green, you are in second place. You need a 3-5-1 to take the lead. Red, you are in third. You need a 2-2-4 to advance. Blue, you are in fourth. You need a 3-0-1 to advance. Priority sits with green.
So blue up and riding, a little bit off the peak, so he really couldn't maximize that wave. Throws it up, floats the section. He's going to get a nice little inside runner. Stalls the board. Nice slashing top turn. Another pushes out the fins. So that'll get him in the mix. He doesn't require much, so that's actually going to put him into second. But if he would have just been 10 more feet to the right of your screen, he would have been right on that peak. He would have been able to hit it where he took off. So a little bit of a blunder by the 2 servers on the outside, letting him go on that wave, but they definitely could have made that section. 8 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Judges are going to give this one a good look. They want to make sure they get this right.
Well, as you say, Lou, if you snooze, you lose. And those 2 snoozed, and Blue took complete advantage of that. Getting a nice north section walling up for him, multiple turns, and he'll be super happy. I think this is his first time in Barbados.
All right, last of Blue, 5.5. Blue, you go to second. Green, you drop to third. You now require a 2.5. And red, you are fourth. You require a 4.7. 7 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. So white first, blue second, green third. Green requires a 2.5, red fourth, red requires a 4.7. So green's going to pull the trigger. Here we go, up and right in, going up in the lip, out onto the open face. Nice little cut back, kind of loses the fins a little bit, but regains his composure as he's working it to the inside. As green. So red really finding a hard time finding a handle on these waves. Was a little bit behind on that first maneuver, and it just kind of worked its way right into every other maneuver, not really finding that rhythm. With 7 minutes remaining.
All right, so that was a nice little exchange. Red finally getting a score of note on the board. You can see what he's looking for. He really wants to send it, but as we see in this replay, as he comes in, drops in from deep, looking at that first section, almost comes out the back, gets a little hung up, not the clean turn he was looking for. Plenty of commitment, plenty of aggression, but the timing was off. As he wakes his way in, another little turn on a very bumpy face. So Rex will just be happy to complete that wave.
Six minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Green, you're last coming in at a 4.03. So you go to first. Blue, white, you drop to second. Blue, you are third. Blue, you require a 1.5. And red, you are in fourth, waiting on your score to drop. Last of red, 3.7. So red, you require a 3.3. Blue, you require a 1.5. So green first, white second, blue third. Blue requires a 1.5, red fourth, red requires a 3.3. 3 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. 5 minutes, 35 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so as we saw, red throwing it at that wave, but the judges recognizing that it was a little mistimed and didn't have the speed, power, and flow. So coming in at an average, below average, 3.7. But that does cut the requirement down as we come up to 5 minutes.
All right, 5 minutes remaining, servers. You're free to paddle out. Just stay down on your channel. Green giving this a look. He is in 4th priority.
Yo.
Currently in the lead. Just looking for anything to help him better that 3.5. So blue with priority over red. Red gives way. Blue racing the section, can't get around it. So that's going to leave server in white with priority. He lets it go. Red lets it go. As the rip starts to pull down through Soup Bowl again. That will happen on this lower tide.
All right, so we still have over 4 minutes to go in this heat, so we're looking for another exchange. A few more fireworks, possibly, some flip-flopping. Surfers all requiring pretty achievable scores.
Priority change. Priority goes to red. White goes to second.
We're coming up to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. All our surfers just requiring scores of under a 4.
Red up and riding. As he completes that last maneuver. Working his way to the inside with 2 minutes, 52 seconds remaining.
All right, surfer in red, Rex Hennings, finally putting it together, slowly building his house. Started off with a couple of big attempts that he fell, and then he completed one, and then that was certainly his best wave.
Everything. All right, last of red, 717. Red goes to first. Green drops to second. White, you go to third. White, you require a 3.5. And blue, you are fourth. You require a 2.0.
Yeah. Surfer in red was serving notice of his intent. He just needed to find the right wave, and here he does. Now he puts it together. First turn, a nice rail turn back into the power source. Here's where he throws it up into the lip, completing it. That's the one he needed to make that he didn't make earlier on. Nice little tap on the white water. Here we go, and that was it. The judges rewarding the commitment to that big turn. 1 minute, 50 seconds to go. So Rex Hennings coming from fourth, jumping straight into first place with that last wave. Highest individual wave of the heat so far. Our surfer in white sitting with priority is requiring now a 3.54. Our surfer in blue requires a 2.03 to advance. So still very achievable.
Next heat, you need to go back. You are way too far in the lineup.
Surfer in green, can you back paddle a bit, please? You're way too close. Thank you.
All right, 1 minute remaining, so situation remains the same. White is in third, requiring a 3.5. Blue is in fourth, requiring a 2.0. No, here we go. Green holds off blue. with 22 seconds. Guys, you're way too far in the lineup. And Green, still watching Green. We're going to close this one out with 10 seconds.
Two.
3, 2, 1. All right, we're on a short hold. We're on a short hold. So this heat closes out with red in first, green in second. So servers in the next heat, please stand by. We're on a short hold. All right, back to live action. So the heat is live. Surfer in green still rolling. Pushes out the fins, completes the maneuver.
Local boy, Warren Povey, opening up his account.
So we could cue up that replay.
Warren had a strong showing yesterday as we see him coming in from deep, throwing it up into that first section. Beautiful turn right under the lip. Nice wrapping cut back, just maintaining his board speed, waiting for this wave to develop, making it way out of that convergence zone as he gets a little bit more of a snap, and then nice little blowtail to finish.
The horn blew, the sign is green, the heat is on, the heat is live. "23 minutes, 5 seconds remaining." So first of green, 5:17. 22 minutes, 50 seconds, surfers. So surfers coming up in the next heats. Everybody has been very respectful of the heats in front of them. If you paddle down in the channel, we cannot differentiate which heat is which. If it happens again, we will stop the beach. We will stop the water start. We will start you from the beach, which means your 25-minute heat will become a 20-minute heat. So it is extremely difficult for the judges to decipher which surfers are in which heat if you go too far into the lineup. We can see it clearly from here. To you, you might think that you're far enough away, but for us, the angle that we're at, it makes it very difficult. So please stay down in the channel. Thank you. All right, 20 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. Green dropping a 5.17 on his first attempt. 3 surfers yet to open their account. All right, call to check in. Heat number 10. Kepa Mendia, Enzo Ackerman, Tosh Talbot, and Don Bonfield. You are called to check in. You have 18 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. All right, well, we have a little break in the action. We're going to send it down to the glass with Amaya. She's standing by with Rex Hennings. Take it away, Amaya.
And I'm here with Rex Hennings from San Clemente, California, who just won heat number 8 in the round of 96 in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. How are you?
I'm great. I'm stoked to be here.
Well, that was a close one. You didn't catch your wave that put you in the first spot until kind of like the last 4 minutes of the heat. What were you feeling?
Yeah, I think there was like 6 minutes left, and I had last prio, and I had 2 ones, and I was like, there's a lot of waves out there, but not a lot of sets, and I got one like pretty good one, and then I paddled back out with like 3 minutes and had last prio, and then somehow everyone just went on a wave, and I got one at the end, so I'm stoked.
Yeah, pretty sketchy situation you were in over there, but you managed to pull through and you got through with a pretty decent score, so congratulations. How are you looking up for the next few days? Are you excited? More swell, more waves, more opportunities?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this wave with more swell because I've been here like 5 times, and this might be like the biggest I've surfed it, I feel like. I've been here like 4 times, but yeah, I'm excited to see some waves that break on the ball and hopefully get some turns in. So yeah, I'm excited.
All right, sweet, can't wait. Congratulations once again. You want to maybe say a little something to friends and family besides your main guy right there?
Yeah, I'm kind of forced to shout out Big 20 Hammer nowadays, so shout out him, and yeah, stoked.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the next one, man.
Thank you.
All right, we are back to live action while we were on that short break. Had 2 surfers on waves, red and white. Red, just an insignificant wave, but this is the wave that we're watching here now. This is white. Ethan Hollander, big first turn, pushes out the fins right into another major maneuver and then finishes it strong. So 3-turn combo. Judges are working on that score. When that score drops, I will give you the update with 15 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. One more score to drop for White, 7-8-3 white. So white goes to first, green goes to second. Red is third, and blue yet to open your account. And here he is, Max Beach, up and right, and goes up in the lip first turn, out onto the open face, cutting it back. Looking for this reform, and he goes out the back. So with 15 minutes remaining, all four servers now each have a wave. We're going to see how this heat stacks up. So all four servers have at least one wave on the board. Priority goes to surfer in green, followed by red and white. Red way up inside. He's going to let that one roll under him. So green, he's going to pull the trigger with priority. Warren Povey up and right, and out onto the open face. He goes up and out the back. That wave just had a little bit too much wobble on it. So he will work his way back to the outside, reset. As we say in Barbados, rewind and come again.
You see this replay of young Warren coming in. That wave got quite bowly. And he just opts to eject before he got crunched. Twelve minutes to go. All of our surfers sitting with one wave. Surfer in red.
White taking off way behind that peak. This is not even going to get a maneuver.
Look at some of the water moving now, pushing over into the bay.
So he will move to the back of the line. Surfer in red holding priority, followed by blue, then green.
Tomorrow we will see these swells hitting the reef at a totally different angle, producing a totally different experience for our surfers and our viewers. As we come up under the 11-minute mark. Completely open heat.
Blue, your first wave is a 4.5. You're in third position, requiring a 1.6, 10 minutes, 40 seconds remaining.
All right, under 10 minutes. Just giving our surfers the heads up. We're under 10 minutes to go now. In heat 9. I believe we are going through until heat 12 today, where we anticipate coming back tomorrow morning to complete this round and then move into the next round. Yeah, we anticipate moving straight into the round of 64, where we will start to see some of the heavy hitters get involved in the competition.
That is unofficial, though. Still no official call has been made, but we suspect that's what we're going to be looking at.
Highly anticipate.
White, your last wave was a .77. You're in first. Your first wave was a 7.83. 8 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Green with third priority. He's looking at this one. He's up and right in Warren Povey. Throwing it up in the lip. First turn out onto the open face. Wrapping cut back. Eyeing up this north section coming at him. He's going to have to do something big. Pushes out the fins. He's going to try and get around that next section. But Soup Bowl says no dice. As Blue stands up. Goes up vertical in the lip. Was a little late. It's a good thing because that's what kept him on the board. Max Beach. Out onto the open face, sticking with the power source, and he goes out the back. So let's see what the judges think.
That was a nice little exchange from the local boy Warren Povey in green.
We're watching White. No ride.
And our surfer in blue, Max Beach. Warren getting a slightly better wave, stretching out a bit longer, giving a bit more scoring opportunity. We'll see how the judges reflect on this as we wait for those replays to get queued up. All right, taking off our surfer in blue first, straight into that oncoming section. How he manages to hang on there, I do not know. Makes his way around and gets another nice snap. A little hung up in the lip line there. Lots of chatter on the face, and then just cuts out. Fully committed to that first turn, but this is the wave. Surfer in green, taking on a nice little inside nugget. Beautiful first turn, nice and aggressive. Keeps it on rail, near to the power source. And then eyes that big oncoming section, which he navigates beautifully. 3-turn combo, and we wait for the scores to drop. I think we can say bye-bye to that 093, Lou.
All right, last of green dropping in, last of blue dropping in, last of blue 477, last of green 5.5, green to first, blue to second, White, you are third. White now requires a 1.4, and red is fourth, requiring an 8.7, so 6 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Priority red, white, green. So green getting the better exchange between green and blue.
So yeah, our surfer in red, Sage Cat's not really getting his account started yet. We're coming up to that, approaching that 5-minute mark. So he's gonna need to get himself started as he sits with priority. But really impressed with the surfing of young Warren Povey in this event so far. Strong showing yesterday to make it to the quarters of the juniors. And coming out today with plenty of fire. His dad, Robert's going to be super proud, super stoked, cheering him on from wherever he is, probably at home screaming at the TV right now. Big up yourself, Povs. I think you can safely say we're all super proud of the way Warren's surfing right now. As we approach that 5-minute mark, surfers in the next heat, you can get ready to paddle out. Once again, we ask you to stay over in the rip, stay out of the line of the judge's vision. In that next heat, we have surfer in red, Kepa Mendia. In blue, Enzo Ackerman. In white, Tosh Talbot. And in green, local boy, Danny Banfield. So you guys are free to make your way out into the lineup, into the rip, sorry, and hold position while we get through the rest of this Heat 9. Quick situation update. Green, you hold the lead. Blue, you're in second place. You need a 5-9 if you want to take over the lead. White, you are in third. You require a 1-4-4 to get into that qualifying position. And red, you sit with priority. You need a one wave score of an 8-7-7 to get into an advancing position. Doable, but you will need to drop one of the highest scores of the day. So you might want to get working, get busy. All right, under 3 minutes. Under 3 minutes in this Heat 9 in the round of 96 in the Barbados BTMI Surf Pro.
Here we go, Green up and right, and Warren Povey out onto the open face. Nice wrapping cutback. And he goes down. Not that that wave was offering too much more. That north section was coming at him with a vengeance. Surfer in the next heat. Just stay right there, guys. Thank you very much.
I like that Warren, recognizing he's got the lead now, needs to build some higher scores, was pushing a little harder as we see our surfer Sage Catch finally using his priority. Taking off on a little one that will stretch out and give him a little north peak to attack. Manages to negotiate that, make his way out onto the open face. That's it, as we watch White attacking right behind him. Second big maneuver. Oh, and Blue on the outside goes up into a vertical hit, but comes unstuck as he's upside down under the lip. So under a minute and 30 to go, and we will let the judges deliberate. 3 scores to drop for White, Red, and Blue, while our surfer in green sits with priority and the lead. There's White.
Replay of Hollander eyeing up that north section, pushes out the fins, full control, and then he just gets gobbled up. The whitewater passes him and he kicks out. So waiting on some scores to drop here. This is an important exchange. So last of Blue, 1.2. So Blue, not enough. Blue stays in second. However, we're waiting on that last of White. So the judge is watching. Red comes in at a 3.73. So Red, you now need a 5.5.
.30 seconds as we see Red coming to the inside, giving all he can. This is his last opportunity, but that wave doesn't give him anything more.
So with 20 seconds remaining, priority is with Green. Green is going to pull for this one, hold off Blue. He holds him off. See if he can get down to the inside, get another maneuver, throws it up in the lip with 3, in 3, 2, 1. So that ends the heat. So we're waiting on some scores. Servers in the next round, please hold your positions. Stand by. We are on a short hold, waiting on this important score for green and also white.
Yeah, I think white is the score that's going to change things a bit, Lou. White only requiring a minimal score. Let's see where he goes. I think green is going to be safe.
All right, let's see what's going on here. So waiting on white, waiting on green. White's trickling in. White, 5.8, goes to first. Green goes to second. However, there's only one more score left to drop for green. So nobody can leapfrog him. So the heat's going to end with white first, green second. So Ethan Hollander and Warren Povey advancing into the next round. Well done, boys.
Congratulations.
Congrats to the local surfer, Warren Povey.
Congrats to his
Ethan
dad,
Hollander.
his biggest fan.
All right, counting it in. 10 seconds. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so the heat is on. We are live, heat number 10. Coming up in this heat in red, Kepa Mendia; in blue, Enzo Ackerman; in white, Tosh Talbot; and in green from Barbados, Dan Banfield. So another one in the history books. We are moving on to heat number 10.
Another stacked heat. Plenty of talent on display. Kepa Mendia always strong here at the bowl. Enzo Ackerman has been surfing really well in the juniors so far. We all know that young Dan the Man Banfield is not afraid to throw it up into the biggest sections out here. So we just want to see him get on the right waves. And all these boys get out there and show their wares. Again, everyone vying for the right to surf when the swell hits tomorrow. Dan is the the goofy footer out of all the local groms. Most of our local groms at the moment are regular footers. Dan is our goofy footer. Always strong on his backside. Spent a lot of time surfing at the bowl under the watchful eye of his dad, Barry Banfield, vice president, current vice president of BSA, recently elected.
And top coach on the rock.
Top coach. Recently traveled with the Barbados team to Peru. And a bit of a coaching stint where they did a pretty good showing. Getting used to the cold water over there. Beautiful waves. They told me it was an amazing time. So big up to Peru. Shout out my boy Gordo. Godzilla Surfboards as we watch Dan scratching into one from deep. He's going to run it down the line, seeing that this will set up further down. Throws it up under the lip, making his way around. Another nice snap. Coming around that section. Wraps back to the white water, waiting for two more little setup turns on the inside. All right, that's green getting his feet in the wax. We also had white, Tosh Talbot behind them. He got a couple of moves on the outside before that wave ran off down the reef. And then I think we had, was it Kepa Mendia? Red. So a little nice exchange for the three of our surfers, leaving the surfer in blue, Enzo Ackerman, out back by himself. Enzo representing Mexico. Tosh Talbot from Costa Rica. Kepa Mendia from the US of A. And of course, local boy, Dan Banfield. International field of competitors. So we welcome Nick back into the commentary booth. How you doing, cuz?
Good. Just running around making sure that everybody out there is being taken care of, making sure that they're getting free access to the hospitality tent. Got great food and drinks out there. We're looking at this replay now. This looks like local boy Dan Bamfield. Drops in easy. He's just working the wave, rail to rail, up in there for that first one.
Beautiful
Comes
first
straight
turn.
out. Boom, look at that second one. Kind of drifts the fins a little bit. And he brings it on down to the inside. He's looking down there. Wrapping it back. And then he's out of there.
Yeah.
All right, so we got some scores dropping in. What do we got there, votes?
All right, so last of green, your first wave came in at a 4.33. Last of white, you come in at a 4.73. So that puts white in the lead, followed by green. And we are waiting for a score to drop for red. As we come up to the 20-minute mark, priority sitting with surfer in blue. And now surfer in white, second priority. He takes off, throws it into that oncoming section, riding out cleanly, nice rail carve, wrapping it back to the white water. And he watches this wave stretch out in front of him. He's going to wait for that wall to stand up a little more vertically. Snap. And whap. Lovely little finish. Well-ridden wave for our surfer from Costa Rica, Tosh Talbot.
Yeah, he looks kind of comfortable on this wave. I think he's been here before, right?
Tosh has definitely been here before, ripping the wave. As you watch the replay, Nick, take it away.
Bang, there he goes, so fast and floats down as spit throughout the other side of that barrel. Now he's looking and setting it up, just wrapping it back. These guys are really looking down the line to see what kind of quality maneuvers they can fit into the wave before it runs away from him. Boom. And that was his finish. Nice and clean. I think he loves it. We're just about to get that score drop in for him. He was their heat leader.
All right, we got blue up and riding. Coming on a deep bottom turn. Nice rail work. Wrapping it back to the power source. Another little cut back. Waiting for that wave to wall up. 3 very similar wraps. Nice rail work. 4. And now he takes off down the line and tries to tag that inside section, but digs the nose. So nice exchange. We're going to wait for scores to drop, but in the meantime, we're going to go to the lovely Amaya and the winner of the last heat, Ethan Hollander, down on the glass. Take it away, man.
Hi, we're here with Ethan Hollander representing Costa Rica, who just made his heat number 9 of the round of 96 in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, waves were pretty fun. It's been pretty choppy and windy the past couple days, so it feels good to get into some good waves and, yeah, have some fun.
Yeah, a little grindy over there, but the swell is picking up, so you must be excited to surf some real waves on your first year on the QS.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I've known that last year and the past couple years it's been pretty subpar, so tomorrow, that's kind of my goal, to make it to Thursday, so hopefully it's really, really good.
Well, fingers crossed for that. We were just saying it is your best result when you get to the next round. So it's all fun from there, you know, release some big turns and get some good scores. I mean, you got a solid 7 just now, so good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's just about having fun, really. It's my first year. Just got to enjoy it and just go at every section. This wave's pretty good, so got to enjoy it.
Go at every section. I love that, for sure. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Anything to say for friends and family back at home between California and Costa Rica, maybe?
Sí, le quiero decir hola a todos en Costa Rica, mis papás, mis patrocinadores, mi familia, amigos, todos que están viendo. Y sí, vamos a la siguiente ronda y pura vida.
Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. Good luck.
Boom, bang, boom, bang. Nice interview there by Miss Amaya. And we had Ethan Hollander taking a win. That was what, heat 9?
Yeah, Ethan coming from 3rd in that. He had the highest single wave in that heat, and then he managed to drop a hammer, jump straight to first place. So congrats to him. as we are watching Enzo Ackerman rolling on a little one. Nice snap and redirection. Smaller wave, but he tips on the afterburners, trying to attack that little section, and he goes down.
All right, White, your last wave was a 6.83. Your first wave was a 4.7. You're in first position. Green, you have a 4.3 and a 1. You are in second. Blue, you are in third position. All right, check that. Blue, you are in second position. Your last wave was a 3.5. Green, you are now in third. You require a 4.1. And red, you are in fourth. You require a 5.5. 13 minutes, 15 minutes, 35 seconds remaining.
So as we see Mr. Barry Banfield on the rock with the Diamonds International flag, watching Dan come from way too deep. Way too deep on that one, young Dan, as Barry shakes his head. But he has time to reset. One thing about those Banfields, they are mentally strong. They don't know when they're beat. I can tell you that from playing table tennis with his dad.
All right, coming up in the next heat, we're going to see Carl Barger, Shane Fontino, Brad Edinger, and local boy Louis St. John. That's another barn burner. I know Louis is hoping to make it through that round, get to tomorrow. White, your last wave was a 6.83. You're in first.
So yeah, next heat coming up looks good. Louis St. John, one of the local heavy hitters. If out here really turns on, he is definitely one of the guys you want to see out there in the lineup. For me, maybe the best goofy footer I've seen surf the bowl. Definitely of the local guys. As we watch Dan come from deep, throw it into a nice turn. Resets, waiting for this wave to set up. Builds his speed up. Nice deep turn, attacking that section. Beautiful Dan, and he comes around. One more turn and looks for a little tap on the inside. There we go. Dan the man Banfield.
Come on, let's hear it for Dan. Come on, Barry on the rock, keep it loud noise.
Dan,
Here's
like that one.
Whistles.
Here's that replay. So we see Dan almost losing on that first turn, throwing everything in it. Manages to reset, take that high line, now the low line, and throw it into that lip. And another nice turn for Green to finish off.
This is live action. Kepa Mandia will bring this replay to you as soon as he's done serving this wave. Absolutely going to town. Oh, and he pearls the last maneuver, but don't mind that. Plenty work done on the outside. We can cue up that last one of red.
Yeah, that entire replay, Kepa was ripping out behind.
All right, here we go. This is red taking off. Going up in that first lip. Nice wrapping cutback. Setting up this next turn. On the rail. Throwing out some fins. Cutting it back. Fully committed on the rail. Another top turn. And then gets taken out by this finishing maneuver, but that was solid surfing. So waiting on those scores to drop. Judges looking at, comparing.
Yeah, that was a well-surfed wave. He surfed it as the wave presented itself to him. Staying close to the power source when necessary, unloading on that vertical section when it presented itself before the wave went a little sleepy. A lot of chatter on the face, which makes it a little bit harder to negotiate some of these maneuvers. We're at 11 and a half minutes to go. Waiting for some scores to drop for red.
All right, with 11 minutes remaining, scores are starting to trickle in for red. So red, 5.5. Red goes to third. Red, you now require a 3.23. Blue, you go to fourth. You require a 3.8. So white first, green second, red third. Red, you require a 3.23. Blue fourth, you require a 3.8. 10 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Green, your previous score was a 4.4.
Okay, we're under 10 minutes. Competitors in the next heat, you should be checked in, got your jerseys, making your way down to the beach, start stretching. Surfer's taking a look. Surfer in blue, using his priority over green. Enzo Ackerman. Nice slap off the white water, rides out, tries to make his way around onto the open face. He will get a little more on the inside. Waits for it to stand up. He's looking for that one big finish in blowtail, and there we go. Well surf wave from Enzo Ackerman. Watching. So white sitting with first priority, followed by red and then green. As we wait for that score to drop for blue. We have a pretty heavy set coming through. A lot of east in that one, though. It's going to run off down the reef with a lot of white water. That's not the wave these surfers are looking for. All right, we have a situation change. Last of blue, you drop a 6.23, which will push you into second spot. So to give you a full update, in first place, surfer in white, sitting with priority. You sit with a 6.83 and a 4.73. Surfer in blue, you sit in second place. You need a 5.34 to take the lead. Surfer in green, you need a 6.76 to get to the advancing position. And surfer in red, you sit in fourth. You need a 5.67 to advance. 7 minutes to go. So, Nick, we just saw Enzo Ackerman steal on a nice little inside one, get that north wall and get some work done. Drop a good score, considering it's a
Yeah, that's a good reminder saying that, you know, you don't really need a set wave. I think that, you know, once you have a wave to perform, it's really up to you how well can you perform.
100% quality over quantity. Same for the maneuvers. The judges would rather see 1 or 2 quality maneuvers than 5 or 6 average maneuvers.
Yeah, a couple of little tic-tacs on the top can never beat 2 vertical
Nope.
re-entries.
We want to
back
see
back.
rail surfing. We want to see commitment. We want to see them attacking those sections that look like they're going to crunch you. We don't want to see flat surfing. We don't want to see surfers just tagging the white water. We want to see spray. We want to see rails in the water. We want to see fins out the back.
When they have a nice deep bottom turn and we could see the bottom of the board from this angle.
We want to see the nose of the board at what we call 12 o'clock. Watching White use his priority to drop in, and that's the vertical smat we were talking about. Nice rail turn. Another nice attack on the lip. Oncoming section, layback, throws it into that one. Plenty of style. He's going to ride on to the open face and look for one more to put a stamp on what's been a really, really well-ridden wave. No, that little tap isn't going to do it. That's the little flat tap we were saying that doesn't impress the judges.
He's got one more. Bam! And just loses it at the end.
Yeah, the work was done outside.
Yeah, the work was on the outside.
The work was done outside. 5-minute mark. Next heat, you are free to paddle out. As we watch Blue, Enzo Ackerman, up and out. The next heat, you are free to paddle out. Stay far to the left, as we keep reminding you guys. So watching Blue on the inside, Nick. Another nice little runner. This is a smaller wave, but look at the wall on this one. Smack.
That's what they like to see,
There we
utilizing that face.
Complete redirection. Making his way back out for more. Nope, he said that's enough. I'm happy with that.
They got 4.5 minutes left. I think he's got enough time to maybe get 2 more waves if he's really selective.
Well, if he keeps picking off those little inside nuggets, he could get 2 or 3 for sure.
Yeah, currently he is in second position. We're waiting for 2 scores to drop from the heat leader and second place, and then we'll give you an update.
I think they're going to be 2 significant scores as well, which is going to push the requirement for our surfer in green and our surfer in red. So let's wait and see how they drop as we come to 4 minutes left in this heat.
All right, last of White, 8, 6, 7.
Ooh.
Previous of Blue, just over. So waiting on that last of Blue. So Surfer and White cemented in the lead. So right now, green and red are in second and third. Sorry, third and fourth. Last of Blue, 5.83. So green, you now require a 7.6, and red, you require a 6.5. We watched this Blue. This was a 5.83. That was a bigger wave. That score could have definitely had 2 more points on it. But 3 minutes remaining. Red's going to pull the trigger up and right, and Kepa Mendia out onto the open face. Nice wrapping cutback. Bangs it, throws it, holds it, makes it. Working it to the inside. Looking to finish strong, Kepa Mendia. All right, let's see what's going on with this. 2 minutes, 37 seconds. Servers in the next heat. So White in the next heat, paddle straight out as we watch this replay of green. Next heat, White goes straight out.
Yeah, Surfer in White, Brad Ettinger in the next heat. Just make sure you stay clear. We don't want to get you confused, which we have been doing. As Uncle Lou keeps saying, the angle that we are looking at the break from is very different from you guys. It's very easy to get you confused. Surfer in blue situation, you are in second. We're waiting for scores to drop for green and red. So give us a moment. We're under 2 minutes. We're waiting for scores to drop.
There's the replay of red.
Next heat, hold your position, please. Stay where you are.
saying he's seeing 2 greens on this line. So I listened to him.
So here we go. Blue up and right in. And he goes out the back with 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining.
Under a minute.
Priority order, white, blue, green. White, blue, green, 50 seconds remaining. Last of red coming in at a 5.5. Pardon me, that score has not dropped yet. That has not dropped yet. Still waiting on that last of red. Also a last of green. .30 seconds remaining. So the scores for white, blue, red dropping in. All right, last of red, 6.6 goes to second. Blue, you now are third. You require a 5.8. Green, you are fourth. You require a 7.7. With 10 seconds remaining, we're going to count this in 3, 2, 1. So that ends heat number 10. Servers in the next heat, please hold your positions. We are on a short hold, so official results moving through and advancing in white, Tosh Talbot, and in red, Kepa Mendia. So good surfing. Servers in the next heat. Stand by. Counting it in, 10 seconds.
5, 4.
All right, we're back to live action. Coming up in this heat in red, Carl Berger. In blue, Shane Frontino. In white, Brad Ettinger. And in green, Louis St. John. This is heat number 11. And this BTMI Barbados Surf Pro Men's QS 6000. Presented by Diamonds International. Brought to you by Surf Promotions Barbados. Coming live and direct from Soup Bowl Bathsheba in Barbados. This is the highest rated qualifying event in the Caribbean. This is the last event of the year. We will be crowning champions as we watch green, Louis St. John from Barbados, local boy, up and riding, going up vertical in the lip, coming out onto the open face, sending it up, little whitewater check turn, has some more wave ahead of him to work with, another vertical turn right in his pocket. Louis St. John, he's been training hard for this. He got far last year. He's going to watch this, wait for that last maneuver, and throw it up. He is a well-seasoned veteran. He traveled the world surfing the QS for years. He is a multiple champion out here in Barbados. And let me tell you something. When you get him in big waves, he is one of the best backhand tube riders in the Caribbean.
I hope he gets to show us that tomorrow. I'm excited. So Louis St. John, local favorite. Super powerful surfer. As we got the replay, here we go. Louis coming in, showing his local knowledge. Throwing it straight into that aggressive turn. Loads of spray. Deep bottom turn. Wave backs off a little bit, doesn't quite stand up for him, but he makes a nice turn in the lip line and another aggressive turn there. 3 big aggressive turns. A little wrap back. And one more vertical tap just on the inside. So Lewis will be happy with that as the scores drop in. Lou?
All right, 6.33 for green, 6.33 for green.
Yeah, the judges rewarding the power on display.
6.33, Lou, 6.33.
Like we were saying in the last heat, Nick, the judges like to see loads of spray, like to see that rail dug into the water. And if it's one thing that Louis St. John will do, it's send buckets.
Oh, man, I've been seeing that guy do that since he's about 13, 14, sinking that rail on a right-hand point break, full-on low compress, goes straight up 12 o'clock, throws that tail out, and you got 2-3 more of those down the line.
Here we go, surfer in blue. Shane Fontino from the USA. A little bit of a sleepy wave that's going to just roll off on the reef. Yeah, I've watched Louis grow up from a little grom, absolutely fearless, and just his style. This guy went away, got a degree, lived in England, came back out of nowhere, little overweight. Came out here a day, was like 8 foot. I wasn't even paddling out. I was just sitting on the beach cheering guys on. Louis rolls up, goes, "Yo, Bodie." Little pale, little tubby, just got back from England, goes out there, pulls into the sickest, deepest pits on his backside. I'm like, wow. Imagine this guy hadn't surfed for like 2 years at that point. So I'm super proud of him going out, getting his degree, and showing us that he's also a smart guy. But I tell you what, if that kid had really focused on his surfing career, up there with the Joshes.
Yeah, but what people forgetting is he really is a fisherman. He's Fisherman Louis first.
True.
Surfer St. John's second.
Yeah. Lawyer third. We watched Louis out there, like we would see this little boat, what we call a Moses, coming across Silver Sands with what would look like a kid, like a little 4-year-old kid. Like, who's this kid in this boat? Louis out there by himself, spare gun, coming across the bay in Silver Sands, offloading barracudas by the dozen.
All right, back to the surfing now. Last of blue, 217. So 19 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Surfers in the next heat, you're called to check in. Micaiah Bray, Benji Lang, Elias Smith, and Russell Winter. You guys should check in. You got about 20 minutes to go. Paddle out in 15 minutes. That will be the final heat of the day. We will then give you our schedule for tomorrow, coming up shortly. Tomorrow's setting up to be a very exciting day. We have that swell approaching. It has finally hit the buoys in St. Martin. 8 to 10 feet at 16 seconds, traveling 14 degrees. There we go, watching the water white up and riding. Brad Ettinger, so he will hand priority to the surfer in red, Carl Barger. So
saw the local boy selling the surfer in white on that one.
He's gonna make sure he gets a score for his effort. Either that or that is a redirection maneuver.
Yep, just the one smack. But definitely going to be better than the 0.5 he had before. So we are getting ready to head back to the glass with the winner of the last heat, Tosh Talbot, and the lovely Amaya.
And we're here at the glass with Tosh Talbot from Costa Rica, who just won heat number 10 in the round of 96 in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro. How are you?
I'm doing great. Super stoked to be back here in Barbados. I didn't get to come last year due to work, but yeah, super stoked to be here with my friends again and putting good scores up in heats.
Putting good scores, that's all it's about. You need the 2 to get through. How did you manage to catch some waves over there? I hear it has a lot of current right now.
Yeah, I feel like my surfing lately has been really good, but just been struggling to put it together in heats. So super stoked to put that first heat away and looking forward to the rest of the contest. I think tomorrow it's supposed to get a bit bigger and hopefully we get some epic Super Bowl conditions.
Yeah, let's build on that good stuff, putting good heats together, good waves under your feet, good scores, we can only increase, and maybe on the swell upcoming, bigger waves. Are you excited for that?
Yeah, super excited. Stoked to be here with my friends, staying with Sebas and Esteban, and all the Costa Rica crew here supporting. Shout out to my family, mom, dad, sister, watching back at home. And yeah, pura vida. Gracias a todos.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck for the next round, man.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back to the live action. While we were on that break, we had surfer in red, Carl Berger, opening his account, bringing that score as soon as it drops. And this is the replay, so we can take a look at this. Nice little first tap turn coming out onto the open face, and not really much to write home about. Louis St. John, vertical up in the lip, completes the maneuver. That is local boy Louis St. John. So first of green, 483. Sorry, last of red, 483.
Wow, look at this replay here from our surfer in green, setting up warm maneuver, waiting. Here it goes, boom! Free falls through the lip, fully committed. The wave runs off down the reef. There's no need to do anything more.
All right, judges showing some love. 683 green, 6.83.
There we go. Judges rewarding that fully committed maneuver from green, throwing it up into one of the steeper sections we've seen for the day. Completely vertical, perfect timing, buckets of spray, and a really good score as a reward. So situation update as we approach 15 minutes. Our surfer in green is sitting with a 6.83 and a 6.33 in the lead. Surfer in red, you have a 4.83. You are sitting in second place. Surfer in white, you require a 2.77 to get into an advancing position. And surfer in blue, you sit with priority and you require a 2.67 to get into an advancing position. Just under 15 minutes to go in this penultimate heat of the day.
As we watch blue working it out onto the open face, just a series of cutbacks. He's going to go out the back, reset. 14 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. So the surfer from Barbados holding down the lead in green. Louis St. John sitting on a 6.83 and a 6.33. So servers in the next heat, you should be checked in, ready to go.
Yeah, getting to that low tide time, looking at the reef coming up. The waves are just getting sweeter and sweeter and sweeter.
And those rock pools getting sweeter and sweeter and sweeter.
I know.
For those of you that need to cool off on the beach.
Today was a hot one, boy.
And it's going to be hotter tomorrow.
You don't know, buddy. You don't know.
So while things are a little quiet, I don't know if they can queue up another replay of that second wave from green, but I would love to see that one maneuver that got rewarded with almost a 7. Maybe one of the highest scores for a single maneuver of the event. But the power on display. And then to free fall through that heavy lip, manage to ride out. As we come up to 13 minutes left in this penultimate heat of the day. We're coming to you with one more heat. Here we go. Here's that replay, Nick. What do you look at this? As we go, deep bottom turn, setting it up. Boom! That is perfect timing. That free fall through the lip line is absolutely incredible. As we saw red on a little wave in the while we were on the break. So that's just a little preview of what we can expect a lot more of tomorrow, as we're seeing red, replay of red here, Nick.
This is Carl Berger, just throws it up in there viciously and makes the right out. Just another one-hit wonder. I think he should be rewarded for being aggressive to that open way face.
Yep, again, judges love to see.
All right, last of red, 4.6. So blue, you now require a 713. White, you require a 736. White up and rating. Did have a nice first turn, but missed time the second one, and he gets swept off of his feet. 11 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. And this heat number 11 coming up in 11 and a half minutes. We'll see our final heat of the day.
All right, we are approaching 10 minutes. Situation update. Surfer in green, you sit in the lead and with priority, so you're in a strong position. Surfer in red, you're in second place. You need an 8-3-3 if you want to take the lead. Surfer in blue, you are in third place. You require a 7-1-3 to advance. Surfer in white, you are in fourth place, and you require a 7-1 to advance. 9 minutes, 50 seconds to go. And saying a big warm welcome to all of our viewers from all over the world once again. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast. Guys have been here since 8 o'clock this morning, fully concentrated, not missing a wave, not missing a move, not missing a beat.
Yep, this is day number 3. We have 4 more days to go. Here we go, red up and right in. Carl Berger just pushes it a little too hard out the back. He is currently sitting in that second position.
Yeah. We see some lines, Lou. And as you said, this is only day 3. We have watched the swell build and the action get hotter as we go along. And we're just building towards a crescendo this weekend.
And blue up and right in. And he can't manage that floater reentry. And on the outside, green.
Look at this
Louis
nugget.
St. John, current heat leader, coming hard off the bottom, going vertical up in the lip, out onto the open face, eyeing up this north section, coming at him, driving hard, throwing it up. He's going to stick with it. If he gets around this section, he's got more wave to work with, but he thinks the job is done. Sitting on a 6.3 and a 6.8 as we watch White coming around this first section, eyeing up this north section, throwing it vertical, and he's not going to get around that section either.
All right.
So looking for this for White to cut down his requirement. He's sitting on a pair of 2s. So that's going to definitely go in his scoreline. 8 minutes straight up. Blue is going to turn on this one.
We're watching this replay of Louis St. John as he throws it up into that lip vertically again. Nice time snap, lots of spray, little check turn, waiting for it to set up, and then bangs it off that oncoming section. As we go back to live action with blue completing his wave, that is Shane Frontino. And we'll get a replay of his wave that he got some work done. Waiting for scores to drop.
Red are just waiting for this score for blue to drop as we watch this replay. Little check turn, cut back. Letting the wave build up for him. Throws it up. Kind of stops the wave, board a little short on that. Kind of threw off his timing. That kind of went right down the lane. As we watch red, this is live action now. Carl gets a little hung up, gets back down the face, but he knows his rhythm was broken, and he kicks out the back. So waiting on a couple of scores for everyone.
Yeah, I like the intent from red, showing lots of aggression, but aggression, or as we say, power is nothing without timing. And he mistimed those waves a little bit as we are seeing a nice score drop in for green. Last of green, you up the requirement, you drop a 7-3-3, which solidifies your lead. And we are waiting for scores to drop for red, blue, and white.
So last of white, 3-9-3. Still waiting for a score for red and blue, and then I will update your situation.
Here we see this replay of red throwing it up into the lip, blowing the tail out a little bit. This is where he kind of gets a little hung up, picks the nose, ends up coming down with the white water, losing his momentum, and restricting his scoring ability on that score.
5 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Score is starting to trickle in. So last of blue, 4.9. So that will put you in third. So blue third, blue, you need a 4.5. And white, all right, check that. I'm still waiting for a score for red. So once I get red score, I will give you the update. 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. All right, that was the one.
All right, we are coming up to the 5-minute mark, so we're going to allow our last heat of the day to paddle out. We're looking at Mackay Bray, Benji Lange, Elias Smith, and one of the old boys, Russell Winter.
All right, so in the water, surfer in red, you drop the 3-2-3, does not factor in. So blue, you are third, you require a 4.5. And white, you are fourth. You require a 5.5. 4 minutes, 35 seconds remaining.
No waves.
All right, so we are coming up to the last 4 minutes of the penultimate heat of the day. I hope you've enjoyed the action. Last heat is on its way out. We're going to ask them to stay off to the left, out of the way. We'll give them a formal introduction once their heat goes live. And then we're going to close out the day. I'm sure a few guys are going to jump in the water, try to grab a couple of waves before they go home tonight. Judges have been here all day. So once again, we want to shout out our judges, our officials, our cameramen, everyone working hard to put this together all day long. You're good there. Here we go. Green setting. This is local boy Louis St. John. Nice wrap and turn, lots of spray, throwing it up into that vertical section, and he goes again for the 2-for-1, and he rides out. Is he going to look for some more, or is that just the victory lap?
And on the outside, white, he's looking for a score, trying to move up into that second position. Not going to quite do it like that, but Louis St. John putting on a clinic out there. He's already thrown away 1-6. And he's probably going to throw away another one. 2 minutes, 45 seconds remaining as we watch this replay. Just textbook surfing. Eyeing up that section. This is the money turn right there, up in the lip. And then throws it back up for that floater re-entry. He is in fine form. So waiting on those scores to get calculated for him. 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Surfer in blue holding second priority.
All right, we got blue up and riding.
Blue up and riding. And red, he's trying to answer back blue. As we stick with blue, just a couple of cutbacks, working his way to the inside with just a minute, 50 seconds remaining. He didn't need much, but I don't think that's going to be enough. And Surfer in red looking to increase that requirement. He's going to call it a day. 1 minute, 35 seconds remaining. Servers in the next heat, just hold your positions right there. Last of green, 8.0. 8.0 green. As we watch this replay of red. All right, as live action white. This is an important score for him. A couple of top turns. Nice wrapping cutback, but he doesn't like the looks of it.
All right, as we come up to 1 minute, local boy Louis St. John has comboed the field with a
So
massive.
last of blue, 4.9. You require a 4.5. As we watch this last replay of green, throwing it right up in the lip, critical section, and then little floater re-entry on that north peak.
Yeah, that was power, speed, flow, variety, commitment.
So 30 seconds remaining.
Equals.
Surfers in the next heat. Hold your positions. So blue, you require that 4.5. And the last of white was a 2.97. 10 seconds. So they count this one in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that ends heat number 11. So moving on and advancing, and white gets the wave that he needed before the horn and would have got the score on that. So moving on and advancing in green, Louis St. John from Barbados. He'll be tackling those big swells tomorrow. And second place in red, Carl Berger. So those two servers will be advancing. Servers in the next heat. Hold your positions. We're counting this one in. This is live action. First maneuver. Working it way onto the open face. Little snap turn. Another cutback. Eyeing up this last end section. Here we go, setting it up, throwing out the fins, finishing strong. So that's a good way to start the heat. So coming up in this heat, we're going to see in red, Micaiah Bray, in blue, Benji Lang, in white, Elias Smith, and in green, Russell Winter. So that was the first wave surfed in the heat, earning the young surfer from the USA a 4.0 as we watch red up and right in. This is Micaiah Bray out onto the open face. Big section, throws it up. Nice wrapping cutback. Eyeing up this north peak, throws it up again. 3 major maneuvers. Still going down the line. He's going to look to finish strong. A little floater re-entry. And the crowd loves it. And on the outside, who is in position? But there is a whole ocean shifting. Green. He's going to pull into this one. Russell Winter, he knows this wave well. Oh, big wrapping cutback. Another one right in the critical section of the wave, and he's going to get, this is going to grow on the inside. Another wrap, and he's going to look to finish strong. Russell Winter from the UK, and blue on the outside. So this heat starts with a bang. So first of red, Mackay Bray, 6.5. So waiting for green and blue.
What an opening exchange, Lou. As we see blue, Benji Lange coming up. Nice snap. Redirecting the board. Another nice vertical tap right on the lip line, and that's it. 2 maneuvers, and he's out. But this is the one we've been waiting for. Russell Winter, the vet, coming around. Lovely wrapping turn on the rail. Stays low. Nice big carve again. Makes his way right around the whole section, looking for that inside reform. Nice low posture. Another redirection, and finishes strong up in the white water. So striking one for the old boys, Russell Winter.
All right, last of green, 7.67. So working on blue. So Russell Winter in green showing the youngsters how to do it. Fully committed rail turns in the critical spot. All right, last of blue, 6.0. So green first, red second. Blue, you are third. Blue, you require a 0.51. And white, you are fourth. You require a 2.5. 21 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
So, Lou, that's one of the strongest opening exchanges I think we've seen of the day, with everyone dropping pretty good scores.
Yep, 3 scores above the good range. That's the way you start a heat.
Yep, one just short of excellent. And that will set everybody up for the last heat of the day, finishing with plenty of excitement. And we intend to start off tomorrow, hopefully. We will wait for the official call, but we intend to start off tomorrow with plenty of excitement.
And right on cue, the rip starts to pull between Soup Bowl and Parlor. Look at it. It's pulling out like a river. That is the indicator. That rip right there to the south of us.
Yep, we are slowly going to see these conditions change throughout the night. We won't be here. There is a surf line cam. For those of you who have access, you can take a look. But we will be here in the morning, bright and early, to make the call.
All right, blue, he's going to use priority. Benji Lang up and right in. Wave's going a little deep on him. That was more of an east wave than a
bit of a misread.
Those east-northeast waves kind of bend out to sea. Green, your last wave was a 7.67. You are in first. White, Elias Smith, wrapping cutback, throws it up. Lip line floater is going to work to get around this section, eyeing up the North Peak coming at him. Nice re-entry. He's going to stick with it. He's going to get a little reform on the inside. So he will pair that up with his 4.0 and see where that goes.
Yeah, I think he'll better his 4 with that wave. Got a lot of work done, riding that wave all the way from the outside, making his way right down to almost to the rip.
Last of white, 3.5. So white, you're in third. You now require a 3.6. Red, you are fourth, requiring a 1.1. Priority on the outside with red, then green and blue. All right, we're going to send it down to the glass with Amaya. Let's hear what the old veteran Louis St. John has to say. Take it away, Amaya.
Hi, I'm here with one of our local heroes, Louis St. John, who just won heat number 11 in this round of 96 in EQS 6000. How are you?
I feel pretty good. Got some good waves and feel great.
I mean, you did some damage over there, huh?
I think I did, yeah.
You drop a little bread and twos with some pepper sauce and got them all pretty much in combo situation. Congratulations. That must feel pretty cool under your feet. I mean, that board seems to be working really well.
Yeah, it's carrying this nice belly, you know. Beat the young boys with the old dad belly.
You'll have to continue after this.
No, that's it.
Well, that's all, folks. Are you excited for the bigger swell? Because I know you love when Sioux Bowl gets big. You always get pitted over there and just show off so much skills and engagement. So you must be so stoked that there's a big swell coming for the contest.
Yeah, definitely excited, and we'll see what tomorrow brings. Hopefully it's nice and big and chunky, and we can get some turns in.
Well, can't wait to see that. Thank you so much. Congratulations, and good luck for the next one.
All right, thank you very much, Lou. So while we were on that break, some scores trickled in. Just a 2 for blue, and a 3.5 for white, and a 5.0 for red. So red goes to first, blue goes to second. Green, you are third. You require a 0.33. And white, you are fourth. You require a 4.0. As we watch this last of red, that wave earned him a 5.0, put him in first. Couple series of down carves and wraps back to the pocket. Drops the wallet and can't ride out. I guess he dropped the wallet and he forgot to pick it up. 16 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so once again, want to say congrats to Lewis and John. Doing a great job, looking trim, enjoying his surfing. It's crazy to think that he's one of the old boys now, Lou. He's one of the vets out there, little Lewis and John.
Yep, I remember him when he was like 8 years old. Very good surfer from a very young age and still a very good surfer. So good luck to you tomorrow, Lou. I know what you can do in bigger waves, and I hope the waves cooperate for you.
Yep, all the locals know what Lewis can do in bigger waves, and tomorrow, hopefully, the rest of the world will find out as we put him on display.
There we go, green. Russell Winter currently in second position, smashes that oncoming lip. Nice wrapping cutback. And finishes strong. So Russell Winter only needing a very, very small score as we watch this replay.
Yeah, Russell coming in with a nice deep bottom turn, putting it on the rail, setting up this next section. Another little nice turn, throwing the tail out a little bit. Here's where he opens up, nice and low. Russell knows this wave so well. Gets a little hung up on that wrap back and just almost mistimes that last section, but the work was done on the outside, and that would be a solid backup to his high score of a 7.67. Once again, showing local knowledge. We can basically call Russell a local now. And we will wait for that score to drop. We're under 15 minutes to go. Last heat of the day. Can't believe that this is 3 days of action already in the books. And 4 more to go as we march towards the weekend and all of our finals.
All right, scores dropping for green. 7.0 green. You go to first. Red, you drop to second. Blue, you go to third. Blue, you require a 5.5. And white, you are fourth. You require a 7.5. 14 minutes remaining.
We see this replay of green once again. Russell Winter showing some real nice rail work, staying nice and low. Look how low his stature is on the board, keeping those knees bent, throwing it into the lip, being patient, completing all his maneuvers, a lot of flow. If he had just timed that last one, I could have seen an extra half a point there, but the work is done, and he is in a solid first place. And I know Russell will be looking forward to getting out tomorrow in chunky soup bowl as well.
All right, coming up on that 13-minute mark, we're going to soon make the call what the schedule will be looking like tomorrow. But I think we all have a pretty good indication while we have a little break in the action. Just want to remind everybody about the bar specials. Carib beer, 3 for 15, 6 for 20. Or Heineken's, 3 for 20. You can also get burgers, chicken. You can also get full array of food. So all are welcome under the hospitality tent. Everybody's free to join. You can mingle with the surfers. We're going to stick around after the event, play some music, have some fun, watch the free surfing, and wait for the swell to build. Also want to send a big shout out to our sponsors, the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro, Diamonds International,
Infra Rentals. We got Chipmunk Foods. We want to shout out to Insync Pros, Carib Bear, Flow. We want to say a big shout out to the Zander Venezia Trust and all the charity work they do for underprivileged kids here in Barbados. Container services, garbage masters, making sure that the area is kept clean. Lots of bins provided. Be Social. And we want Creative Junction, who's a big part of the production here. Last Resort, Surf Wax and Accessories. DJ Red Pineapple dropping us the tunes every year for the last 14 years as we watch this event grow and grow and grow. And also the Nation News for giving us all the local coverage.
All right, Blue, you are currently in 3rd position. You need a 5.51. White, you are in 4th position. You need a 7.5. 11 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, just reflecting on the day and all the performances as we watch Green have a little look. Seeing some huge performances from the ladies this morning, starting the day off. I drove over here super stoked, super excited, watching the likes of Ella McCaffrey drop a 9.33. Oh, up and down. Seeing strong performances from Chelsea Tuak, our defending champion, Talia Swindal. I want to shout out to one of the top female surfers at Soup Bowl, Kara Pinkerton. She's not here this year, but we're missing you, Kara. Wish you were here to be in this lineup. Some impressive performances from the likes of Reed Von Wagner, Dia McCart, some of the names that come to mind. But yeah, we can't miss out Ella with that 9.33. That made me, as I said to you guys earlier, I actually pulled over. I was driving on my way over here. I pulled over on the side of the road to watch that replay.
Here we go, White. Elias Smith going up vertical. Out onto the open face, check turn, waiting for that north section. Floats it. He's going to try and get around. He can't hang on, goes down. So 9 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Surfer in blue and white, both making a little bit of blunders. They both are requiring some scores to move up into that advancing position. This is the final heat of the day.
Last of white, you dropped a 3.57. That reduces your requirement. So a little situation update. We have in the lead our surfer in green with 2 strong waves. Being patient, you sit in 2nd priority. In red, you sit in 2nd position with priority, and you require an 8.17 to take the lead. Surfer in blue, you require a 5.5 to advance. And surfer in white, you are looking for a 7.5 to advance. You got 9 minutes to catch some waves, guys. So yeah, Lou, as you reflect on the day's performance, I mean, there's definitely been a lot of outstanding individual performances. As a whole, I think it's been an amazing day of surfing. Weather's been incredible. Watching the coverage from home.
Yeah, but the whole week so far started off with a bang from Monday. This is getting all what we're going to run tomorrow. As soon as I get that, I will pass that on to everybody. Hope everybody tunes in tomorrow. I think we're going to have a massive viewership. tomorrow?
I'm hoping for a record. We keeping records?
Oh, yeah, of
Oh,
course.
yeah. So I'm hoping to hear we got record viewership tomorrow and then building into the weekend because the swell is not going to go. The angle will change. It will come a little bit more from the east again, not as prevalent from the north.
But I still think it'll be more north than it is today.
There will be plenty of north, residual north.
It's going to move from that 14 degrees, but it still be more north than
Yeah.
there has been for today. So looking for good waves right through the whole weekend. As we watch Blue, Benji Lang up and right in. Nice top turn. Out onto the open foul. Oh, geez, on.
That's that soap wax that we talk about.
I've known Benji since he was about 6 years old. Great kid. Super surfer. Traveled to Costa Rica with him. Used to be on Hurdy team with Zander. Yep. So free servers, please stay down in the channel. Don't pretend you don't hear me. I know every single one of you ladies. Just stay down in the channel.
Don't make us call you by name.
Just want to give everybody a fair and equal opportunity.
Yeah, looking ahead, I'm getting really excited to see some of the matchups we're going to have throughout the day tomorrow as well as we whittle down the field and the cream rises to the top. Introduce the likes of Kanoa Igarashi, first time surfing here in Barbados. We know his younger brother is a regular here. I think this is the first time Kanoa's actually made it down, so we want to welcome him. Major CT surfer. Going to put his talents on display at the bowl.
Well, we got a lot of CT servers.
Yep.
2 current CT servers in Alan Cleland and Kanoa Igarashi. Also got Luca Macinas. As we're watching Red up and right, and he is in second position with a big lip line floater. Nice layback slash in the pocket. Float in the section. He's not going to get around it, but White on the outside. He's looking for a score now. He wants to answer back. It was a pretty solid turn as that wave got a little wobbly on him. And Green, he's going to pull the trigger. He rolls into this one. Pushes out the fins. Russell Winter is getting to get out in front of this. You know, when you see a younger surfer surfing past their years or into their years, he's surfing prior. Okay, he ain't young.
Well, I got to say, Russell has really been putting in the time. He's been training hard. As we coming up towards that 5-minute mark, Russell has really had a whole lifestyle change and really dedicated himself to getting back to his best with surfing. He's been here training a lot as we watch this replay of Mackay Bray. Nice layback turn. Almost loses it, but manages to ride back out and complete that wave. Another little whitewater climb. So he's trying to milk it for what he can. And here we see our heat leader, Russell Winter. Nice blowtail in the lip. Nice aggressive turn. Straight up in there again. Russell's stance is so low. Been working on his core. Been training hard with the likes of Tommy Layson and Jacob and those boys.
Reminds me of Taylor Knox. Surfs just like him.
Yeah.
4 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. So last of Blue, 2:43. So that factors in. But the last of Red was a 5.4. That also factors in. That ups your requirement. You now require a 5.9. And White, you now require a 7.9.
Yeah, last of White, a 3.67. So that does factor in. But you still remain in 4th place. And we're still waiting for that last of Green to drop. Green is sitting pretty solid in first. All right, last of Green, 4.40. That does not factor in. So situation update as we come into the final 3.5 minutes. We have our surfer in green leading the heat. Surfer in red, you are in second place. Surfer in blue, you have priority. You require a 5.91 to take that advancing position. And surfer in white, you are looking for a sizable 7.9 to get into that advancing position. As we approach the 3-minute mark, this is the last heat of the day. We can see some motion in the ocean. Free surfers are getting ready to paddle out.
Big shout out to my good friend John Marshall. Haven't seen you in about God knows when. I got 2 minutes and 59 seconds, and I'll be there.
I can almost hear the bottle stoppers popping.
Here we go. Blue up and right, and Benji Lang, he really needs his wave. He's going to stand up, wait for it, and he's going to kick out the back. So that really wasn't a good decision. Free surfers, please, guys. Just stop paddling. Thank you. Red up and right in.
So Mackay Bray throwing it all into that one section and coming undone.
This is a very tight heat with major implications. So just give this heat the respect that you would like to be received if you were in this heat.
Scores trickling in for Blue Lou. Not going to be enough, it looks like.
No.
Not going to change things.
But he's right there, and he has the ability to get the score.
For sure.
So does White. And Red has the ability to up his scores.
The last of Red, just a 107. That doesn't factor in. So situation remains the same with Blue needing a 5.9 and White needing a 7.9. Right now, our surfers in green and red are in the advancing positions. Free surfers, no closer. You just have to wait 1 more minute. Right now. 1 minute left. We see something happening. It's White setting.
So White holding priority, rolls into this one. He's hoping this one lines up for him. Standing up, waiting for it. Working it to the inside. Big floater re-entry.
All right.
So priority on the outside with green. Free surfers. We still got time in this heat.
20 seconds. And we're going to be counting you down. Last heat of the day, day 3. In 5, 4, we got a surfer up. 3.
So green was in priority, Benji. Green did have priority. As soon as the horn blows, the screen went red. But green was in priority.
And that brings an end to the heat. And we're waiting on a couple of scores, but insignificant, I believe. So we can pretty much say a hefty congrats to Mr. Russell Winter. Bringing it in for the vets. And we're just waiting on a couple of scores to complete and be official. And we want to thank you all for tuning in. Just want to thank everybody for tuning in.
All right. Still waiting on one last score. All right, so official results, surfer in green, holding down the win, Russell Winter, followed by the surfer in red, Mackay Bray. So moving into the next round, Russell Winter and Mackay Bray, green and red. So we are going to wait for this next call. I should get it momentarily. I will make the call, update the schedule for tomorrow. We will stick around for the last interview of the day, and then we're going to sign things off for the day. Okay, while we're waiting for this interview, we are going to go. We'll make the call for tomorrow. 7:30 call for possible 8 a.m. start. We're going to start off with the men's QS round of 96, heats 13 through 16. Then we're going to go straight into men's QS round of 64, heats 1 through 16. 25-minute heats all day. So off for the day will be men's QS round of 32, women's QS round of 16, junior men quarters, junior women quarters. So stick around tomorrow. This swell will be building throughout the night. We will come tomorrow and see something completely different than what we've seen. We are going to see classic Soup Bowl at her best tomorrow. Hopefully the wind will back off a little bit like it is doing right now. This is a pretty good indication. So the swell has already hit the buoys in St. Martin. So it should be here by the morning. Stay tuned for the next interview. Russell Winter will be talking to Amaya shortly, and then we will sign things off for the day.
Hi, last interview of the day, and nonetheless, I'm here with Russell Winter, former CT surfer, actually first UK surfer to make it to the tour just a few years ago. Yeah, congratulations, winner of Heat 12 in this round of 96 in EQS 6000. How are you?
Wow, yeah, I'm tired, definitely tired after that. Yeah, really happy. Just happy the waves were there today, got a bit bigger, it suits my surfing, and I've been coming here since I was like 8 years old, so I know this place really well. It's like my second home. And yeah, I was so nervous, just because I wanted to perform well, you know. I know I can surf good out here, so finally to get that first wave off the start was calm my nerves, and yeah, I just knew then that I needed sort of a backup. But yeah, I'm so happy because, you know, like, I've been sober for like 2 years now, and it's I've been working so hard for this, and this means so much to me, and I'm just so proud of myself, and thanks to my mum and dad for sticking by me, and my brothers, and you know, I can't believe I'm standing here right now because, you know, a few years ago I didn't want to be on this planet, so I've been working hard, and this means everything, so yeah. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. Those are some real strong words, and we're very proud of you. And I mean, you're shredding over there, 7 points. Magic carpet under his feet, and you're shredding. Took out some young boys, you know.
Thank you.
It's so nice to see you nice and healthy, and you know, you got your team here, some close friends. Yeah. So congratulations, and can't wait to see you on the next round. I mean, let's do it. Let's get it. Big Sioux Bull. All right, good luck for the next round, man. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thanks. Thank you. Cheers.